shoe fits, yeah. Designer brand exclusive. Wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and you're out of frame. No one really seems together. Got an ego, can't explain. No. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Yeah, icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Slow down for me, yeah.
take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? position. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. We mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing rage, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. In a yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the push good, better burst your pipes.
mixing hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that.
My pain, light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
Vamos in a crucial fight against one of the heavy hitters of the lobby. Boran down the hill, looks for the spray, and Mazzara wins the trade.
Want the same to happen. This is a 1v1 essentially as Lang X look at the swing on through on the side of the tree.
Açıldı. Bastığını biliyor. Rakibi burada bastığını biliyor. Artık burada.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the final day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Europe Championship for Spring 2022. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and we've had our 16 teams battling out these last 3 days and now going into the fourth day to be crowned champion and take home $40,000. There's $150,000 on the line. Let's see where the teams can end off. Remember, while you're watching the show, hit us up over on social media as well. You have many different ways you can do so. You can follow everything here below on the screen. You can also tweet to us with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ and let us know how you are watching PMPL. Also, lastly, a big shout out here to Monster Energy, our official energy partner here at PMPL. You can unleash your beast as well if you go pick up a monster and chug that bad boy, because you're going to need it. It's going to be a hype day of action, a hype day of games, and a hype day of analysis desk, as we do have our punishment coming into fruition from yesterday, and you're going to hear what's the punishment, Jason. Well, I didn't want to throw it to us just yet, but we'll do it. Every day we've been doing our predictions of who's going to be taking home a chicken dinner, and the loser at the end of it gets punished in a very special and unique way. Day 2 was me being able to not say the word host, which was relatively easy. Day 3, it was Maxman having to refer to Claris and myself as nobility, basically, and he was a peasant. Day 4, Max has to wear his shirt backwards.
It looks
Max,
awful.
how you doing?
It's hard to breathe.
I can't. It looks worse than I ever thought it was gonna. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
Max,
I don't know.
Can you raise your arms for us?
Oh no.
Okay. Last little bit, Max. Can you show us the other side of the shirt?
This
There's
is
no way.
It's not even buttoned all the way.
I couldn't. Hey, this was so complicated. Okay, I'm alone. Okay, I had to button that. I had to put it in. Bro, it's complicated.
It's
okay,
like he's at the barber's. It's like he's about to get his hair cut.
Just a little bit off the top, please. Thank you.
Can you actually, lastly, here, can you fold the collar down like it would normally be, just to see if it's any nicer? Oh, okay.
That's what they do
that's
at the
possible.
barbers.
Yeah. No.
It even looks
put it back
more
up
like
now.
the barbers now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back up now. I don't want to see this. I want to undo the collar.
Oh my
All right.
God.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our overall settings to update you guys on what's been happening here in these first and only 3 days here of our event. Today is the last day, but we're going to be starting from the bottom. So changing things up here. You see X Team currently in last place at 55 points as you look up towards the top of the leaderboard. You can see a couple of the names in here that we really didn't expect. For one, I'm sorry to have to call them out here, Maxman, but it's Game Lord.
Yeah, we had to call them out quite a few times during day 2 and day 3, right, Kalaris? And they were not able to play at the level we expected after seeing what they did in Western Europe, right? They were the team that coming into this was the Western European team to beat and had the best chance to potentially perform against the Turkish team because they already did it before. Sure, not well, but they had a chance, they had that experience. And now the rotations are slow and they show no intention of fixing that. And day 4 is clearly too late for them to do that. So yeah, we'll see if they can try and pick up a few pieces here, but it's too late for them to really kick their way up towards the top.
Yeah, it strikes me when things like this happen from the very word go in a tournament. I almost feel like some of the Western Europe teams came in almost defeated, already from the very word go. I mean, when we knew that the Turkish teams were going to come in strong, and these are the kinds of trends that you see when some of these teams are having even just a mental block about the idea of even going up against them. So I don't like it, unfortunately, but that's where we're sat at right now, because we know that these teams down towards bottom, like GameLord, like even UDR Killers here, are capable of more in a tournament like this.
Yeah, very true indeed. And obviously a little bit disappointed, but you know what? They still have a chance to at least shoot up the leaderboard here and potentially get themselves some extra money. But as we move now into our 4th through 11th place, you can see fastPay Wildcats, considering the amount of times Max has picked them and cursed them, they're doing relatively well.
Yeah, and actually yesterday they had their best day, which is what a surprise.
Amazing.
That is. Actually, they got himself yesterday, looking at the stats, they got himself a first place with 16 eliminations, which was their big pop-off game. They got 2 4th place finishes also, and a few eliminations here and there. First game they got 7 eliminations, then game 16 it was 4 eliminations. So able to really, as I said, like already get their best day so far, which is good. The question is, can they follow it up with another good day? Because if there's any team that would have a chance of deceiving the top 3 and to breach top 3, it is currently fastPay Wildcats and also Xray, I would say. So there's a chance, but right now the top 3 are unbeatable right now.
Klaus, can I just can I let you know about a quick little stat here? Maxman has picked fastPay Wildcats at least once in predictions every day, except yesterday, which, as he said, was their best day.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, we knew that the curse was powerful, but not quite that powerful. And once again, if you're fastPay Wildcats coming into today, you're really hoping that this man to my left, camera left, does not predict you.
Look, I already have my shirt like the other way around. I don't think I need this either.
I mean, if you lose 3 days in a row, Max, I don't know what the hell we're going to come up with as a punishment, to be honest.
I mean, Jason, did you expect it any other way? Like, serious question. Did you?
No, definitely not.
Exactly.
Look,
That's what I said.
production doesn't want to show you. They went back to it.
Well, you can see, though, look at the top really quickly. Fireflux, 257 points. They have almost more points in elims than our 8th place team has total. The other way around, they have more points in placements than TJB has total. Like, this team has just completely put their foot down and showed everyone out that they are the best team in Turkey. And, well, as you're seeing here, the best team in the event.
I mean, the 3 teams at the top, it's pretty much an insane lead that they have. But the way in which Fireflux has had their lead build up now and trying to hold on is unprecedented. Almost, actually 100 points against 4th place. That's a ridiculous result we've seen from them so far.
I think one of the funniest things, by the way, as a little side note, is that Max, I don't think normally irons the back of his shirt, but he had to give it a full iron today to make sure there was no wrinkles in it on both sides, since he's going to flip the shirt back around. But let's move past this. We don't have actually much time until we get into our first match here of our final day. Let's take a look at how our top 5 teams did, though, over the course of the event so far across our 3 days. Now, we have them segmented to show how many points they got each day. You can see here the dark blue, it's day 1, the royal blue, day 2, sky blue, day 3. And at the moment, Fireflux, I mean, yeah, they had a little bit of a fall off since day 2, but still 95 points is more points than any team here in top 5 has gotten in a single day, except Regnum on day 1.
I mean, normally I think we can put this in parallel to, the PMPLs before this, like for Western Europe and also Turkey. Typically, a good day when you have 6 games a day would be, 60 points. 60 points, a 10-point average per game is relatively good, but you almost had double on the second day for Fireflux. They got 95 on day 3. So the good thing, sure, maybe not the best day 1. It was still 51 points, so still pretty impressive, but they had a good day 2, and then they followed it up. This is a team that can build that momentum and that can hold on to it. I think we can expect something almost relatively similar going into this next day now. So I'm really hyped to see what they can do, because right now this is the team to beat.
Okay, well, looking down towards Regnum, they've had an okay event so far. Clearly sitting in 2nd place, but one thing that does kind of scare me is their consistency has kind of fallen off. Like going 104 day 1, then falling to 50, and then getting 64. I mean, yeah, right now it's good enough to get them 2nd place, but if they don't have a standout performance today, I don't think there's any chance they catch Fireflux.
Yeah, I think it is going to be difficult regardless. I think the 104-point day that they had, when I look at the rest of how everything's gone down so far, seems like a bit of an anomaly. If I'm Regnum right now, yeah, of course it would be nice to catch up to Fireflux, but I don't think that's going to be possible given their form right now. I'm trying to ward off Beşiktaş, because I think as much as Beşiktaş only had 55 points yesterday, the stuff we have seen from them across these 3 days is very powerful. So you want to try and defend that 2nd place at least here today throughout everything.
Yeah, and I'm glad you actually mentioned Beşiktaş here, as we're going to take a look at a head-to-head between them and Fireflux to get an idea of how the teams have kind of done over the course of this event here. And obviously that damage difference is massive, the elimination is massive. But I think one thing that's interesting to me the average placement is still relatively the same between the two teams.
Yeah, really close. Of course, Fireflux able to get himself a few more actual wins towards the end, so that's going to be helping up increase the average placement by quite a bit. But you're looking at all the stats, of course, by how dominant Fireflux have been in day 2 and day 3. You expect like the damage, elimination, placement points to be relatively higher, but I'm looking at the survival time, especially right, Kalaris, being just that much higher compared to Fireflux, really showcasing the hyper consistency, you could almost call it, for Beşiktaş Esports in this tournament. So Fireflux, if they have a bad day, like there's a small lurk that could be happening from Beşiktaş where they could try and surprise us.
Yeah, of course, this difference in average survival time, there have been moments where Fireflux has 1, 2 out of the 3 Sandhawks, right? Which means that because Sandhawk doesn't last as long as the other battlegrounds, that might be a little bit lower whilst them still getting more points. So that's kind of what you can look at there for that, but that doesn't take anything away from Beşiktaş whatsoever because they're still surviving long, even into those Erangels and Miramars here, putting on a strong performance.
Also an interesting head-to-head when you compare these teams. Normally when you see Fireflux at the end of a game, they're like maybe a 2 or 3-man, sometimes even a 4-man squad that's there to try and close off the game. I have the impression something we've seen a lot for Beşiktaş happily happening is all you have Enjoy that's actually going to be the final play and like trying to get that extra survival time. Sometimes it's Peace that's as a solo trying to get that extra survival time.
Yeah.
So just as how the games end for these two teams is relatively different, while Beşiktaş are trying to close off consistent games, Fireflux are actually trying to aim for the win every time out of the impression. So that is something that has definitely helped Fireflux so far.
Well, you mentioned Peace, and I feel like we need to talk about him a little bit because it's very similar to what we've had happen in the past with Unicorns of Love, and it was Icy, the one to just do extremely well in eliminations, relatively well when it came to MVP points as well. The rest of the team wasn't able to live up to him. Things are a little bit different for Beşiktaş, but let's take a look at actually Peace up against, I guess, the top player right now at a Fireflux, Kecth. We're talking about the race for MVP, obviously, and which player could potentially pull it off here at the end of the final day. It's 2,000 extra bucks for yourself, but look at this between these two players as well. I mean, considering, Kecth has had more big games in Fireflux with massive amounts of eliminations, I think Peace is doing a fantastic job of keeping himself and his team in the running.
Yeah, I mean, for Peace in particular, I'm looking at the fact that his assists are so much lower. Like, he is, a lot of the time when he's getting those frags, he's doing it solo. Like, his team are there to try and set him up and everything. He is the sole top frag of the team. And I have to look actually at the stats, but I think he's miles ahead of the rest of his squad currently, which is why it explains that he's got currently the lowest assists for his squad because he's getting most of those solo.
Yeah.
And then when you look at Kecth, it's not only Kecth, right? Even though Kecth has been doing fantastic, Kalaris, is the fact that he's backed up by Solkay, he's backed up by Lutz also. It's like it's the entire squad that is performing with these type of numbers. So yeah, they're looking great.
I didn't mention Solkay at all.
I mean, Solkay's he's IGLing, he dies a little bit early in the game, that's fine. He's IGLing. He's putting the teams in good positions, so no credit where credit.
Oh, indeed. No, indeed. You're right on the money there with your assessment of all of this. The fact that Fireflux has these, again, when we look at the numbers coming in, I think Lutz and Soulless are 4th and 5th in the MVP runnings right now. But again, I said it at the end of yesterday, the fact that they have 3 players in the top 5 is ridiculous. So the fact that they have this foundation of these 3 absolute powerhouses to be able to constantly be turreting down anybody as they come along, that just augments Kecth even more to be at the top.
Yeah, and actually I'm looking at the numbers right now. So Peace currently we can see he's on top of 40 eliminations. If you look at the second highest fragger of the team, it's SonHP, which was the MVP of the finals of PMPL Turkey. He is still doing a really good tournament, but he's at 20. Like all the rest of the team is halfway down compared to Peace where he's currently standing. So Peace has been really helping the team like remain in that top 3 position for days now.
Yeah, you do kind of wonder, what could happen if there was others. I think we obviously can't analyze really in depth how the roles work within Beşiktaş, but we kind of always wonder, and we always see now within the last year and a half of PUBG Mobile, you can't really have that one player on the team be the standout. You need other people to help out as well, other people who could have that star potential.
Yeah.
And I do kind of wonder, for Sun, is it just maybe not as easy of a tournament as it was back in PMPL Turkey? Maybe he's having a tougher time adapting to the lobby, but either way, I mean, they're still doing fantastic overall in the entire event, right? You still can't knock them, but I do wonder if someone else was able to have that star power to rise to the same ranks, to have that support that you see, Kecth have on his team. Would Beşiktaş be currently first?
Well, because of what you're saying, actually, this makes it harder, in fact, for Peace to get the MVP spot here, considering how far Kecth is ahead at this point. There is going to have to be a really big performance from Peace and those guys around him here for him to push up against where Kecth is currently standing. So we'll keep an eye on that today.
Actually, also something very interesting to keep in mind is that assists also do count towards that MVP position, right? And assist is something that currently Peace is definitely lacking. So if they can try and play around that a little bit more, it could help out because those assists might be the difference maker at the end.
Can't take you serious right now. Massive your shirt.
I can't take myself serious.
Let's take a look at the schedule, get an idea of what's coming up today. And just like the last 3 days of play, it's going to be the exact same order, the exact same amount of times each battleground will be played. However, there is a 7th match of the day. Now, it won't be related to the event, but it will be a special show match. So if you want to see what it's going to be about, make sure you guys stick around. I don't want to spoil it just yet. Maybe later on in the day we'll spoil it, but it's going to be something that you're definitely going to want to see. And definitely want to watch and to root for your teams. As well, here, if you guys who are watching at home, we've seen some great people watching pretty much with like a beachside lake resort, Airbnb, whatever it is here for some people. Nice pool view. We've seen others watching from home in bed with their cats. We want to see how you guys are watching PMPL. Well, you can tweet to us or use the hashtag PMPL EU Champ and let us know and show us how you guys are doing it. Because if you do, you might be able to show it here on air as well. In the meantime, though, it is time to head to our commentators, though, for our very first game here of our final day. So take it away, gentlemen.
We're going in for game number 1. We are going to kick things off as we draw closer to the inexorable end of the tournament to crown champions here at the PMPL European Championship for 2022 Spring. John Allen with me, Imperium. We're going to be going right into the action with Eric.
6 games to go. Of course, it is a top 3 battle, right? The desk highlighted it. Fireflux firmly in front, but the 39 points lead that they have, even though they haven't showed a slip up, is challengeable. All it's going to take is 1 or 2 mistakes from Fireflux, either Beşiktaş or Regnum, to kind of take advantage of that, and boom, you're looking at a 2 to 3 point gap, right? So Fireflux still need to be firmly on their toes.
Absolutely. But then again, you could say the same thing about those teams in 2nd and 3rd place. It takes 1 mistake for them to be just completely out of the running, right? In terms of that race for the 1st place. But you're right. It is still very much to play for at the top of the tables, although it does seem like there is that clear front runner looking into today's games. There's a lot of teams who are going to be a little bit lower down the tables, all starting to scrabble their way up at the moment. Western Europe suffering the most heavily out of the 2 regions here. Western Europe underperforming compared to their Turkish counterparts.
We knew it was going to be a challenge, and again, the kind of desk talked about it. The heavy hitters that performed in the PMPL Western Europe, we know by now Game Lord, UDR Killers not really showing up. I'm happy to see the progression from TJB. They had their best day yesterday, John. 60 points in their 6 games. They had a couple of good games in a row as well. They played Yiz. I don't know if their good results correlated to Yiz playing in the games, but it's nice to see them kind of maybe go, look, we don't really have anything to lose within reason. Let's bring Yiz in, maybe, create a little bit more motivation with him kind of coming in. And I would argue that it resulted in clearly a bigger level of success.
I mean, sure, they did. I think they only played him in 2 of those games towards the end of the day. And I don't have in front of me the exact sort of distribution as to where they earned those points. So maybe it was.
I can tell you.
End of the day. Oh, well, if you can tell me, that would be absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I mean, giving him that experience is pretty great, right?
Their best games came in the final four games. So it was like 14, 13, and 29. And their best game obviously being that final game. So yeah, it could be a correlation, but I do understand where you're coming from, John.
Well, we are going to be waiting for the game to get going, and we are going to catch up with one of our Western European teams, the 4 Romanian Men.
The 4 Romanian Men scraped through the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe and now find themselves on the grand stage of the European Championship. While their performances in the home region has been nothing to write home about, the team is now looking to ride the underdog tag to glory in the European Championship. The team is led by REDOX. Apart from his tactical mastery, he also packs some menacing firepower. But when it comes to all-round gunmanship, Sarah is the superior fragger on the team. Aiding them from the back are Du and Rana, who function as supports alongside GV, who is the substitute. After a bottom half finish in the league stage, 4 Romanian Men started the finals in a very similar fashion. Just after day 1, they were already at a 48-point disadvantage from the table toppers.
Day 2 was a game changer for the team, and Romanian Men crawled up in the 4th position on the table thanks to consistent top 4 finishes. Ending the day with a 12 elimination 2nd place game, the team opened up the doors to the qualifiers. In a do or die situation in the last 2 matches, the team fought till its dying breath to collect some invaluable placement points. Shattering EU Championship dreams for top contenders like Big, Romanian Men became the only team to qualify without a single chicken dinner. Going into the European Championship, there's a lot of improvements possible for the team. The squad loves to operate from central locations, but it needs to protect itself better while stuck on the edge of the circle. Can they fine-tune their approach in time for the European Championship?
Getting into game number 1, it is match number 1 of the final day of the finals here at the PMPL European Championship. We're taking a look at the playing path right now as we head from shooting range down to Milter Power.
The video for Romanian Men definitely gave us a lot of insight, and I would say they proved themselves and ourselves pretty heavily across the European Championships. I know Kalaris highlighted how it seems like the European teams came into this championship looking defeated or playing with fear, and we've already talked about it across the days. I would say that out of the European teams, the team that's looked less fearful, less afraid to take fights and win fights and control their position has actually been Romanian Men. Maybe it's because they know that they kind of, within reason, just about scraped in, so it's kind of like, okay, well look, we've come in as the least successful European team. Let's go for broke, no fear, just fighting. For the time being, it's worked out for the most part.
Hopefully see a little bit more of that working out. The teams on the northwestern side a little bit closer than really we haven't seen too much of this northwestern action. Most of the planes actually have sort of leaned towards the east, towards the south. But now we're seeing TJB dropping out early, getting to North George, and actually I think that might be a Romanian Men player downed over in North George, if I'm not mistaken, and getting that flush on out as well. So a good start for TJB, not the greatest for Romanian Men, who have dropped over towards Everest on a little bit of a split there. And Flux are close by too.
I understand why Romanian Men might look to maybe send a player towards the edge of North George to try and secure a vehicle. However, when you know TJB dropping North George, there's absolutely no issue, and TJB have shown this in the past, that they will adjust and either send 1 or 2 players to try and get that elimination point. And yeah, unnecessary, I would say, from Romanian Men. And when you look at this phase 1 circle, it's going to be a challenge as a trio to defend and control their position on that western edge of the circle. Very, very southeasterly shift. It does threaten Military Island. I don't think, John, we've had a Military Island finish in the European Championship, so why not have one on the final day?
I don't think we have. I think you're right. That's going to be on the cards, but still fairly unlikely. A little bit of a duel between these two players. It wasn't really super. I don't actually know if Redox had a weapon there. They both sort of hot dropped on that position, but either way, Romanian Men did lose that player early on. Southeastern side, a lot of these teams, actually 2 teams playing in Milter, so that could prove to be quite interesting. And if you're finding that interesting, then I can guarantee that you're one of the people who's contributing to our peak concurrent user milestone during the PMPL European Championship. If we hit 80,000 concurrent viewers, that will be a PMPL 2022 Spring t-shirt for everyone. One of those for free, and that's a permanent cosmetic, along with the PMPL Activity Crate. There's 2 of those, and Crimson Swordsman set, which are the previous tiers of reward. So if we hit that 80,000 mark, those will be unlocked. So make sure that you're getting your friends involved and getting them on for watching.
S2G don't normally drop in Milter as far as I know, John, so this is a bit unexpected from X Team. The spread from X Team looks stronger. However, S2G clearly have a more solidified team position, so if they are aware of X Team's separation, they can push in the direction of both Nightmare, Syax, take them down, and then they have that body advantage. Time's ticking. The threat is there. I would say the longer S2G leave to wait to push it, the harder it becomes for them to take control of that kind of body advantage on this side of Milta.
Kelsey playing scout, dropping smokes, making the cross. Could be sideswiped a little bit if he's not careful, but it's going to take a couple of bullets. Hits the deck, gets behind the little outcrop of wall, and there is an even further forwards X team position out to the right of Beg for Mercy. So some decent sight lines to slow things down. But as soon as S2G reach that point, reach far enough forwards, they are going to be able to leverage that numbers advantage that they have on that side of the road.
They need to send a third player across. Either Beg or Zombie needs to get across the road to join up BAZZILIOSO Nightmare. Great suppression by Beg for Mercy to slow down Kelsey and the rest of S2G. But again, moves need to be made for X Team if they want to try and defend the body disadvantage they initially have.
I think someone tried to throw a bandage over towards Kelsey there, unfortunately. Sark's able to land the shot around the side and get the knock over onto Kelsey. And they've sort of shimmied around it quite nicely. Beg for Mercy picks up the flush there. And S2G losing out in this fight with X Team right now. X Team sat dead at the bottom of the tables. But they've still got some fight in them.
I said about S2G, the longer they left it to push, the harder it was going to be to take advantage of it. And good shots, good proactivity for Beg for Mercy. Again, I still recommend that Zombie or himself needs to join across the way. Yes, technically they have the body advantage in this fight. However, Nightmare and Syx, it's very easy for it to go the other way around. And you can see shots onto Nightmare does put him down to about 25 health.
Not much more going on right now. They haven't got the push or the position to go for a push over onto Nightmare's position. They need to regroup, and Silas and Rip7 are going to be able to do that. And to be fair, Silas is a massive clutch master so far in this tournament, right? Rip7 in his own right, still a lot of prowess there. A lot of times we've seen that name crop up in later circles. So maybe something to be said there. Surreal, in the meantime, are pushing down south towards Penta, who have grouped around the mouth of the bridge.
Yeah, while this kind of fight rages on, I'm expecting a lot of teams to rotate pretty early, pretty deep into the center of the circle, considering how much water is in play. Okay, I don't think you should go this close to Milta in terms of on that more eastern side of the circle, because it could very easily be a phase 2 shift back up to northwest. But again, going center is going to be a bit more advantageous. The more teams that go there, the more action that is going to unfold. The three teams that are fighting for first place, Fireflux, still looting up South George, yet to really start to make a move into the edge of the circle. You saw Magnum carry it to the north of Milta, in around the shelter area, to the west of Lumberyard, and then Beşiktaş moving around outside the Yaznai in a current 2-2 split on the northern edge of the circle. So far, the top three teams pretty far away from each other.
Maybe opportunity for all of them to be able to snaffle up a decent points total here. Of course, not really what any of the others want to happen. So maybe they do want them to get into a little bit of trouble. Hamzy spots Beg for Mercy around the side. Should be Reservoir for Zyox. The DPS can keep it safe, but there are close by players from S2G. Beg for Mercy needs to crawl to safety, but how fast can you get there? Rip7 right at the wall now. And the backup and the push through the window is going to come on in. S2G need to be worried. I think there's a player upstairs, but the backup is cut down. Excellently shot out for the top of the building. The DBS not going to be able to land on the money. And S2G push up the stairs. Not going to be able to get past that one this time around. Not so lucky. Around the side. DBS still firing, pumping out lead as fast as it can, but it's not going to be enough to take down Silas. This guy clutches anything you throw at him.
Man, absolutely incredible from Silas. Great play by Hamzy as well to get that double knock. And X Team, I appreciate that they tried to send Beg for Mercy forward. I do think Zombie just a bit too slow off the mark in his own right as the 1v1 comes in into the warehouse. Yes, Silas is still alive, but he is down to not so much health.
Hamzy, Zombie. Cooking nades around the side. Zombie goes for the push, and around the side, Hamzy flies on in, takes the flush. X Team eliminated in Milta.
I think maybe Zombie didn't realize that Hamzy was that close to him inside the warehouse, and maybe thought he was more on the edge. And went to kind of run and yeah, got caught out with his pants down. Phase 2 has centered out quite nicely. Still a sliver of Military Island in play. And we've seen Wildcats do this before. When Military Island is somewhat featured in the first couple of circles, they'll stay on the island. I look at this as being a bit riskier, at least for now, because of the amount of teams that are in front of them. They still don't need to move across the Eastern Bridge. They can stray one player forward on either side or on one side of the bridge, the recently adjusted bridge that has that path line underneath that you're able to walk across and at least get across the bridge without any real trouble. Once again, Flux still making their way into the circle inside blue. They have TJB in front of them on that 2-2 split, and 4 Romanian men now playing it safe, coming in from the south coastal line mainland position.
Game Lord still a little bit split near prison, but staying out of trouble for now. They are in this next circle, so timing may be a little bit faster for them. Surreal, Penta, information, I think, onto each other. Or maybe Surreal don't know, but with the push around the headland from Manu in the vehicle, I imagine that they have got that little bit of information. Yeah, definitely know about each other's whereabouts. They need to be careful. The cross from the fastPay Wildcats not committed to just yet, and you don't really need to.
No, you don't. And this is the kind of circle, though, where you don't want to be split. Like, Penta are playing a massively risky game being so heavily split inside the circle. When you're going to center this quick, it needs to be as a full squad. Maximum 3-1 split when you have 2 compounds locked down, right? You have 1 in one compound across the road, let's say, and 3 in another compound very close by, either across the road or somewhat in a short distance. But the way Penta have themselves split up, they're so lucky they're not getting caught out. They could possibly now at the hands of Surreal.
Manu. Been spoiling for a little scrap for quite a while now, and Surreal finally take the bait.
Jesus.
Not going to
So
find
close.
a lot of damage onto him, though. And that's some information given away about Surreal's positions.
How separated they are, what can they really do with that information, right? It's the fine line between kind of running around and kind of taking a bit of a risk, baiting a team, trying to find that position. But as a team, if you're not actually prepared to take advantage of that, it's wasted and it once again becomes too risky. So Penta playing a dangerous game, like I mentioned, inside the center of the circle. 4 Romanian men go deeper than I expected. TJB with a massive 2-2 split. 1 pair in the northwestern edge of the circle, another pair in the direct western edge of the circle. Hey, look, I don't disagree because it's on the edge, but that heavy of a split, certainly unorthodox.
See if it works out. Circle just about to pop in just a moment. Regnum Karya, one of our teams to watch, very central. Fireflux, another one of those teams that we're looking out for, playing on that edge style on that northwestern side, but looks like they're going to do that pretty effectively as TJB lose a player to them. Circle pops, it goes out east, and Eastern Stars are very widely split. I mean, you were talking about how that heavy split can be potentially troublesome, but if they regroup now, they might have a really solid chance here.
This is great for Eastern Stars. They know this area like the back of their hand, and it's one thing looting and dropping and kind of getting the gear inside this area, but it's another thing controlling it. So yeah, Eastern Stars need to gather themselves up, lock down one part of the either mini Milta or Milta power area and see what they can do from there as Nexuria rotate down through the south hills of Lumberyard. Teams sending it through Milta. This is a cluster as teams panic to strafe into a center circle position.
S2G down to just Hamzy. They're taking the fight with clear vision. HAMODY goes low but will not fall. Not yet anyway. S2G eliminated after their earlier engagements with the X team. They lose out on the Milta position. 4 Romanian men with the slowdown onto clear vision, with the necessity to get those reses, they are going to be able to sail straight through the middle of town for the time being.
This is great play by Fireflux. Good teamwork, strong communication. They've already picked up an elimination onto one of the TJB players. Game Lord down on the high ground above Prison. It's a risky spot to control Prison Hill because there's nearly always a higher elevated position, right? There's nearly always an opportunity that a team can come from behind, come from the side. So Game Lord split, again, like TJB, very risky.
Beşiktaş taking a fight for the next Ruya, and it is going well right now. A lot of knocks seem to be going up for the Turkish squad. They are staying alive. One elimination found. They're carving out a little bit of territory to the north side of Milta. Just on those hills between those trees for now. Fireflux a little bit further north. Take a look at the spray that Hamzy was able to get onto one of the players. Nice little drop down. Look at this replay. Picking up points even before going down. And S2G did actually put 5 on the board overall this game.
It's not bad, not bad. It's unfortunately the product of what they've proven throughout this European Championships. They're able to get eliminations, they're able to clutch up moments, but they haven't really been able to get into the late game as a full squad. I would actually argue there hasn't been one single game S2G has gotten into like past the 17-20 minute mark as a full squad, and that is a big thing they need to address after this championship. We're about to see the next phase pop up. The northeastern side clearly open. It's going to be a northwest shift. Lumberyard Hills, Milta Fields is open, but very risky to hold on to. And Regnum Carrier couldn't have asked for a better shift.
We're going to be seeing the analyst predictions soon, I imagine, and it is starting to get interesting in terms of positioning. I'm looking at Fireflux and thinking they seem indomitable over the course of this tournament. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a couple of those blue wings appear at the bottom of our screen. 4 Romanian men, though, maybe wishing they had a couple of wings to hop over there and save Serra. Losing a player very, very early, remember, on the hot drop with Fireflux. Now they've moved down south. It looks like they're not going to have an easier time here either. Rana moving in towards Serra, looking for the res.
There was off the back of shots onto UDR. Killers getting a knock onto Salazar. Was a third party from behind through clear vision that suffered Serra going down. Again, Rana able to get to revive as we've just seen. Getso. And Getso out of the way of Fireflux if they want to survive coming into the late game. Yeah, okay, Fireflux have lost a player in the form of Solkay. The man, the myth, the legend, Kecth. He's still alive, John, and we know what he can do.
Certainly highly effective operating over here on Erangel. Gets so close by. They don't really have too many more sightlines that they're worried about right now. Although you can see Kecth just moving in, trying to use that cover. Lutz backing it up through the lumberyard. And they're taking it slow. They're taking it steady. Getso seemingly know that this is going on, but don't really have the position to deal with it.
There you go. The predictions come through, John. And I'm not surprised. Jason and Maxman both going for Regnum Carrier. Understand the Beşiktaş pick that's come out from Kalaris, because Beşiktaş have stuck to this western side outside of Milta for quite a while. They were able to pick up an elimination point earlier on, and they didn't move off the back of the previous circle shift. In my eyes, that shows confidence and the awareness that, hey, if we rotate, if we kind of react too quickly, we could be in panic stations and get ourselves caught out. So Kalaris' pick, at least in my eyes, makes a lot of sense.
See if it makes sense to the totals at the end of the day. I mean, so far, Jason's got to be worried, given Maxman's record. But you know what? We'll give him this opportunity. You know, clean slate, it's a new dawn, it's a new day. Not for these teams, though. They have to carry those points totals in. And all of those predictions were for teams in those top 3. Notably, not Fireflux, though.
Game Lord still up as a full squad up near the northeastern edge of the circle. Eastern Stars on a 2-2 split. Very healthy 2-2 split as well. Octavian and ATHIS very close to the direct eastern edge. And Bazzi and Kapahala together. Close by to Game Lord, I might add. But again, these kind of hills around Lumberyard are pretty pocketable in terms of keeping isolated together. Wildcats under pressure against Penta, though.
There's a lot of backup there, a lot of sightlines, but out in the open. They are going to get one traded off. They're looking for the trade on towards the Penta team, and they will be able to find it. Boran might be a sacrifice here. Don't imagine that it's going to be able to find that res there, and another of their players falls down. Defoe is going to get knocked there. Res is available for that. Circle pops out east.
Surreal coming into this game in 11th place, just 2 points behind Clear Vision to try and get into the top 10, and then another 14 points behind Eastern Stars. So they are relatively close to the top 8. A good day will put them in line to break into the top 8. Of course, prize money is involved, John. We talked about it, so the higher you finish, the more money in your back pocket.
Eastern Stars and Game Lord, two veritable titans back in Western Europe. Struggling a lot more here in the European Championship. Close by, but looks like they want to disengage. So real close by to the south point of ATHIS. Game Lord on the northern edge. Gonna have to push through towards Fireflux or go down next to the Eastern Stars.
Eastern Stars, though, they're too heavily split, in my opinion. They have a massive risk of losing one or two players. You see ATHIS trying to fend off Surreal. Luckily, a bit of a third party from Regnum Carrier will see Surreal lose a player, but again, bodies need to push forward from Eastern Stars if they want to control this compound, want to control an endgame result.
ATHIS and Octavian trying to put those nades back where they came from. And they are going to back off. They are playing at least a little bit disciplined around this compound. UDR Killers eliminated on the meantime. I think that was out on the western side of the circle. But Surreal, they're happy with the little bit of sanctuary that they found themselves. Losing one player, getting towards this edge of the next circle. Easier said than done, so they'll be happy that they made it there.
Doku Machine was able to pick up a player from Romanian Men that crashed into a solo position near the center of the circle. Getso and Game Lord are engaging on each other towards the northern side. You can see Kezers with the nade has got to drop onto Robs for the time being, and TJB as a duo trying to fend off the push from Beşiktaş.
TJB spraying down. There's a lot of players in that vehicle. Too many for my liking for the Beşiktaş players, but they managed to get away with it. SonHP drops that smoke and they might have some safety, but there's a lot of teams nearby. Fireflux, not the least of which, going to be looking their way. TJB with those shots, going to be giving that one up. Playing in this Wizard Tower here, Fireflux have a really solid overlook over a lot of this hillside. But there's a lot of teams that are going to be looking their way too.
You have the hard cover, you have the elevation point, and you have that baseline that you're able to hold on to, and that's what Game Lord were fighting for against Getso, and it seems like they're winning that fight. Finally, Game Lord, in this final day, wake up, smell the coffee, and pick up 6 eliminations, still surviving as a full squad. It may be better late than ever, but it is better late than never.
It certainly is, yeah, it's late, which is the operative part of that, unfortunately. Fireflux, though, up top, close to where Game Lord are going to try and push by the looks of things. If that direction of travel is on point. Game Lord took the first player from Fireflux, and they're here to finish the job. Fireflux, though, not going to go down without a fight. As Game Lord, look for the trades, look for those shots. At the moment, though, Beşiktaş struggling on this western side as well.
This area of the circle that it's finishing on, the hill down Lumberyard, is incredibly challenging to control. It's so easy to get third-partied from many angles. That's why the Wizard Tower that Fireflux has locked down is so valuable to them holding on to a winning spot. Doesn't stop nades flowing through the windows, and that's what Lin is looking for.
Ooh, right onto Solkay and Lutz. I don't think he got either of those knocks and gets knocked himself, but takes Solkay and Lutz super low there. Fireflux going to have to take a breath to heal just a little bit. Then in the next zone, they'll be okay. Regnum Kaya, the hope for 2/3 of the desk, eliminated in one fell swoop as Clear Vision take them down.
Wow, Clear Vision. They're not messing around in this game. Currently updated, elimination points is still 3 players strong. Is this the day that the Western Europe teams wake up? Clear Vision on 8 eliminations, Game Lord on 7, Eastern Stars on 4. All 3 teams with 3 players up.
You've still got Fireflux waiting, though. You've still got Beşiktaş with a duo. Peace, SonHP, very solid as a duo. And in difficult terrain, maybe they can do something here. Maybe they can play a little bit more tricksy than people are expecting. Eastern Stars struggling down the hill from Game Lord. Looks like Fireflux are embroiled in a fight with TJB. Solkay goes down, but Kecth, the Terminator, wants to walk on forwards and walk straight over TJB. Look at that, spots the player around the tree. Easy pickings for the man himself. Slang X is going to fall down. Just Lin remains now. as Lutz gets the res onto Solkay. Kecth is handling business. Lin pushes in, wants to go on the downstairs floor, but it will not work out for them. Lutz gonna have to res up Solkay again.
Hasta la vista, baby. That's what Fireflux say to TJB as we are down to our final 7 teams. Eastern Stars did lose a player, I believe, at the hands of Game Lord, so that split didn't really work out in my opinion. I know they've somewhat have had a positive game, but I think Eastern Stars could have played a little bit of a safer, more solidified position early on. Either way, still alive as Xray Doku Machine still standing tall as a solo.
Clear vision, moving up towards the duo from Beşiktaş. We said that this was tricky terrain. We said they could play a little bit off the wall. Fireflux still fragging as well, trying to leverage this SonHP. Holding strong and peace with the sideswipe onto clear vision. Excellently played off each other, crossing those sight lines and making sure that they're keeping each other safe for Beşiktaş.
Yeah, you can see the replay of what Clear Vision did to REDOXbot. Get that REDOXbot tried to rotate late with those vehicles, but you gotta coordinate those better. And as the buggy fell down, I know it's happened a couple of minutes ago, but that was massive F for REDOXbot.
That was not very good, I'll be honest. I didn't like what I just saw from REDOXbot. I expect a little bit more from them. But it's good news for both Beşiktaş and Fireflux as well. 4 eliminations, 3 eliminations. Looking at what was achieved there by REDOXbot. 2 points, or 2 eliminations on the game, at least. Really not what they were looking for. They were looking for a lot more here for go for that chase. And that's the sort of slip-up that you were talking about at the start of the game, Imperium.
Beşiktaş in a 1-1 split. Relatively supporting each other, but again, with the angles of these hills, it can be difficult in its own right. Eastern Stars, Octavian, the last player alive, Game Lord, lost a player to Fireflux from behind, but as they focus in front of them, they clear out Eastern Stars, and now they can focus on what is now behind them, technically in front, Fireflux.
And they have to turn their attention that way with the circle pushing them there. Game Lord gonna struggle as Beşiktaş actually takes some shots over towards... Oh, that was clear visions, but either way, Game Lord just eliminated, swept out by Xray by Fireflux as well. Beşiktaş now fighting off against Fireflux. SonHP pops up, deals with Lutz, handles business. Xray with the solo player out wide. Need to be careful, but will finally fall. Fireflux now on a 2v2.
Even if Beşiktaş win this, let's be fair, it's not as much of a W as they want because Fireflux is their opponents in this game. Drop the 6-6 elimination, so it's going to be a minimum benefit when you're looking to whittle down the points difference between the two teams in the standings.
Points are points, though. They'll be happy to get this far. And stand up against REDOXbot as well. Try to open a lead against the other contender for that top spot, if nothing else. Reducing the competition might prove to be pivotal. Kecth swings out wide, spots Piece's flank, and will be able to take that one down. Roasts him on up behind the tree on the scorched hillside, and they just move on forwards. I think that was a play zone. But Fireflux are going to be able to take the first chicken dinner here today. Fantastic stuff from the tournament lead.
It realistically just doesn't stop, and I know we still have 5 more games to go, and I started this game with the attitude of, hey, all it takes is 2 to 3 bad results. Fireflux doesn't look like they're getting bad results, so I say this is the championship secure for me. It's incredible, their consistency.
Yeah, they have just done it time and time again. They even lost a player as well on the northern side. They just moved through past that lumberyard really, really nicely, held down the wizard tower on the hillside, controlled the teams around them as well, and just won the fights time and time again.
Like, they've got now 5 chicken dinners in 19 games, right? That is 1 every 4 games. That's exactly what you're looking for.
Hey, maybe, you know what? I predicted them. I'm going to claim that one. I'm going to take the dub there. Add a point to the tally for me. But we're going to head back over to the desk to talk about what they thought about that last game.
Well, what we thought was me biting my nails, getting really scared that Claris was going to take home the first point of the day with Beşiktaş surviving for such a long time there. But luckily for us, Fireflux closed things out. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the 3rd day in a row they've won the first match of the day.
Oh yeah, it's over, isn't it, boys? It's going to be really difficult for all these other teams to win. The thing is that they get themselves these first wins, and we were saying it at the start of yesterday, after they got their first win, like when this happens, they keep rolling with it afterwards.
Yeah.
So they're gonna keep rolling with it. They're gonna get so many points and still be number one. I don't know where we're gonna end at the end of today. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a momentum-based team, right? Every time they get that one good game, they're going to be able to build something on top of that. And also, this is not like they were not fighting from a very good position. They had teams like leapfrogging their position, but they just play despite them not being in the best position in those circles. So, well, I mean, we said on the pre-show, right, this is currently the team to beat, and they should. And why they're the team to beat, because even in like games that are not given to them, they can still close it off.
It was close, to be fair, but yeah, they locked things down, and we also had the battle for MVP at the end as well with Kecth up against Peace. But it looks like Kecth was able to win out on that fight. More importantly, though, Game Lord, 18 points, probably their best game, if I'm not mistaken, that they've had this entire event, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, they got pushed. It was not even a fight that they were really taking themselves, as well as talking about with Kalarza during that game. The fight came to them. It was Getso trying to fight for that position, and Game Lord held on to it. But I hope this is going to maybe change their perspective on this tournament, right? At least for this day, even though it's still too late to do a change that's going to be impacting your position in the rankings. But I hope that they see this and say like, oh, we can actually fight versus Turkish team. We've just won versus Getso. Let's maybe try and do it more. No, just a quick little idea.
Yeah,
cool.
I genuinely feel like that's the first 4v4 fight I've seen Game Lord take all tournament. And it probably isn't, but I mean, considering what we've had to observe from them so far, yeah. And they won it. You know, they won it pretty handedly. So hopefully we see more of that. The circle, you know, they said that they've been having some hard times with circles, but this circle was kind to them on their side of the map. And yeah, they had a fight and they won it. Brilliant.
Max, you can see our pick in 12th at 2 points. Really sad to see Clear Vision just destroy them as they try to transition into cars to get in towards the zone. But as we saw the zone shift away, we're like, yeah, well, there goes our chance. Also, to be fair, when I saw we both had the same pick, I said, oh, there goes my chance.
Yeah.
I think we should give you like a joker, is that you guys like are allowed to pick maybe 5 seconds after my pick, just to make sure you guys don't have the same as me. I think that'll be a good way for you to be fine. But yeah, unfortunately, they tried to move with their 2 cars and they didn't smoke the cars properly. So like your easy shot for Clear Vision, and they just took the 4 limbs. So pretty easy for them.
Just do me a favor and pick what Kalaris picks in the future, and I'll pick something else. And then if the punishment comes, I'll be very nice.
Sabotage.
I promise. All right, let's take a look, though, at Game Lord stats here in this last match of their players, because, again, we haven't really been able to talk about this team much, considering they were the talk of the talk when it came to PMPL Western Europe. And we are seeing Victor and Navallo able to put up the big amount of damage done, and that's the 2 players we always look for when it comes to this team. Not sure exactly why they've been quiet this entire event, but we started to finally see some life in them here, as you mentioned before, Kalaris.
Yeah, I think since the first game of the tournament, this is by far their biggest point gain of the entire tournament. They started off the tournament with a 4th place as well as 9 eliminations, and since then, it has been quiet here for Game Lord. So to see them get another 18 points on the board, I think, you know, it's long overdue from what we've seen from them so far. And again, guys, last day, you know what? You're not going to win this tournament unless you somehow eliminate everybody in the lobby every single game. But you know what? Change some things. See how it's going to work against some of these teams, because you are going to probably be playing against some of these teams in the future.
Yeah, and also like from talking with Akashi, apparently the morale is like pretty low right now. They're still trying to have fun, but like, I think that's big copium right now on the side of Game Lord. I don't know how much fun you can have when you just keep dying the way they've been doing in the last like 16 matches actually. So a little bit tough, but you know what? There's still a little bit of hope for them to try and climb their way back up and maybe put himself on the first page. But I think that would be a win for them right now. Is if they can make it on the top 8, I think they'll be potentially happy with that result.
Max, I think Game Lord had maybe learned a lesson in this event, is don't trash talk Maxman in DMs right before you play an event, because it's come back to bite you. But obviously we'll see if Game Lord can continue to improve. I mean, yeah, they might not be able to get first, but they might be able to earn themselves over double the money. As you can see here in overall standings, they are currently in 12th place, and if they do finish off in 12th place, they'll get themselves $4,000. But it starts to go up when they hit that 8th place point at 5,000, then 5.5, then 6,000. There still is a world where they can make a lot of extra money here. So if they can continue to push and continue to get that experience as well, considering this is probably one of the teams who will be meeting up against these Turkish teams in Season 2 of the EU Champs this season later on in fall. This is definitely a good learning experience. But Clear Vision, I mean, again, they've fallen off the front page. TJB, Eastern Stars are the ones locking it down here on the front page for Western Europe. And there's only a 1-point difference between those 2 teams.
Yeah, and it's been a little bit of a downward spiral for a few other teams, actually, like Surreal, for example. So there are opportunities for teams to slowly climb their way up the rankings. So there's opportunities for those teams on the second page to maybe have a little bit of a better impact on this fourth day. But if I do want to highlight one team from Western Europe that has been impressing me in the last few matches they've been able to get, is actually Eastern Stars, right? They got themselves a really good position. You were talking about it, Kalaris, actually, during that game to go for mini meal turn to regroup, which they did do eventually.
Yeah.
I have the impression currently they could be a contender to try and get close to that top 5, even maybe take it away.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It's too big a lead, isn't it? It's ridiculous. What you were saying though here, I actually don't like the fact that they took mini milter power over other locations that they could have taken, because I mean, it was, you know, in PUBG Mobile there's a lot of tendencies for hard shifts. If you take mini milter, then you're kind of banking your ideas in that circle that they moved there on that. I mean, they spread out south of that as well, but you know, the spread that they took, that land, I don't know. I would have rather they took some of the compounds west of it and then tried to play from there.
Okay, yeah, 53 points between first and second place. It is basically a battle of who can catch up to them, if any team. And as you kind of said before, Kalaris, if you see them win the first match of the day, then they just coast on through and maintain that kind of level of play throughout the rest of the day. And we're almost getting to that point where we can almost call it for them to take home the trophy and the $40,000. But for you guys at home, this is our last day. This is your last chance to get yourself here on the broadcast. Let us know exactly how you're watching the show. You can tweet to us or post on Instagram with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ, because we want to see exactly how you guys are checking out the show. We also do have a photo to show you guys. Actually, one of the viewers out there. We'll throw it up here in a quick second. Okay, here we go. I thought it was going to be Maxman for a second. I don't know why. Match day, watching with a laptop and a tablet. I don't know what's on the tablet. I can't really see.
And
but I like the pink headphones. Yeah, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I don't have any PUBG Mobile merch.
But outside at night, that's not like cozy to watch. I think there's better ways to watch like outside. I don't know. I haven't touched grass in a long time, so at least they're doing that, which is cool.
So how do you know if it's good or not?
You know what? Fair point. Good point. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the weather's nice. Get outside, get some moonlight, which is technically sunlight. Anyways, let's head to our commentators though, because we're gonna hop into the second match of the day here. Let's get off. Get me off the camera, please. Go. Get out of here. Shoot.
Yeah, we better get you off after that one. Goodness me. Come on, behave. We're getting into game number 2 after that previous game. A lot of excitement to be had, but make sure that you're giving us your opinions about this excitement and about the PMPL in general. Of course, you can take a look at the pinned YouTube comment to gain access to the survey and have your say, have an impact on the future of PMPL. So make sure you head on over there and make sure you're filling that one in so that we can hear your voices, because you know what we're here for? We're here to entertain you guys, and if you guys want to be entertained in a certain way, then we got to know about it. The only way to do that, I'm going to say it again, Blank. Survey. Do you think I could do that for longer? Do you think I could stretch that out for longer?
The world's longest survey, boy.
That's right.
You go for it if you wanted to. But yeah, I mean, this is, as always, going to be a very exciting day, final day. Looking at who's going to be topping the charts. You got someone in their room with you? Is it
someone
Beşiktaş telling you to
very
give them
loud
some good
outside
look
my
at?
window all of a sudden.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I think right now, though, the boys have kind of called it over on the desk, which is like, it's going to be very hard. And it's almost confirmed, right, for Fire Flux. And now, at this point in time, for Beşiktaş and Regdom Kaya, you're almost hoping that Fire Flux only have a bad day here on out. It's that catch-up game. And it becomes infinitely harder if Fire Flux keep putting up these same kind of point numbers. I mean, we've had these massive point scoring days, 111 before. I think that was marking the top end of point scoring. So there is definitely a chance here for Beşiktaş to put up some huge points today, but it's a question, because this is very, very bad for the morale. It's 279 points versus 226, right?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, no matter what, really, at this point. Moving on, just got to get chicken dinner at the start. You've got to feel pretty good about yourselves if you are Fire Flux. But Game Lord also stayed alive for probably longer, probably one of their best performances in this tournament so far. Let's take a look at what Game Lord have done.
For Victor, the boosters are pushing Dorin further and further, and it is so many bullets flying back and forth, but in the end, it's Victor.
The hot favourites from Western Europe, the mighty Game Lord. We already know everything about the team and how perfectly they harness their strength. Most teams lack the caliber to topple them in their edge control gameplay. They can pierce through a cluster of teams for any desired space in the safe zone. Definitely not a smart move to contest them in these areas and to hope for a positive outcome.
And Victor, GK first outside. Langx on that forefront position. Spicy should know this. Langz pushes around the side, but gets on in, sneaks up to the pillar. GK first draws the ire of Spicy, but he's able to turn it around, and GK and TJB will fall, but Lin is still healing.
In the PMPL Western Europe League stage, the team ruled the battlegrounds each day flawlessly. However, as the tournament progressed towards the finals, the opposition began to exploit certain kinks in their armor. For example, the team was shaken off whenever there was a hard shift off the zone and failed to make the right adjustments. But a 4th place finish is respectable, especially considering that their main goal is to conquer the globals.
Will the fun be in the fight? Robs pushes forward to join up with Victor, giving that level of support in towards the sidelines. The angle for Novello is perfect to punish X team from behind. Gamer just one step ahead.
Akashi will be leading the banner once again in the European Championship. His aces, Victor and Novello, were in devastating form in PMPL Western Europe, and we expect nothing less from them. Apart from ruling the MVP lists, their superior gameplay in the end circles were a sight to behold. If these two failed somewhere, Robs, Spicy or even Trazen were always there to pick up the pace.
Oh my god. I can't believe SWAT69 has let it get to this point. Narvalo is a beast, but this is crazy.
This is the best team in the PMPL right now. The nade at the back, a lot of damage sent in. He knows exactly what the range is, sends out wide and doesn't take a lick in response. This could be good, this could be it. And somehow, some way, Narvalo works the miracle.
There's hardly any doubt that Gamelord will be a nightmare for most teams to handle. Especially in a straight up 4v4 fight, there's few teams who come equipped with as much firepower. Tune in to the PMPL European Championship Spring 2022 to be a part of Gamelord's journey and see them take on the best teams of Europe.
And we saw a little glimmer in that last game of the Gamelord of old, but really so far struggling when it comes to the overall standings, really not having the same sort of impact that they might have liked. Maybe today's their day, maybe they have a chance to get a little bit higher up. To be fair, the pack in the middle is fairly scalable for them.
Yeah, there's certainly opportunity to move up in terms of the leaderboard rankings. And I think just looking at prize pool in general, like 4th place is hotly contested for, and there's no shortcomings of money there. I mean, that's 10 grand a total for 4th place, which drops down to 7,005. So a total of a 3 grand jump up there. So it's definitely worth trying to go for that 4th place spot. Right now, I would pretty much say that 3rd, 2nd, and 1st are a battle between Regnum, Beşiktaş, as well as Flux. So those guys may not have confirmed their exact money, but they've confirmed at least the bracket in which what they'll be earning, which is always nice to see. But for Gamelord, yeah, that video really hypes them up hard, and sadly, it just does not translate to what we've been seeing over the past couple of days.
No, and I mean, they were kind of playing very, very heavily edge on that last game as well. They were just picking up the pieces as they sort of fell down in front of them almost. And not to take away from the performance that they did have, but I feel like in those sorts of scenarios, you should be having those sorts of performances just if you're any team. So hopefully they can try and get a couple of more of those on the cards and go further up those tables, right? As you say, there's money to be won for them.
I think for just looking at Turkish teams in general, though, I think they definitely use brute force to their advantage a lot of times, right? And just punch through into the circle itself. And I think this is something that possibly they'll have to reconsider on a global format, right? Because I don't think that that is as possible anymore. Just looking ahead, right, to maybe the end of the year, maybe next year, who knows when these global formats are going to be happening. So you need to stay tuned in to find out. But looking at those moments, it's one of those cases where those wrap rotations can be extremely important, especially here on Miramar as well, where you can't just send it like an arrow directly into the circle, because you're more often than not going to get held up by a lot of teams who have set their shields down in the ground, and you will bounce right off them.
And you don't want to be bouncing. You don't want to be bouncing out through the air. Everyone could see you. You're tumbling through the air, and you look like a bit of a weirdo, to be honest. Like, it's not good.
No, it's not good. This is a bit of a weirdo playing path as well. As you can see on your screen, can't quite see the map as of yet. There you go. Towards El Azhar, right on the eastern side of the map here. So that western side, El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, these are places that most teams would be more than likely driving across to should they want to head over there. Depending on the next circle, realistically, if it heads down off to that western side, we've seen a lot down towards Leteliere as well as Chumacero recently. That could be a play that comes through, but we've not really seen any of these northwestern circles on Miramar, so it would be good to see those. And again, that would be another case of throwing perhaps Game Lord a bone here up in La Cobreria. On the other hand, Eastern Stars, we mentioned this day 2, no longer dropping alongside the Wildcats down towards Impala, and Wildcats have found some decent success here on Miramar from that position after no longer having to fight for it. I think they did struggle for the longest time with when to leave that fight in the first place, and I think that's come to bear in a couple of other fights, but with this circle, it does set them up very nicely for the rest of the game.
Look at the teams heading out westward as well. 2 teams in Los Leones right now for Romanian Men, and I think that's, if I remember my colors, Surreal, yeah. We'll be playing on that light lilac, I think we decided on last time, I can't quite remember. Flux over in San Martin, close to X Team on their eastern side. On the north of them, they've got Next Ruya as well.
Make sure you're grabbing your PMPL 2022 special crates, which are available in game. A lot of our players are showcasing that specific outfit here in the PMPL European Championship. It does look pretty nice, and honestly, it's not a green that you tend to see very often, like the green the next Ryu is currently sporting, but it does look extremely nice. And you guys can also look extremely nice in game with a permanent t-shirt reward, Mr. John Allen. You can only get that if we do get the 80,000 concurrent viewer peak, which we're hoping for at the end of this tournament, because I'm sure all of you guys would love to have that in your wardrobe alongside the activity crates and the Crimson Sword set from the initial marker that you have to grab for the concurrent viewers.
There's been plenty of cosmetics coming through from PMPLs in general, which you love to see, but this is the freshest, this is the newest, it's hot off the press, so make sure you are getting involved for that. Clear Vision on the Picardo position right now. No one really challenging them for it. Regnum Kaya are south of them with their outpost in Tron, but the majority of them over in Chumacero.
Clear Vision, sadly, just a bit of a drop-off at the moment for them. Started out fairly strongly, coming into day 1 with a 3rd place. Day 2 was great with a 1st and a 2nd place, but from there onwards it has been pretty poor results. 2 16th places, a 12th and a 14th over the previous day, which is fairly unfortunate. Now, one little interesting thing that I did see is Beşiktaş's current stats with only 1 chicken dinner, but 4 4th places, 2 3rd places and 3 2nd place finishes here. Sorry, I take that back. 4 2nd place finishes. But what was most fun for me was that 2 of their 2nd place finishes were against Flux, who took the chicken dinner on both of those games over our previous day yesterday, which has got to feel really rough, right? And I think that just looking at it forward, it just feels like they are 2nd best to this team and not able to kind of take them out on a 1-to-1 format. A lot of these times, though, I do think that it does come down to losing a couple of players in the beginning. I think Min was talking to the guys on the desk, how it does always seem to be SonHP as well as Peace who are taking up those final moments in those circles, whereas Zessy and Enjoy tend to be the meat shield that is sent out forward on a couple of wheels.
I mean, they're playing as maybe a little bit of a sacrifice player potentially on some of those pushes. Need to really deep dive into their performances to really sort of pull that one out. But yeah, you're right. It's not ideal to be getting into these late circles with fewer players. I was looking at when you said, you know, all of 2 of their 2nd places, Flux have come first. All of their 4th places, all 4 of those, Flux have been 1st or 2nd place as well. So it's kind of, it really is just unfortunate.
And that's the difficulty, right? And this is a reoccurring trend. So this is not something that's happened in an isolated environment. It's a case where as much as Beşiktaş can try and get those points on board, it doesn't really matter at this point in time, because still Flux are ahead of them, earning better points. So no matter on the games where they're putting up good numbers, it is Fireflux putting up better. Now, we can take a little bit more of a deep dive into that conversation you brought up before, John, about perhaps they're a sacrificial lamb. Now, I don't want to put too much blame on Zessy because it might have sounded that way before, but this guy does seem to be their forward scout. And sure, he goes down, but he does get a lot of information in the first place, and that's what allowed him to get that second place last game, was identifying where the players were from TJB were playing, and then they moved accordingly to that. It's just unfortunate you do see Enjoy go down as well. Maybe with the 3v3, something different could have happened. Unfortunately for Eastern Stars, nothing different here on Miramar, losing players early on, and S2G will be picking up those elimination points.
No eliminations in response either. S2G even getting that res off Octavian. Sure, going to be looking out over the hills here, over the slopes, but gives the game away and in a solo position, needs to find value. Luckily, pins the nail onto Kelsey and will take that one down. Silas answers with a volley of fire, but Eastern Stars, 2 players, look at how split they are around this S2G position. You've got to want, as soon as Octavian or Bazzi are found, that's it.
I think for Octavian, still one of my favorite players from Europe, honestly. Really, really competent player overall, and I think that he has dragged Eastern Stars out of a lot of tricky situations all on his lonesome. You know, it always used to be about the Kapahala. Now it's about the 8-armed man with a gun in each, and he's making it happen on the map. So you really do like that from Octavian, and this is something that we like to see, is teams and players just rising up out of the mist. And you can sort of see that same thing with Wildcats, who've had a great day yesterday, and honestly that was from a 16th place. So I think for Wildcats, they've done some really good stuff to make up to here in 4th place. Now it's about holding on to that position, and there are teams behind them biting at their heels, and they need to swat them away.
Certainly a lot to be fought for. All over up there. Towards the top, Silas gets spotted and flushed by Bazzi, so bringing it down to a 2 versus 3 now, and shots are landing. I think Penta is pretty close by to S2G's position as well. Look at that, Hamzy super low. I was like, hang on a minute, are there only 2 of them alive? But no, Hamzy's health bar just disappeared in a wisp of smoke there. Very, very low. Will want to get healed up.
Bazzi just moving side to side, finding the hay bales, poking out now and again. Hamzy takes a bit of a hammering himself. Will have to move away. I think that's from a team behind them. Obviously, a lot of teams down towards this eastern side around Impala. Wildcats have not had to move. Beşiktaş coming down from El Azahar, move through Junkyard as opposed to the eastern rows. They wanted to make sure that they could get at least some scouting over towards their western side, understanding a lot of teams are going to be making their way over here. Going down on the eastern road, it is on a slope downwards towards the seafront. So I think for them, going down there to really just limit the amount of information that you will be getting. And it's unlikely that they'll be heading down to Impala anyway, knowing that Wildcats have that location pretty much sorted for themselves. So I do like that play from Beşiktaş. On the other hand, Game Lord, slow, just sluggish inside the blue, as if it's weighing them down. Next Ruya, similarly on that front, moved all the way over to El Pozzo, John.
I'm not going to say it yet, but Imperium is shuffling in his seat that he's not casting this game, because there's some future timelines that could prove to be quite enticing for the poor man. Penta going to be crashing on into the buildings. If you're an Imperium fan, then you know what I'm talking about. But if we're going to watch Penta crashing into the buildings that S2G hold, Kelsey already low and taken down as well. Rip7 and Hamzy, they've lost Silas, the Turkish Terminator. Penta looking to just swell through this, really not meeting any resistance. Rip7 goes up. Hamzy now cowering in the shack to the side. Flush is coming through. Penta picking up points.
Yeah, quick and clean here. And I think this is a very typical compound a lot of teams will play. And the ability to nade through these windows becomes a big issue. And I think similarly, Penta did want to get rid of that player up top side, because on the other front, you can toss grenades down those stairs and get massive squad wipes. I've seen it before. Immediately player runs in. Penta has to run away. Goodness me.
All right, Hamzy. All right, okay, finds one, finds two, looks for more. The rest of Penta around the side and not going to be able to get the knock onto Muzi. If he found that, maybe there was a chance, but no. Silas not channeling Fortunately, though, Fireflux are here to enter the fight. It seems like just team after team after team has been trying to fight around this area, and it's going well for precisely none of them.
Yeah, I think this is something that happened in Western Europe as well with TJB and another team. It's just a case that people want to get this position for themselves so often. And then you just have this case where it's one team inhabiting after the next. Solkay does get knocked to an explosion there. Fortunately, gets out the vehicle before he just gets the instant knock. Unfortunately, it will be Zombie from X Team to clear him out. So not a great start for Fireflux, and potentially this is opportunity for Beşiktaş, who have managed to slip their way down south of Impala, to pick up some good points this game, where Fireflux perhaps go out early.
With 3 players alive, though, they did take down the last game, so you cannot count them out. Certainly not just yet, but you're right, Regnum Kaya similarly hopeful, but Beşiktaş right next to them. This could be a good opportunity, again, to open the gap between the two of them, or to close it if you're playing from the back foot, as Regnum Kaya are 6 points behind currently at the start of the game. At the top of the tables.
See Beşiktaş here, just on the west side of these warehouses. And I like this position because you're kind of defending. You can see directly down over towards the eastern slope, so you have good information on that side. So if you can get as much space as possible, Cheetah, no HP whatsoever, still going for this fight, has a first aid kit, but there's a Molotov in that side.
That's not what you want to see. UDR Killers get the knock up the stairs. Fortunate. A big misplay there for the player from Surreal. Cheetah even dropping down. Oh, no, playing on the close side. Perspective got the better of me there. Nano Baby up on the top, and actually Clear Vision are in this valley as well. This could prevent Surreal from getting in for the backup. Jekyll close by, spots Salazar and gets the flash.
Regardless, though, Cheetah started that fight out extremely strong for the rest of the team with 2 initial knocks. It is difficult, though, with Clear Vision also on Overwatch, so will be Jetgill just trying to find his way without being taking too many shots from up on high. Unfortunately, for Imperium, we do not get the island finish, unfortunately, in this case. So, over towards the western side of Impala. Lots of interesting space around this area. Very open down towards the south side of La Bandita, and very rocky over towards this eastern side. So you can see a huge cluster down towards the south and on the very edge of the circle on the east, limiting a lot of the place where many of these teams can actually play.
I think there might have been a 3-way fight starting to pop off. Regnum Kaya and Beşiktaş both involved in that one as well. As you can see the flushes over towards the Getso players that Regnum Kaya are able to pick up. Beşiktaş 4 Romanian men. Regnum Kaya very close by to one another, with UDR Killers just over the hill. 4 Romanian men with 3 players alive, as do Regnum Kaya. All 3 of them will be looking to get as many points this game as possible.
Picking Enjoy back up again, really investing the smokes here to get him back up on his feet. Fair play. I think Beşiktaş understand that they've got a strong position here. They don't want to lose the foothold just yet. Zessy peeks the head over, but fantastic player through from 4 Romanian men. Just take some immediate shots, and they're taking a lot of angles at the moment. So yeah, they're limited. The sidelines off towards their east, but it's this western side that's becoming difficult to deal with.
Foxy just peppering the vehicles there, making sure that they can't really go for these peaks. TJB have spotted out a player as well. We'll be able to get the knock everyone to do, and look at that, the health bar just going down and down and down super fast there. Not going to be good for business. Beşiktaş, with 4 players alive, they're going to have to fend off against 4 Romanian men, but only SonHP is in this position. Zessy away on this split. Peace and Enjoy on a forwards mark as well. So, are they going to regroup here as Rana and Sarah look to take control of the warehouse?
4 Romanian men, like you said, moving down. Only 2 players, though. SonHP did go to deal with them. Oh, he's in position, and I don't think they're completely ready for this one, John. TJB down towards that south side. 4-man split at the moment, trying to cover as much ground as possible. Got that 2-2 Two outside, two in. Now they're going to regroup with one another. Beşiktaş need to deal with these insurgents quickly because we have to deal with some more in just a second. Circle moves up, and it's the Istanbul Wildcats that continue to get a little bit of circle look here.
They get the position on top of those mountains. I wouldn't be too surprised if they almost committed to the south side of those mountains as well. Really, really solid cover. Excellent sightlines to try and control the terrain nearby. So we'll see just what rotations they opt to go for. SonHP biding time for Beşiktaş and actually allowing them enough time to almost fully regroup on foot here. Maybe going for a 3 versus 2 against the 4 Romanian men.
Potentially, they do move back up towards the top of the hillside. Again, this is a very rough circle to be playing in. We've seen it a few times before. Well, that is a cheeky spot. I like this. I like this a lot, in fact. But this is a very difficult circle to play in. You're almost betting on the circle right now because over towards that top right-hand side for Wildcats, difficult for any team to start scaling there now. Shots coming down, though. I believe that is from Eastern Stars. Down towards 4 Romanian men. Sarah takes a hell of a beating, but now SonHP can't really leave this little nest that he's nuzzled himself into.
He's got a nade in his hand. I think what they were trying to do is trying to bait some shots up from one of these balcony windows, take some shots out there, and as soon as he knows where they are, maybe drop a couple of nades in there, see if you can get a knock. Look at the predictions coming through. Jason, the one to take up the fastPay Wildcats, but the rest of the team rooting for Beşiktaş.
It's fair enough at this point in time. You always love an underdog story. But from this far behind, it's a question of whether it's possible or not. At the moment, Flux still running with 3. Managed to make themselves fairly central. Tron taking shots over towards Xray. Doka Machine on the floor will get knocked out here.
Xray trying to get across some open ground here. 3 players alive for them after losing Wild earlier. Xray similarly now a trio. But Musketeers moving into this next one, but UDR Killers gonna try and trump them on that front. 1 elimination so far for the squad and pushing through. They know Xray are here. They will have seen this movement. They'll know exactly where they are. So can they leverage that information? But it looks like REDOXbot are looking out this way as well.
Xray, again, we're just 3 players, still possible, still 100% possible. UDR Killers are behind them though. It is Kecth towards Ulysses, moves for the vehicle. Quick shots, maybe a little bit too early on the pull here. They at least get a knock from the backside onto one of the players from UDR Killers. There is another there to pick up the pieces, potentially get themselves out of this situation. Beşiktaş still with that insurgent of SonHP down towards the southeast. The rest of the players trying to maneuver their way around the high ground on the south side. I'm just waiting for this next circle shift, which should be coming in soon.
REDOXbot on the south side. Clearing out the last player from Getso, gives them a little bit of breathing room there. The next circle, I think that's what we're all waiting for here, is going to pop. It goes down south towards Beşiktaş, towards REDOXbot's area. It does force the fastPay Wildcats to leave, but they still have so much ground that they can control there on the northern side.
Currently battling it out versus X Team though, so this is good news for them. Xray is still taking punishment. And look how this looks for X Team. Not good whatsoever. Defoex goes down, but they will be able to pull that player back up again into the fight.
Looks like the flushes are coming in as well. 2 players alive. Only Beg for Mercy able to frag out though. And Boran spots it. It's a third party. In comes the Penta ping. And they will take the shots over towards the compound. Nightmare makes it to the wall. Xray looking for any sort of opening. But this looks reasonable. I mean, they bloomed the smoke. Penta not going to be looking this way for too much longer. And fastPay Wildcats need to get a move on, really. I think they have to get down south before someone else takes that position from them.
Yeah, taking the hillside on that south side could work out for them. But right now, the position they're currently in, it's more of a case of going down on the road. And there's Eastern Stars, there's Flux, all watching this position. So for the Wildcats, this is a difficult area to leave now. They didn't perch themselves up on top of the mountainside. So there's really only some singular rotations that they can make. Udiacula's finally going down on that western edge. But with SonHP, I'm going to check back in him really quickly. Practically the 4 Romanian Men players are on top of him. Game Lord suffering similarly.
I mean, SonHP, I mean, he might have just signed his own death warrant there, playing separate from the rest of the team. Surreal are going to fall. Flux still fragging out on the western side, and this is a team that you can never ignore. They have the roadside. Do they have enough cover to make it in? Eastern Stars a little bit further ahead of them. Beşiktaş as well. Probably going to be looking to guard them out on that front. Penta, Game Lord, all struggling on this northwestern side in the queue behind Flux.
Having that player down towards the warehouse for Beşiktaş is very strong, as like that little member that can cause a huge difference in terms of assassination style and providing that anchor point for the team to head over towards. Solkay whiffs the Molotov. Peace also moving up. Another whiff there as well. Goodness me. Cannot get the hang of fire. We would hope that Prometheus would come down and hopefully teach him how it's done.
Seemingly suffering from the wrath of the gods, unfortunately, this time around, though. Not ideal. Game Lord finally eliminated out on the western side. Not going to be seeing too much more of that glimmer from the first game of the day. Nades in. Eastern Stars with one player left standing. OCTAVIAN. He said one of the stronger players in the Western European region. What can he do here against the strongest team in the tournament? Flux moving in, Lutz around the window, and OCTAVIAN excellently peeks out and takes care of Lutz. Kecth now, though, is another challenge altogether, and OCTAVIAN looks for more. Solkay takes his teammate down. He pops the nade in. Finally, he's able to handle it, but Solus and Lutz both taken out. That was more hairy than it needed to be.
Well, that's OCTAVIAN for you, almost going for a 1v3 versus the best team currently in the lobby. Lux goes down to a knock coming through from Peace, who's playing right on this western edge. Look how split these guys are. Enjoy goes down now that Circle heads down towards the south side, and still SonHP remains there in the shadows. Looks like Zessy will head over towards Enjoy to pick him back up again, but Flux not in the best spot, but still making it towards the top 6. This is the curse that Beşiktaş have to live with. Even if they can get a good game here, Flux are just not far behind.
And REDOXbot are still alive as well, with 6 eliminations, 2 players. Very near to SonHP in that compound down the hill. So these point gaps really not seeing too much flexibility. Their plasticity is severely hampered here. The placement points will really start to add up, though, as teams start to drop out at this stage.
Solkay tries to get in by the road, but will be taken down on his cross. Again, this circle does provide a lot of questions to these teams of where they'd like to go. Do you want to head down towards the warehouse and set yourself a disadvantage being on the lower ground if it does shift hard over towards the west, where Beşiktaş are currently playing? Right now, it's a numbers game for Flux. Finally, their number is up.
9 points on the game, so there is a chance now for Beşiktaş, for REDOXbot to open up a little bit of a gap. If they can get late into this game, we're talking top 3 and 2. That's what they're really hoping for. It's what they're gunning for now. fastPay Wildcats move down to this roadside, play this northern edge. 3 players alive if they can get Defoex back up, but Beşiktaş very close by. I think the pan just took a bullet for him there. Zessy, getting lucky.
You love to see it. Again, though, for Beşiktaş, not a lot of elimination points this game, only 4. And realistically, they need a lot more than that if they want to start climbing these rankings and set themselves at a distance that is potentially doable. First obstacle right now is the guys from fastPay Wildcats, and currently playing as a 3v3, so this is very much evened out with SonHP still down towards that position. Now he can cause absolute pandemonium. Circle shifts up towards the northern side, and he can wait for as long as possible and start stabbing these players in the back that try and move up. But realistically now, Beşiktaş know it's time to go. It's time to deal with this team across the road so they can dominate on this northern side.
But it's not easy to make this happen. I mean, fastPay Wildcats are a little bit more on form from that yesterday's performance that we saw. And it is a 3v3 essentially there. SonHP no use in that. Zessy, Enjoy, and Peace will be the ones to take this fight. Fortunately for them, they know that the fastPay Wildcats are going to have to press on out there as the fight in this compound really going to heat up now. Nox going back and forth. TJB, 4 players alive, and REDOXbot suffering heavily. 1 player now, last standing, Tron. The blue zone pushing in. Nades pouring on through as well from Beşiktaş. SonHP is there. He spots a player and takes the shot. People will hear him. He can't get out, and he's going in for the fight. He is going to be able to take down REDOXbot and find the flush onto Tron as well, but does get knocked in the process. A two-point trade, though, for 1. That's good news for Beşiktaş.
Very, very good news, and that's exactly what he needed to do. At least just take out one of the teams down in this area. Make life difficult. Nice nade from Lux, though, across the road onto Enjoy. Not good at all. It really depends how many players they think are in this position. Now TJB taking shots over towards them. They don't have the backstop of SonHP anymore.
If fastPay Wildcats don't take the fight across the road right now, they are giving up ground across the other way. If they focus on Beşiktaş right now, which it seems like they are, they're allowing TJB to move in and proving to be a trouble position for them later on as 3 teams remain now.
TJB with 4. Very, very hard to deal with. They are downhill. Boran gets knocked, so a little bit of safety now for Beşiktaş. A second place would be great. Lin down the hill, quite low, moving up past the blue.
TJB moving in very effectively. fastPay Wildcats with 2 players alive now. Really the only ones that can prove to be troublesome. But Peace is still going for Beşiktaş. One of the MVP candidates. He's doing absolute work right now. fastPay Wildcats eliminated. And TJB turned their attention to the final player from Beşiktaş. And it is TJB to take another chicken dinner.
But still, 12 points on that game. Very, very good stuff there for Beşiktaş. Similarly for fastPay Wildcats, we were talking right at the beginning about how they want to cement that 4th place and maintain that 10 grand prize total for themselves. So this works out in their favor, and a really, really good game from them. Started off in Impala, yeah, they get some circle look, but I do think that they were crossing from a very difficult spot, John, up on that northern side after the circle shifted down. SonHP might have pushed his luck a little bit with that position, but I think he just got himself into a spot and super glued himself in, unfortunately for himself, and it was very, very hard for him to unstick himself. Nice plays here from TJB, 2,000 damage total, but it is Defoex to really take this game away. 5 eliminations and 1,000 damage total. Really, really good stuff from fastPay Wildcats.
Yeah, a really good position on that northern side of the road. Unfortunately, when they were forced up to the edge of that road, TJB had already moved on up. They had traded off already with Beşiktaş. They tried to isolate that position, and it came back to bite them. We're going to head to a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll come back with the desk.
Welcome back, everyone. So another match finishing off here. That's 2 matches done out of the 6 in total. So that is 1/3 of the matches in the day done before we can finally crown our champion. And TJB take home the chicken dinner in that last match. Now, it won't be enough for them to get into first place, but again, it might be enough for them to move up the leaderboard so they can get extra money going their way. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Maxman, joined by Kalaris on the very end. And we have to start to break down this last match. Now, I will say this. Our prediction game has been pretty spot on today so far. I feel like we've made top 3 both games so far between us. Except, actually, no, take that back. Regnum in the first match didn't do that well. But that was because Max picked it and I picked an accident.
How's that on me? Okay, well, cool, fair enough. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, it's been pretty close for Beşiktaş and fastPay Wildcats. fastPay Wildcats, actually, I do have to say, I am impressed they made it that far, seeing how tough the terrain they were working with was. And I think that if they actually had some smokes to close off that game, it could have been a Wildcats win. But unfortunately, it seemed like the utility was a little bit lacking on their side at the end.
Yeah, and TJB getting themselves the win here with 24 points. I mean, the way they controlled their position on this east side, I think is smart. Like, I was theorizing, you know, maybe you could wrap north and take some of the position south of where Wildcats was. But then I remembered to myself, you know, that area is quite open. If you try and take that, Wildcats are going to have an absolute field day with you. So they were very cautious about their approach on the east side. I'm debating whether or not in my mind their 2-2 split was to slow down some of the teams from that northern side moving downwards, because if it was, that's super smart, and then to move through the warehouses and take those fights, equally smart.
I have actually another theory on potentially why they decided to do that. I think it was just to keep their options open. They were just like, okay, we're going to go for that 2-2 split. Let's wait for the next circle shift, and wherever it goes, we'll just play accordingly to that. And actually, the moment you see the circle shift south of the road, they instantly send Lin and GK first back to the position with Yiz and also Lingx. And then they start playing that position into the warehouse. They're pushing the teams, and then they start pushing Beşiktaş and Wildcats too. So I think keeping the options open with the road in play is really smart, and it worked out there.
Okay, well, we can look at our second page now. Game Lord again, unfortunately not performing too well here. 3 points for themselves. Surreal as well. They seem to have tanked, unfortunately, after that first day of play. S2G, you know, we talked about them in day 1. We talked about how they had a lot of eliminations compared to placements. I feel like they haven't been faring too well these last couple of days, and I expected maybe a little bit more out of that crew, considering they were our best performing Turkish team at PMGC. But either way, they're not able to break through the ranks here and continue to have good games.
Yeah, still the same issue as S2G, which is they lose players early, like really early in the game sometimes, and then you have Hamza G, you have Solkay, which still are going to be able to frag out, but when you go up against a Beşiktaş, a Wildcats, a 5 Flux, like, are you going to be able to 2v4, 2v3 the squad? Typically, no. So that's still the big issue with S2G, which I'm saying is very heavily pulling them back. If they can work on that in particular, maybe a few games they can get coming their way, maybe a win would be great, but I think that's definitely hurting them a lot here.
I mean, exactly what you say. They're the only team in the top 11 that doesn't have a chicken dinner. They've got themselves a few podium finishes, but they've not been able to round out games. And I think when you come into a tournament like this against these kinds of teams, you have to be able to round out games if you want to get towards top 3.
Yeah, 100%. And you need to be able to perform here if you want to obviously get into PMGC, right? You need to continue to show improvements over the course of the year. Obviously, we're not sure exactly how the PMGC qualifications work this year, but one thing we do know is if it's anything similar to last year, every point you're getting here is super important, and potentially winning the whole thing will get you a slot as well. But let's take a look at our damage in this last match compared to Limbs as well. And honestly, I feel like I deserve a point for fastPay Wildcats here with their 2,200 damage done and their 10 eliminations. But that's not how the points work, unfortunately.
That's correct, Jason. That's not how it works. No, but I mean, to be fair to them, you know, given the situation, given the hard shift away from them, as you said, I think that they did pretty well. They had a few options, in my opinion, which was from where they were when that circle shifts hard south, is you either descend from the mountains and then find yourself in that open area where I thought maybe TJB would go, but it's a little bit too open, or you go west and then come down in the southern area. And they did choose that, and that was actually the route that was fraught with more danger due to the fact that there were so many teams around there, and they played it well, Max. So gotta take my hat off to them.
I think their moves around the map, actually, in the northern side were very, very well calculated, because they were scouting over the side of Impala for the longest time. They got that big overview position. You got all the info you need. So they were just going from strong position to strong position, moving around, which is normally a very hard position to actually get a decent spot in. So yeah, good information game, good rotations, and tried to close it off. But as we saw, like, crossing that road was going to be complicated, and TJB were just not willing to let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, we know how strong TJB can be. I mean, I feel like what we're seeing here isn't representative to how good the team has kind of been in the past. But when I say past, I'm talking like pre-PMPL this season, like back when we had them known as Panda, back when we had them kind of as unicorns. I love a little bit. Like we were astounded by how strong like GK First was a player. But I don't know if that's whether or not they changed up strategies within the team and they're not having him be that like standout player and he's playing more with the team or what. But we know they can be a strong team. We've seen it in the past, but for some reason they're just not being able to make things click here, at least in this event.
Interestingly enough, between TJB and Eastern Stars and the like, I actually feel Miramar is Western Europe's trump card almost. I feel like they're having better results on Miramar compared to an Erangel or a SandHawk per se. And, you know, if maybe there were more representation of Miramar, maybe they could put up a bigger fight against some of these teams but from Turkey. But it's not, obviously, you know, we don't have that many Miramars. But it is interesting to note that they are getting themselves, it feels like, more chicken dinners on Miramar than anywhere else.
I do feel like...
I'm sorry, Max, I have to cut you off here because we're about a minute 20 left to go, and we have 2 more submissions here for how you're watching PMPL. Remember, if you're out there watching, make sure you send in a tweet with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ, or make sure to have the hashtag over on Instagram, and we will be putting up your pictures on the show. We have 2 more to show you, so let's see what we got here. Oh, hey, DK ZA coming in with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens. Is that like a Nintendo DS right there? Where he has it like flipped up to have 2 screens? 3DS?
Excuse me?
Is that Nintendo 3DS right there? He's got like 2 screens at the bottom.
It could be. And he's got also the device taking the pictures. He's plus the device taking the pictures. Like, I think we had the competition yesterday of people like taking a picture with the device and also watching.
Wait a minute.
Okay, yeah.
One of the man's screens is off. You'll have to step up your game a little bit here, mate. You could have had 7 screens on. It might be a tablet actually. A Wacom
Isn't it a drawing tablet?
Yeah,
like
it might be a Wacom.
Yeah.
I'm hearing from production it's a laptop.
Oh.
Well then, you know, 7 screens. What's going on, brother?
What else do we got? We have a second one as well coming through here. Oh, a little Poocho.
That looked like me when I had my shirt the other way.
Yeah.
Wait, so on a phone, on a laptop, and then there's like a Discord on the other phone.
Oh,
what's all these people having 2 phones, man?
No, I think they're having a watch along, right? That's sick. I like that. Like some nice
view
comms
party.
Clear comms, guys. Clear comms.
There's like a river outside, I think. I mean, now I feel creepy because I'm like stalking like everything in the picture, trying to see like every
Analyze. That's what we're here for.
Looks like a little, like nice little view. Oh, cool. Yeah, make sure you guys at home as well keep submitting them. We'll keep showing them during the show as well. But it is time to head into our next match of the day, match number 3. We should be getting back to Erangel, so we're gonna throw it back to our commentators to kick it off.
We are 2 games down into the final day. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And blank, Fireflux continue to have a stranglehold over 2nd and 3rd place.
That is true. That's true. I mean, that last game though, Beşiktaş went to 244, Fireflux in 288, so 44 points behind currently. But better than the start of the day by a little bit, let's put it that way. And I think that, you know, if Beşiktaş can keep this up, and realistically there has been a few times where towards the end of the day, Fireflux have kind of slipped up just a little bit with some lackluster performances. I say that, but practically all their games are insanely good, and then they, on the off chance, they have like an 11th or a 12th place, which I guess is just unlucky timings on some of the rotates. But Beşiktaş are praying for slip-ups, please, more slip-ups. But I think for Fireflux at the moment, they are just playing very, very well. And again, I said this to John last game, it's a numbers game for them, and they just need to keep those numbers up.
I'm glad you brought up the point as the playing path is upon us. It seems dead center pretty much from south to north. I'm glad you brought up the kind of later on in the day and the few slip-ups that could come through, because it's something that we hadn't really talked about, the mentality and the kind of, you know, tiredness and the wherewithal that can come through from some of these players and teams. It's 6 games. Yeah, okay, they might be used to playing that from a scrim point of view, but from a competitive, where winner takes all kind of point of view, it's quite draining on these players and teams. So that could come into the mix come game 5, game 6.
Yeah, your mental has got to be hard as a boiled egg, mate. You don't want that thing to crack when it comes to the end of the day, because it is just quite difficult when you come to those final games and you just want to make sure that you can put up your best performance in that last game to cement yourself where you currently are. Yeah, I think starting off the day with a great game is good. A chicken dinner, it really puts you in a good position, kind of takes that pressure off just a little bit right? That is very important, but still making sure you keep up those points at the end of the day is equally as important. Now, Fireflux, extremely good on our angle, so I'm expecting another good game here. And this is the third game of the day, right? We're halfway through to the end. Oh, dear me.
Yes.
So, Novka, this is where, you know, if Fireflux can put themselves up another good game, I think that, you know, they might just have it in the bag at that point.
I don't want to presume too much because it threatened us in the first game, and the island finish in Miramar, albeit extremely rare, did threaten us in the previous game. But this certainly looks like a military island finish, and like I said with John in the first game, we haven't seen a military island finish yet. So this is going to be a very kind of big question mark on understanding for all of the teams how they rotate, how they make it into the island. And I reckon we could see a lot of crazy movement, a lot of crazy actions early on. It looks like Eastern Stars are picking up some vehicles straight away, Blank, making it over to the eastern side of the military island.
I'm not sure why Romanian Men didn't think that S2G weren't going to drop here. I mean, it's practically what they've done every single game, and Romanian Men pay the price for it, losing one player right off the rip on the game. Free permanent rewards in game, though, 80k, that's what we're looking for. It's got the little tag on the side, permanent reward right there for your free t-shirt in game. 20k nets you the Crimson Sword set, and 50k will grab us those PMPL activity crates, which you certainly want to grab. But back to the game, Imperium is our first elimination of our third game of the day. Here on our angle, Soulless quickly picks that one up and pops it in the bag.
I'm just surprised it's not the other way around. Maxman on the desk kind of highlighted one of the weaknesses from S2G, and I've mentioned it as well myself, is that they lose players early on. We saw it in the previous game when they went up against Eastern Stars. So look, they're still up as a full squad a couple of minutes into the game, and like I asked, how our team's going to rotate into the island game. We're going for an early rotation. Eastern Stars have gone for an early rotation. Surreal have gone for an early rotation on that western bridge themselves.
It is interesting to me that Sosnovka rotate because, you know, we have our three top dogs in Regnum, as well as Fireflux and Beşiktaş, all in quite northern positions on the map. Game Lord skirting past ATHIS. That's pretty much the classic Bigatron rotate there, just heading straight across the beachhead. But we do have our top dogs who are all in fairly rough positions in terms of getting into Sosnovka nice and early. So these are going to be late rotates for these guys. And I do want to see exactly how a lot of these teams deal with that specific nature of this circle.
One of the most confident positions in terms of hovering that balance between military island on a rotation and it possibly going back over to the mainland is that coastline south position. Now I've seen UDR killers hold on to that position very well when it came to the PMPL Western Europe, and it seems like they're doing the same thing again. Salazar sent it in with a vehicle. The rest of the team are following suit. Whether or not they're going to go to the island is another thing.
I think Regnum Kaya may have just jumped the gun here, coming from Rozok, thinking that they can get across the western bridge with absolutely nothing happening to them, scot-free. So I think this is a little bit of a premature push from them. I think they had to wait a little bit. Everyone's going to be here in time. Tron just has to drop off into the water, head down below, but already that is a confirmed elimination onto Regnum Kaya.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was a Penta player that actually missed the mark on the stairwell and jumped into the water. Now Penta have to be careful themselves, because it's one thing getting an elimination point on the Regnum, but it's another now defending against the likes of Eastern Stars across on Sosnovka with the shots that they take and potentially X teams. So Penta certainly not in the safest spot.
No, and with Eastern Stars waiting on this side as well of the map, you can just wait for as long as possible, as long as they absolutely want. Clear Vision trying to cross on the western side, Regnum getting caught up on the east. In the meantime, though, you've got Getso, Game Lord, and also Beşiktaş as well as Fireflux, just biding their time, really. Just charging up before they end up heading into these next circles. I think for them, it's all going to depend on the next circle, really.
Well, to be fair, Blank, it's just Robs that's up by Kameshki. The rest of Game Lord did go for that early rotation and are on the very south side of the island. I don't know if Robs has a bit of an issue in terms of it doesn't look like he's moving. So, no, he has moved. So maybe he's just trying to. I don't know what Game Lord are doing with that play of having Robs still all the way in Kecthie. But yeah, the rest of the team at least have made it into the south of the island.
Yeah, possibly a disagreement. Who knows? Just pulling the shoot a little bit too late. It is not to be known, unfortunately, for us. But 3 players down towards the south side. It works out for them. They can play this. They'll be fairly safe for a long, long time. Team's starting to accrue some vehicles, moving their way through. S2G currently just on like a bit of a warpath at the moment in the vehicles. Took down a couple of players from Xray. Now looking to finish the job with 4 Romanian men heading down towards Quarry.
Penta getting into the vehicles after the smoke's being laid out. ATHIS now going to be waiting behind the car. Gets 1 knock. Chuck out a nade if you have a nade. Chuck out a nade if you have a nade, ATHIS. There you go, Molly. That should do the job. Shots of frenzy. Octavian on another angle. Outside of the bridge is going to get a second knock. A third by ATHIS. That is Penta put down in a heavy way. And I said they weren't in the safest spot. And it's being proven by Eastern Stars.
I like how you take the nade out, use the nade, and realistically, ATHIS is like, no, dude, I'm the pro player. I know what I'm doing. I've got this, and just crushes 3 players in front of him. So unreal work coming through from ATHIS there. Definitely. You have to love it. Now Octavian taking the off angles, not really anywhere that holes can go. Penta tries to restabilize. Muzi drops the smoke, doesn't want to be spotted on this side, can at least get Manu back up again. I think these 2 are the deadly duo from Penta, Muzi and Manu. I think they've done a lot of work, at least in the Western European tournament, as well as here, to bring Penta as far as they have come.
I do wonder if it's a missed opportunity by Eastern Stars to push more aggressively. I know they have a 2-2 split with Bazzi and Kapahala still looting up Novo. But again, when you know you've got 2 eliminations, you know you got a 3rd knock, kind of why not push it to absolutely get that squad right and make it easier? Because as much as they hold on to the bridge, there's no guarantee that it's going to be like that for the whole game if you have 2-3 other teams rotating on that eastern bridge. But so far, so good for Eastern Stars.
Yeah, I mean, not pushing it too hard, it kind of makes sense, right, with X Team now funneling their way in. I think they imagine that a lot of these northeastern teams are going to start coming their way now. And if anything, leaving those 2 players in Penta behind gives them a little bit of a blockade. A couple of guard dogs for them who are going to have to fend for themselves versus X Team when they get thrown a bone. Beşiktaş similarly will be trying to make this crossing. And again, it's that late crossing that I was talking about earlier. Flux off in the blues. You can see over towards that northwestern side, still trying to make their way down. S2G at Ferry Pier, perhaps picking up a boat, attempting to cross in that way.
4 Romanian men in Primorsk looking to be picking up a boat and head down to the south side of the island. UDR sent all their full squad into military base off the back of that straight swim from the coastal line of the mainland. And Xray have done something similar, only further behind. Now, I did make note that Ulysses being further back from the team, and he could be able to give that information as he was in the same rotation line as Xray. Beşiktaş being stopped from getting closer to the bridge by X Team in the mainland outside of Milta.
Yeah, Beg for Mercy's got a side swipe on him here. Ulysses flying through the air. Wow, this man got some, he got some distance. Goodness me, I thought he was getting knocked mid-air there. Survives it. That deserves to go on MTV.
Now, Beşiktaş and Xteam continuing to challenge each other. It's not looking good for Beşiktaş. And that's definitely going to hurt them when it comes to fighting Fireflux up at the top spot. Possible blunder being made on that rotation from Yasnaya. A little bit too close for comfort in around the Milta area. Plus with, I think that's Getso getting involved. It's going to be a 3-way dance outside of the Eastern Bridge.
X-Team did this practically throughout the majority of the Western European tournament with great success as well versus teams like Game Lord, who similarly also rotated down from Yasnaya. So I think a lot of these teams understand what they're doing. Unfortunately, they are fairly split up. So Nightmare already down, and now Getso looking to take out a couple more members coming through from X-Team. That will force the drop down with that nade.
I like this push from Getso. It's coordinated, it's as a team, and they get the drop on the zombie. That's split indeed from X-Team. Hasn't really paid off. I don't mind a sacrificial lamb. It's effective, it can be, but it's not ideal, and I think X-Team could have played it a little bit differently. It was unfortunate that at the same time that Nightmare got knocked, so it means that the body support just wasn't there, and they recognized that, hey, look, we're better off disengaging away from Beşiktaş. Another team is there, and we get closer to the bridge, and hopefully we can do something from that position.
Getso looking to put some bullets into the back tires there for X-Team. Beşiktaş is still out the way, and I imagine at this point in time, it's a case of just racing the clock. It's second zone. Shots on X-Team as they move through as well. Somehow, Cyrex managed to get some shots behind him onto Kecth's, but ATHIS once again just dominant on the bridge.
Like, ATHIS is just you shall not pass level of positioning and shooting and gameplay. He is the true gatekeeper of the bridge, and you must pay your toll if you want to enter. But that toll is in the form of your life, so either way, you're going down into the ground. So good play by Eastern Stars and ATHIS alone. The next circle unexpectedly blank shifts massively down south.
Yeah, now it's really time to get a move on for a lot of these teams over still inside the blue. Beşiktaş floundering, currently really understanding what they need to do here. And honestly, it's just relying on the guys from Getso to make a move now. And honestly, they're going to have to make sure they've got a lot of meds on board. Nice shots from Peace, though, will take down Kecth's, which makes this team just a little less scary for them.
Yeah, Beşiktaş benefited with X-Team being somewhat third-partied by Getso, and that took the pressure off them, and they were now able to come in behind and get the sideswipe on Getso. Getso, within reason, should have been prepared with that off the back of eliminating X-Team. I know you get a squad up and you're like, yeah, okay, that's great, you're focused on that. But again, 360-degree awareness is required if you're going to succeed in PUBG Mobile. They're making it into the edge of the bridge. Beşiktaş pushing forward. The majority of the teams are still inside the circle. The last player of Game Lord Robs is still in the blue, as are TJB and Fireflux on that western side of the map by that western bridge.
Fireflux currently pinched between S2G as well as TJB.
Wow.
You can see here already starting to ensue. Not going well for these guys. Solkay and Lutz have to just drop up. Going back isn't really an option versus TJB. Quickly one of the players gets put down.
And just not enough variable rotations into the island. I get that this is the first military island finish we're seeing in the PMPL European Championships, but they still look at a rotation into the island as fundamentals around having that alternative play with the rotation, having that alternative rotation from that coastline and mainland. A good few teams have pulled it off, but it's a little bit surprising that so many teams are trying to commit to a bridge rotation even this late into the game.
Well, I think that it's that previous circle that really lets this happen, right? Is that, you know, the circle, the blue, doesn't really envelop both these bridges too early on, which allows Eastern Stars to sit around here for a very, very long time. Getso X-Team, Beşiktaş all have the same idea. It just doesn't go well for them. But again, I do think that's a little bit of overconfidence coming through from both Beşiktaş as well as Fireflux. Maybe not really reading the situation properly for themselves.
Eastern Stars on one side, S2G on the other. We have the two gatekeepers of the bridges of Erangel and TJB are gonna fall, crumble to the ground. The winners of their previous game are out of here. Down to 13 teams, 36 players. Inside the base area, a little bit of action going on between, I think that's Xray and Regnum Carrier. Wildcats also involved, as the circle has centered up in around the airplane ruins.
Peace looking to heal it out for as long as he can, but honestly, I wouldn't expect Rob's coming down from the northeast of the map either, whilst the rest of his team is down towards the southeast. Wildcats in a really good position on the airstrip, unfortunately down to 2 players only. Again, though, REDOXbot down to 1 player themselves, and this could be an opportunity for Wildcats to put up some more points for themselves and potentially even get further up the rankings and challenge out that 3rd place spot, which would be an incredible result for this team, considering they were down in 15th place right at the beginning of this tournament.
Last player 5 Flux, as far as I know, indeed, Solkay. Feels like it's safe, and look at the destruction, the result of what has been bridge rotations and bridge camps. Vehicles spewing here, vehicles spewing there. Not even the ones that are already on the bridge. The buggies of TJB. That's all that's left.
Quickly drops out. See if you can find any loot there. No first aid kits, unfortunately. And Robs just passes by. Peace, unfortunately, off in the distance. Really doubt if they can even get into a vehicle at this point in time. Just trying to live as long as possible. Has 5 first aid kits, though.
The rest of the game, Lord, are on that western edge of the circle. On a side note, Surreal on our fantastic spot down in the south side, as our Eastern Stars on the east, ironically. And next year you have a controlling spread up towards the northwestern edge of the circle. It seems like, yeah, Getso looking to push in, and they pay the price losing a player. They're now down to 2.
Both final players from Flux and Beşiktaş still trying to make their way into the circle. For Solkay, though, much closer to the circle itself, but also much closer to the action. But this is a decent position to find himself in. It's going to keep him safe for a little bit longer.
Drive, heal. Drive, heal. He's going to once again kind of stop to get meds. Okay, switches over to Buggy, but that tire is down. He's wasting more time. I appreciate what he's trying to do. My eyes, just stick to one vehicle piece.
Well, I mean, the reason you go for the buggy there is because you don't have to get out of the vehicle to heal. You can heal while still inside the buggy.
Fair.
So it makes it much easier for Self to actually make that one happen on the way. And again, I just don't think he has the amount of meds that he needs. Jason Maxman still predicting the same. Goodness me, brains are absolutely in sync. Kalaris, though, on the other hand, go for something just a little bit different here.
2 great minds think alike, and fools beg to differ. So will they be the great minds, or will they be the fools? And Kalaris can claim a point in his favor. I certainly get why these teams are being picked across the desk. UDR, the dead center. They have, I think, compounds either side of the road outside of airstrips. So that's certainly a positive. And S2G on that kind of northern side, out of the thick of the action, while Eastern Stars are getting into the thick of the action, picking up an elimination point for themselves.
Goodness me, dropping out the vehicle. Still keeps it going, though. Just no loot to be found. And this will be the end for Peace. He will not be making it into the circle, unfortunately, as hard as he does try. And it's kind of sad because Robs was able to just pass straight by him. And maybe if he did take down Robs, he could have added to his medical count. Now looking down towards the southeast, though, all eyes back on the game. And Flux have managed to make their way in with Solkay, which was pretty incredible, to say the least, for him. Silas coming up towards his spot, though.
Circle shifted down south, so it's away from the airstrip. And then the Barrett open lands either side of the road. Surreal have Jekyll in the edge of the circle. 4 Romanian Men gonna have to crest closer. There is a couple of high ground hills, but other than that, you're relying on whatever advantage you're able to get, the hard cover and play, and hopefully the timing is right on the shots as S2G pick up 2 elimination points. Kalaris is picked for the chicken dinner, just falling prowl to S2G.
Some really good shots here. I think S2G have been feeling it from the beginning of the game, after that first initial knock on elimination, and then immediately onto next year as well. So they are absolutely pumping this game, holding nothing back. Solkay looking for a new position around the map, heads directly into the waiting arms of Game Lord.
So far, he's still alive. Wonder how long that can last for. Like I said, there's very little inside the circle bar rocker shoes. So when you're pushing in kind of as early as Solkay has, you have so many players potentially shooting at you. You can see he's on a sliver of health, and Yeah, down. Oh, wait, no, he's technically still alive. What the hell?
Yeah, somehow managed to stay alive and brings all the attention of Game Lord over towards Surreal's spot. For Romanian Men, similarly here, the shots that were down towards unintended for Solkay, and now it's all popping off, and Solkay has kind of caused an absolute commotion down towards the southwest edge, sorry.
Even for Romanian Men, I feel like they're getting a bit distracted by Solkay, and they suffered a knock in the form of Rana, and you hit the nail on the head. Surreal, blinded by the final player. Flux, Game Lord come in from that western edge and get the squad wipe. Victor is knocked, but Narvello should be able to get the revive. Once he waits a little bit of time, both players are inside the circle. The next phase is about to pop up, and nobody's in the center. The remaining 9 teams all playing edge, well, bar Solkay.
fastPay Wildcats do go down with only 1 elimination, 9th place, so not really where they wanted it to be. To try and leapfrog over Regnum Kaya. See Beast there, holding off versus Xray. I don't think they have any idea of where he is.
Oh, Yeka stands up. I don't think he's seen Beast, but Beast Xama has certainly seen Yeka. It's just 2 players in Xray, and when they're so close beside each other, you have the same spray in the same direction, you could be looking at a clean 2-piece Beast. Timing is going to be imperative. He's inside this next circle as it did shift up north. Great for Eastern Stars, but they, I believe, suffer a knock at the hands of S2G. Beast chucks out a smoke, try and keeps himself alive. That will alert Xray. Was that Beast's smoke or was that Yeka's?
It was from Xray, otherwise I'm certain that he would have just run down along there. Now finally he has to strike, and the smoke behind him actually gives him cover to go for the knock and the elimination. Frozen with nade in hand, will try and finish this one up cleanly. Goes too far.
Yeah, I'd imagine that in this position at this point in the game, if you're going to throw an offensive smoke to get into the circle, you should follow it up with a couple of nades when you don't have the full cover. A little bit of a mistake from Yeka. Frozen is still alive, and Beast is down to less than half health. He gets a first aid off, but as a molly gets closer to him, no, not quite a molly. I thought it was. He's down once again to a little bit of health. Down goes Solkay, eliminated in 8th place for his team. 7 teams alive.
Still gets some points at least for his team. 1 point total, you'll take it over the 2 points from Beşiktaş, so it's not so bad. Both teams go down in the blink of an eye from S2G.
It's amazing what S2G can do when they have a full squad up this late into the game. I made note that I don't think there's been a game where they've had a full squad up bar kind of the 20-minute mark, and this is the first time we've seen it on our very first military island finish. It's going to be a dominating control on that northern edge of the circle by the side of the road. A little bit of a low ground divot keeping them protected as they have a clean 3-1 spread.
14 eliminations as well coming through from S2G. They get the chicken dinner on this one. They sit themselves very nicely in a position to potentially take the 4th spot here. The Eastern Stars are having none of it. Do take some shots down towards their spot. Offensive smokes are out now, and Silence looks for a great spray down.
Beautiful by Sarah in return, but as quickly as he shoots is as quickly as he goes down. The damage is done onto Eastern Stars. Blank. S2G has them in their crossfire, surviving as Eastern Stars all run towards the Eastern Bridge earlier on in the game, picked themselves up a number of eliminations. And Silas drives around with the boogie, that typical Chinese meta, right? Get in the boogie, drive around, grab information on the remaining stragglers. They know with the full squad up, there's only 4 other players in front of them. The final player of UDR goes down on the S2G push.
Oh, the disgusting rock up coming through from Silas. Grabs all the information possible and then plays peekaboo, the player inside the house. And it's more boo than peek there. Silas trying to find some more players. Kecthie takes the biggest brunt, but it is just unreal plays coming through from Silas this entire game. And S2G take the chicken dinner and put themselves in a position with a huge game here to try and rank up to that 4th place and take it off the Wildcats.
Finally, we waited 20 games to see this kind of S2G team performance. And what a way, yes, okay, you can highlight that first military island finish, hard for the teams to rotate, etc, etc, etc. But when it was all said and done, S2G dominated that game right until the very end, right? That disgusting push onto UDR, cohesive blank.
19 eliminations, 2700 damage, only 369 damage received as well. So these guys hardly took a lick of damage in that game, just shrugging it off there. Very, very nicely done from them overall. And honestly, you've got to think that they started up towards the north of Gatka, so it wasn't like that it was a free win for them heading down. They really did just send it through. And Maxman, Jason, they both believed, and it's that kind of belief that you need, even when your team down your luck, to really send yourself shooting towards the top of the rankings.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Well done, Desk, for predicting well. 2 out of 3. Sorry, Colaris. And well done to SGG for taking the third chicken dinner of the day.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the show here. As we've had, you know what, Max?
Oh no, don't. Oh, he did it straight away. Oh,
nice.
Oh,
nice.
thank God. Oh.
Little high five. You and I get a point on the board here. Let's take a look at the match standings. As S2G take home a win, a victory, a chicken dinner, not for themselves. They did it for us. 19 eliminations, 34 points on top of that. A fantastic game out of S2G.
Okay, the reason why I picked them initially is for the meme, like, actually, they're still all alive at this point of the game. I'm going to predict them. And it actually works out. It goes to show, if they make it to the late game as a 4-man crew, they do have that firepower to actually close off the games, which is great. I want to see more of that. It is Dayforce, so it's a little bit too late, but it's still enough to potentially get a little bit higher in the ranking and get some extra dollar in their pocket, which is looking good.
Yes, backfilling on the certain UDR killer's position was a smart play by S2G. Very well done by them, 34 points.
Okay, we're looking down the list. Easter Stars, to be fair, 21 points, a great game. I mean, UDR Killers, they did still get 14 points, though, on the board here, Colaris. And for a team that was on the bottom, basically the bottom of the leaderboards, that was much needed.
Yeah, Easter Stars able to have a little bit of a resurgence at the end, which is really cool. I mean, they were at the start of the day the top team from Western Europe, right? So it's good to see a little bit of hope. Potentially able to also overtake an extra Turkish team would be good. So yeah, Easter Stars, UDR Killers, Romanian Men, Game Lord too. Quite a lot of Western European teams actually on the top of this game in terms of point coming in. So good stuff. It's still a little bit late, as already mentioned a few times, but it's still a little bit of hope still being alive for the teams.
Exactly. We'll take a look at the second page. fastPay Wildcats, Max's go-to team, only 2 points.
Not anymore.
X team, unfortunately, down the bottom of the board. I mean, TJB as well have a great game. They get a victory in the last match of the day, and then they go into the match thereafter where they need to maintain momentum, and they unfortunately fall. But speaking of momentum, we talked about the consistency of Flux when they win the first match of the day. Well, that consistency's kind of fallen off here in this match, at least.
Yeah, it might be one of the worst games in the whole tournament so far, which we can't really hold against them too much. Sometimes it's going to happen. But what you were saying before, actually, some call them the Istanbul Wildcats, some call them the fastPay Wildcats, but some out there are now, I heard this on the grapevine. I'm now calling them the Maxman Wildcats, actually. I don't know what you think about that, Max.
Yeah, I signed a contract with them. I'm sponsoring them for like all of 2022. It's happening. Yeah.
What are you sponsoring them with, Max?
I started baking cakes recently, so that's my contribution to the team.
I heard this. Yes. You told me the other day you were making some cakes, and they turned out pretty good. You haven't sent any my way. You haven't sent any to Cloris, so.
I do carrot cakes, like cheesecakes, like those types. Lemon cake, like very simple ones. But yeah, I would send you one, Jason. But you'll all it wouldn't be good by the time you get it. I think that's the thing.
If you were a true friend, you would make it work. You would hire a private jet for 18 grand to ship it to me and let me enjoy that cake. But gentlemen, I mean, to take a look at S2G and their player stats, though, again, I mean, it was great to see them finally step up here, and they put up a lot of eliminations. But we need to break down where do those eliminations come from on the team, and really maybe start to dive into this one, because things are not going terribly for them. We know they're a heavy elimination team, but they haven't really been able to just chain those into, you know, a good game after good game after good game to really climb the leaderboards. We know they're an insanely strong team, though. Yeah. Hey guys, cool.
Yes, I agree. I mean, okay, it's jumping on them. SGG, I mean, we know we can try and track out big time too. The main issue that we had many times for this team, right, is the fact that they just kept losing players very early on in the game. That was one of the main issues. But if they have a strong position and teamers are coming their way, they can defend it. I think you mentioned in that game they were at, what, 8 eliminations? I think defending all the teams away from the Western Bridge, which is a really good point of focus that a lot of teams were trying to cross, and they picked up 8 of those eliminations, which is great. It's just, if they avoid it, if they can avoid losing players early, that's all I want. That's what I was asking since day one, and they did on this game, so I couldn't be any happier.
The reason I was kind of silent in that, Jason, is because, I mean, yeah, they've got themselves the win, and before this we said they're the one team in the top 11 without a win yet. So quite honestly, I mean, before this I wasn't super impressed from what we've seen in this tournament, especially. But I mean, even the 8 eliminations that do go their way, as you say, it's kind of a bridge hold. It's a bridge camp. You know, those are gonna come your way if you're in that kind of position. It was nice that they backfilled into the UDR killer spot and they played it patiently, though. And of course, woo! There you go. There's the noise. HAMCG getting himself the almost 1.2k.
Yeah, and Max, you talked about a lot about him too, as like a really good player. I mean, know Soulless, Savine as well, Kelsey, but I feel like we haven't really seen HAMSG step up.
Yeah, because I started watching PMPL Turkey at one point, and HAMSG was one of the few players I actually didn't know too much of. Like, we know Soulless, Rip7, and also Kelsey from previous events and championships, of course, but he was like that wild card. I didn't really know what to expect from him, but he's been actually impressing me in PMPL Turkey, in this event too, when he doesn't go out early. I think that him and Silas are like this really deadly duo, if they're of course still alive at the end of the game. So yeah, good from him, and I still think he needs a lot of experience to adapt to this type of lobby. It's the first time we see him playing like a championship against teams from other regions, so give this guy a little bit more time, and I think that he can really be an even bigger star for the Turkish region.
Okay, I mean, for me, what's great to see is we have some of these potential stars in this Turkish region. Again, I know we mentioned this yesterday, but like Footboss was the only team coming in from that region. Just like Stalwart Esports, last PMGC, were the only team from Mongolia. Then we got to see new teams rise to the ranks here and show what the region can really bring. But we are getting close to the next match. But before we can get into that, we're going to remind you guys once again, we want to see how you are watching PMPL. As long as you tweet with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ, or even post the hashtag over on Instagram, you get involved here on the show and we'll potentially show your picture on camera. On the stream. That makes more sense. You're using a camera to take a picture. That makes more sense. Here we go. We got one coming through. We got 4 screens. We got a Timo. We got a Poro. We got, Tibbers. Okay. Yeah. Not just a PUBG Mobile fan, I see.
There's no Jinx figurine. That's also in the game, by the way. So we could have had a nice little crossover right there. But I still feel like we're getting flexed on with the amount of screens these guys have. I don't have this many.
I think people are doing this on purpose now, I'm pretty sure.
I feel like it's like a trend, yeah.
Guys, look how many screens I have. I'm like, okay, you work in a TV shop, you put it on every TV, cool. Like,
I feel like it would try and attack the cable management, but it's like 100 times better than mine. Like, I don't want to show my cable management, so it's a good attempt, yeah.
No, there's no way your cable management is worse than mine, by the way. Mine is a travesty. Like, it's real bad.
Well, it's pretty bad here too, man. I just checked, no.
Okay, well, Maxman, you can show us how you watch PMPL EU Champ with taking a picture of all your cables and the screen as well. Let's head over to our commentators, though. We're going to be jumping into our 4th match of the day. It's going to be over in Sandhawk. We'll see you guys soon.
Time to get the explorers hats on, get the whips out. We're going to the jungle. We're going to be looking for some points for a lot of these teams. Unfortunate on Fireflux's downfall. They weren't able, the teams in 2nd and 3rd weren't able to get good performances in the previous one. So not ideal, but there's still more opportunities here, but that gap is closing.
It is. Coming into Sandhawk, at least, John, as we were talking about Fireflux and mentioning how it has been technically one of their worst days. Sandhawk's been their biggest map coming into the start of the European Championships. I noted that with the aggression from Fireflux, it could be their map to control. It didn't start off the best on day one with 6 points, but the last 2 days, it has really proven to be a massive success with 27 points in the SonHP of day 2 and a total of 23 points in the SonHP of day number 3. So it's been a massive boost in terms of points securing for them, and let's see if they can follow suit in this one.
Plane path going in on the western side should be accessible to everyone, as we always know on SonHP. That's an interesting way to drop on down, but fair enough. Seems to be working.
It's floating in the air. Just admiring the view. Waiting. One of the 4 Romanian Men players, of course. They do drop around the ruins area, so it makes sense for them to just fall out of the plane path. As you can see, all of the teams now jumping out, sectioning themselves. I'm worried about Penta. It's a split push in the direction of Eastern Stars, and I believe the last time that we saw this kind of happen, it was Eastern Stars come out on top. They're jumping right on top of 2 of the Penta players.
If Penta can regroup in time, if they can get some weapons, some loot on board and regroup, they might have the advantage as long as they can stay alive close to those Eastern Stars. Looks like that fight is going to break out really quite soon. Clear vision with a wide split over all 3 islands, having presence pretty much everywhere and scouting out down south towards Regnum Kaya, who hold Painan right now.
1 point gained over Fireflux in that previous game. They need to step that up. You can also step up after watching the European Championships and grabbing your 2022 special PMPL crate available in game right now.
Of course, make sure that you are joining in, getting everyone else to join in as well, because Penta and Eastern Stars, they're certainly joining in on this one. Penta lose a player early, and the Eastern Stars, playing as 4, have the advantage in the fight right now. ATHIS, Kapahala, Octavian. They've lost a player as well, though. On the inside, they're going to miss Bazzy.
And it was based off what you wanted to see Penta do, which is join back up in some ways a full squad either side, and they were able to capitalize off that. So credit to Penta in that regard. By no means is the engagement secure. You do have the players of Eastern Star surrounded. This is on the very edge of that western side of the circle, as phase 1 did predominantly go down towards that southeastern side. The mainland dominating the circle, and a knock comes in either side. Octavian onto DEWWWWWBby and holes onto ATHIS.
Should be resable for Eastern Stars, less so for Penta, though. So those trades favoring Eastern Stars on the inside of this compound and forcing the tempo over towards Penta. They need to close this fight. They need to try and make something happen here. But ATHIS is already back up. Now the advantage definitely still in the Eastern Stars' favor.
Muzi is little to no health, so he's no real kind of use for the most part, other than being a bit of a meat shield. And that's why I do say, look, if you're going to drop in SonHP, drop as a full team, unless you 150% have a clear split that is away from other teams, you're always better off dropping as a full squad together, and Eastern Stars are able to get the best of Penta for the most part, holds the final player up.
Should be handled here. They should know this position. He's been taking shots long enough, but Kapahala gets beamed there. Holes from the rock, anchoring down Penta's presence in this map. They really want those points, and they want them badly. ATHIS, not last standing, sorry. Still 2 kicking for Eastern Stars. Maybe Resable on the inside. Surreal, in the meantime, lost a player. They went for a wildly massive split over about 3-4 different teams.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, on the northeastern island. They lost a player to S2G, I believe, or perhaps it was Getso over on the northeastern side. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, Getso managed to just pick that up. That was on the northeast side of Paradise Resort. The rest of the players, there's one towards Mong Nai, there's one even further east than that. There's another one down south towards boot camp compounds. Like, I don't know what Sorella are trying to do there.
Interesting. You can get yourself some free permanent rewards if you're interested. All you have to do is help us get to the peak concurrent viewership. So once you tune in, along with everybody else, and get yourself some free rewards. Of course, when we hit the 80k concurrent viewer mark, it's a damn nice permanent reward of that beautiful PMPL 2022 t-shirt.
That's what you want. That's what you want on board. Holes that might be the only thing he's got on board anymore now. Down to 1 for Penta. Isolated. The circle a little bit further south. It's centered up on the ground to the west of Quarry, which, as we all know, is a bit of a funnel for a lot of teams. It pushes players together around those bootcamp hills, around that hard wall of the Quarry, and makes that area of the map such a dangerous place to be.
I like this earlier rotation from Game Lord. I think this is the first SonHP game that they've really pulled off a solid early rotation from the top mock house split that they normally pull off. They're certainly located in a solid spot in the hill north of bootcamp, so it gives them good variable to rotate and react to phase 2. Maybe sending one to the compound down below could be even more positive because you get direct information on the road further east, where I believe Jekyll of Surreal is kind of locked in the shack. But outside of that, yeah, good position from Game Lord early in this game.
Getso S2G around Paradise Resort. Getso pinched away the point for the elimination onto Surreal, and now they want the rest of them. So S2G falling away right from the edge, but now they can reposition. They know there's a team moving through here. I have to question whether Getso need to take this full fight, whether they need to find a push into Paradise Resort when they're most likely going to have to head away from it very, very soon. They are trading well, though, and Silas goes low, just tags the res. Oh, unfortunately for them, though, Getso around the side might interrupt that and force the flush. There it goes. Excellent decision-making there. They know that they can't go for that res as soon as there's a vehicle popping out, and they get the flush onto Silas as well.
Risky, high risk comes with high reward, as Handy is going to get one knock followed by second. No, not quite, but down to low health. Very low health, as the rest of S2G are going to have to support Hamdi in the right way. Sprone down low. Kezers with the UMP. Ironside at that. Rip 7 comes in strong on the sideline. Like I said, the body advantage really needs to play through now, as Kezers is with Snoz as the last 2 players up.
2 versus 2 now. Rip 7, Nade sent his way. Needs to be careful about that one, but seems to have avoided the worst of it. Hamsi goes for the trade and wins it out as well. Potentially trying to get this res here. If Hamsi pushes it, he'll spot it on the open staircase there. Goes around the side instead. Tries to isolate the ground. Wants to play with team cover and will be able to do so. Knows that the players are starting to swing out and should be aware of this position. Now they can fight as a duo. They swing out wide. They double peek. They get the spray. They get 1. They get 2. And they make it work. S2G stay alive. 3 players, but they lose the star, Silas.
That was still a great turnaround by S2G. And one key aspect of that, if you notice between themselves and Getso, S2G did not go for the revive and the Calci until they really had that engagement locked down in the form of either clean body advantage or complete squad wipe, whereas Getso did. So out of the 2 teams, S2G clearly more confident that with 2 players still up, they could turn the engagement around and take out Getso. And indeed they did. So very well done, S2G.
Let's take a look at where all these teams sit on the map. You can see, look at that, right in between Bootcamp and Quarry, you've got now 5 teams, actually 6 teams, X team there with a representative going to be pushing on in on that south side. It is going to get more dangerous than this still. You can see Flux looking to move around the north side of that Quarry. As this next circle comes in, they are going to have to make that choice. Okay, zone's a little bit closer to Bootcamp, but right on top of Beşiktaş and clear vision as well.
Overall, a pretty clean shift. Involving still Bootcamp and Quarry is risky in its own right, because heading in either of those directions does bring a big challenge coming into phase 3. I find it interesting that Game Lord sent themselves all into Bootcamp. 1 player, max 3 players within reason. I kind of get, but the whole squad, you are kind of really isolating yourself and putting all your eggs in one basket of the circle, continuing to shift towards boot camp. Will Beşiktaş be aware of that, John? Probably not. So the side swipe could come through. Beşiktaş get a little bit too close to that side of the hill overlooking boot camp.
And Beşiktaş as well have lost a player already, right? So from clear vision, they are down to 3. They have been bumped a little bit. Game Lord in boot camp main. And Fireflux continuing their progression around the north side of the quarry here into next Ruya, the first team that they will come across, who have been fairly successful so far in this game. 3 eliminations, and Solkay spots it. Kecth, I don't think he's seen this.
Nope.
I don't think he knows, but Solkay certainly does. Now he's going to know all about it. Bullets find their mark. Kecth almost immediately flushed out as well, taken down to half, and Solkay wastes no time in moving up to the rock. They want to play for this presence. The UMP in hand, wants the spray. Force the crawl around. Next Ruya, maybe looking for a refrag here. You can see Doken up the top, looking for the sightlines, looking for the rest of the team as well. They know that Fireflux will not operate alone.
And Solkay knew this, right? He was peeking around to try and go for the confirmation, but again, knowing that that trade could come through extremely quickly, he's going to rely on a great job by Solkay. Great respect, determination, and awareness. He is the only player really creeping up the hill for the time being, so that team support probably wouldn't have been as strong in that moment. +1 to Fireflux in this game in the form of a point and in the form of control in this fight against Nexuria. S2G are to the north of Nexuria. You have Cyril as well in around the same direction. Teams that are looking good as well. John Regnum Carry in the north boot camp hill is absolutely excellent in this kind of circle. Great spread. And one thing I did observe is the side of the side of UDR Killers took advantage of X Team once again. And it's not the first SAMO game this has happened to X Team, and that lack of learning is just a big reason why they're so down low in the standings.
Yeah, X Team 1 player alive. UDR Killers, they don't have any eliminations, but they have got that south side. And they have been able to push in at the back of this queue. They're going to be fighting out with TJB and Regnum Karya, who are a little bit further ahead on that south position, as the next circle soon to come in. We haven't really seen a massive TJB heal strat so far on Sandhawk, and this is the final chance, the 4th and final chance that they're going to have to really pull it off if they want to display it here. But it seems like they might have reformed their ways a little bit. They want to play into these circles, coming off a win as well. It's going to be a win today. It's going to be good morale, potentially. But 14th in the last game might have tempered that just a little bit.
They certainly have been rotating a bit earlier, a bit quicker throughout these Sonic circles. Yesterday's game, it was more circle in their direction than the other way around. However, again, not opting to go for that heal strat in any way, shape, or form up until the very end was certainly positive, if I do remember. Maybe it wasn't yesterday's Sonic game, but the day before. The next shift does stay in their direction down towards Painan, and Bootcamp is still in play for Game Lord. TJB are going to go straight into Painan, which I really agree with.
There's the crash. Rip 7 immediately cut down by Clear Vision, who are on 3 players alive. The other 2 of S2G trying to razz their way, apparently in through my window. I don't know if you can hear that, but okay, fair enough. The spray coming through from Beşiktaş to hold it off is good, and they will find Kelsey. Now, just HMC alive. The heal going to be allowed to go through. A nice Molotov there, but unfortunately peaked a little bit too wide and had the head taken off for the trouble. S2G eliminated. Beşiktaş pick up points.
That audio was perfectly timed. It was like 4D level effect. Coming through the side of the window, I did hear that. Yeah, and S2G, there was no need for them to send it so deep as a 3-person team. As a duo, possibly, but as a 3-person team, just so weird, right? 99% chance teams are going to be inside those compounds that you head towards, and down they go. Unfortunately, the winners of the previous game still making those fundamental mistakes, which is seeing them not challenge against the likes of Wildcats as heavily as they probably could.
You saw there on the side, the average elimination count for Fireflux on Sandhawk is 8. So they're currently 6 short of that quota, but we are only 15 minutes into the game. Have to see if they can pick up the rest of them and make up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Those aren't top 1 numbers. You got to do better.
Like they say in wrestling, just let it play out, John. Let it play out. Trust the process, as the Eastern Stars are trusting their rotation in towards a trifecta compound. It's not really the most comfortable position in a circle, especially if we see the next shift head towards the mainland, because they're going to have to traverse across the bridge onto the edge of the South Bootcamp Hill, where 4 Romanian men, the Romanian brethren's light in weight, ready to victimize them. I don't know how much information 4 Romanian men have on Eastern Stars being in the compound, but I would argue they've been able to look in that direction for quite a while and get the information on board. REDOXbot is still in a good spot as our TJB, and even within reason, UDR Killer is a little bit down the south of Painan compound, because I look at UDR's disengagement exit strategy on the next shift as possibly a little bit more variable than TJB.
Look at that Penta with holes all the way out on that northwestern island still. The next circle pops. Next team with only 1 player alive, but they're very, very close to the Surreal players. Right onto the compound for clear vision. Right onto Beşiktaş as well.
Game Lord committing to boot camp was always going to be a massive risk, and I really didn't think it was going to fare well for them, and I still don't think that, because it has gone away from the majority of that massive area of Sandhawk, one of the most important compounds and cities to kind of lock onto in that regard. Surreal get the knock, get the drop on the Fireflux. Kecth, Solkay down, Lutz is down as well. The hands and neck Ria. It's all going horribly wrong, John, for Fireflux right now.
I wonder if the predictions have already come through as well, because with that, I imagine maybe there's a hasty reshuffle. On the eastern side, if they could have cleared out this area, it might have gone a little bit better, but let's take a look at what X Team were able to do. There was a sneaky little snake in the grass there, and they will be aware of that position now. They'll be worried to their south. Fireflux cut down in their prime on the eastern side before pushing on in. There are the predictions coming through. REDOXbot and difference from everybody else. 4 Romanian men and clear vision from Carlaris as well.
I'm kind of a little bit sad that the predictions came through, because I was about to say that if I was on the desk, I'd have picked REDOXbot, so I'm certainly with Jason on that regard. However, I do recognize the strength of 4 Romanian men's position, but it's a matter of them pulling it on board as the final player of X Team goes down at the hands of UDR Killers.
I think, well, I mean, James's prediction is, I think, very solid as well. Clear vision right in the center, in that compound, controlling a lot of sight lines. They've got 3 players alive, so they're still fairly cohesive. They are still very together. They can play that 2-1 split either side of the road. And with their eastern side a little bit covered off, could potentially be valuable. But you've got the fastPay Wildcats to worry about, and the western side, REDOXbot.
I worry that 4 Romanian men have given too much space for Eastern Star to make it across the bridge into the mainland, up that bootcamp hill. It's still risky to engage on a team in the higher ground of that bootcamp hill. Before many men have kind of opened that door, and Eastern Stars might be knocking on it, looking for a valuable engagement.
Kecth actually somehow, I think he got rezzed in the midst of it. I mean, he was one of the players that got knocked. I think it was just Lutz that was alive. Must have rezzed it and then subsequently gone down and died. Soulless left for dead out in the blue as well, but Kecth still an operator on that eastern edge. Soulless gets finished on out. Octavian, similarly, for the Eastern Stars, trying to play a little bit more sneaky beaky. Holes, making the cross. And he has been healing in that northwestern side for ages. I think Redox spotted it, though. Might just be able to take those shots, but instead, Kapahala gets flushed on out. TJB and REDOXbot now fighting out on this southwest compound. REDOXbot 4 alive. TJB also have all 4, but Lin is low, needs to heal.
And with the circle shifting away from both of these teams, time is ticking. Lovely nade by GK first to get the knock on Loxy. TJB, I understand why they don't want to heavily push off the back of this, because they're going across the road into the open. Maybe one more knock will afford them that opportunity.
There's GK first going down as Wild holds down the wall. Looks for the spray onto the rest of them as well. Years low, and another falls as well. Wild finally dismounted, but the damage has been done and the time has been spent by TJB before they can cross here. Tron with the side swipe as well. Not in the blue zone just yet. Yiz has moved forwards. Can he get this 1 versus 2? Finds the first. Looks for the second as well as he vaults the spray. It's good, and Yiz stays alive for TJB. Regnum Kaya taken out. TJB, 3 players alive, but he's been spotted. 4 Romanian men looking to play spoiler.
But that was still so fantastic from TJB. And Lynn, I noticed he had 90 first aid, so he's going for the heal strat. The best of both worlds from TJB, because he knew the blue zone was going to start hurting him. So fair play. Lanx is still alive. Can he do something with this? Game Lord left with 2 players. Beşiktaş inside the corner. 1 player is knocked, but they do have control on Wildcats.
Clear vision. Down to 2. The prediction from Kylares. And then looking at 4 Romanian men. 3 players alive. The prediction from Max. Out on that western side. Clear vision will have to leave this position and go towards Beşiktaş, who are on 3 players alive, but Game Lord on the northern side. fastPay Wildcats being controlled by them right now, and Game Lord not looking too shabby in this position. Can they convert?
Oh. Yes, they can. They take down Wildcats. And honestly, I'd love to see a Game Lord chicken dinner in the final day of the European Championships. Max mentioned that their morale really isn't the best, and I hope a chicken dinner would kind of give them a better scope of perspective and morale, not only in the end of this tournament, but future tournaments in the PUBG Mobile esports system.
They're pushing down towards Beşiktaş, though, and that is no easy fight. Narvalo spotted. Robs nades back towards Enjoy. 2 players now standing for Beşiktaş in this building. They are both in this building as well. Rob's up close and personal. Might afford his teammates time to push on in and go for the fight. Zessy out wide. Looks for the knocks onto the open team players, but Zessy is spraying like a madman and finds everything they're looking for. There's the nade coming through, and it's just Victor now remaining. Zessy and Peace inside the building for Beşiktaş to play spoiler to Game Lord's push. Victor enveloped by the blue. Needs to go for the fight. Needs to get underneath it. Will actually stay alive under the legs of the building.
Beşiktaş knows that he's there, because they've already got 1 knock. They're gonna find the other. That's gonna be a squad out, and Beşiktaş survive as a 3-person team. That one small shack that's a little bit further south of them is inside the circle. 4 Romanian men. Maxman's pick. John, 3 players strong.
2 players for clear visions, but there are still 3 Beşiktaş players. Lynn, in the meantime, still healing out. This is what we said we were maybe looking for here. And what better way to close out the Sandhawk runs for TJB than going back to basics for themselves. Get those heals on board. There were a lot of corpses around Lynn as well, so a lot of first aids to be found. 1 player from clear vision handled. Looking for the final one now. 3 players on both of the remained pitched teams.
The best 4 Romanian men can hope for, John, is that the final player, Clear Vision, gets a drop down the hill, although hard cover on the rock. 4 Romanian men make it in. VINDEX could be the one to stop 4 Romanian men in the back, though.
He's not going for the spray onto Redox. I mean, he knows as soon as he takes these shots, he's going down, but they're just not looking this way. They'd never expect this. You've got to go for this now, VINDEX. I mean, it's a sitter. It's an absolute sitter. Not going for the spray, playing patient, waits for the player behind that rock so he knows he can get 2 on the transfer, but his teammates are falling in the meantime. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. It's clear vision. It's the last player. I was completely under the impression that was Beşiktaş, but either way, will get spotted, will get taken down. There's the nade back in. Beşiktaş fall. And it's 4 Romanian men. They're going to be able to take it down. 3 players alive, and Lynn is nowhere to be seen. He's close by, but it's not going to be enough. TJB finished second. Credit to them on the heel strap, but it is 4 Romanian men who take the chicken dinner on the final Sandhawk.
Fantastic from 4 Romanian men. They rotated into the south bootcamp hillside. They covered their backs. I worried they left that door open for Eastern Stars, but they didn't. They shut them down quickly. They then moved forward. They got helped a little bit by TJB engaging onto Regnum carriers, so that southwestern side was more kind of open, so they were able to swing through, grab information, pick up a couple of stragglers. When the going got tough coming down that hill, however, John, they paid it off well, having that spread, having the hard cover of the rock, and yeah, took down Beşiktaş and the final player, Clear Vision.
Nades on in through the window. They spotted that last player from clear vision. and were able to give Maxman a prediction point as well. What better way for him to take the lead today? I mean, that's pretty impressive stuff, right? So hopefully going to be able to keep away from those punishments towards the end as well. So congratulations. I mean, all round, really fantastic stuff. But it is going to be not just a prediction point for Maxman, but a chicken dinner coming through for the West European team for Romanian Men.
You know what? Forget the intro. Maxman, why did you pick 4 Romanian Men?
Okay, I just want to go right into it. Because they had the high ground position, they were going to gatekeep 2 teams over to the western side, and they're going to play that information game while going down, which is what they did. That was why I predicted them, and also wanted to predict a Western European team eventually. So
Klaus, I mean, I think we should just do a little vote here. I vote to nullify his prediction, because I think he cheated.
What?
Ooh.
The thing is, I'm scared because I know this could actually happen for real.
Look at his face. Look at that smile. That's a smile of a liar.
I'm not part of this this spat between you two. I'll abstain.
Cool. Thank you.
I've never been so disappointed in Klaus in my life. For Romanian Men, they get the chicken dinner. Maxman gets himself a point on the board. And if I'm not mistaken, Klaus right now is sitting on 0 with 2 matches left to play. Could Klaus be the one who gets punished?
I mean, I guess, but like, what are you gonna do? It's the end of the broadcast.
He has to sell his car.
Whoa, steady on, fella. All right. This is a death sentence.
Standings.
All right?
Beşiktaş in second place with 18. TJB third with 16. What's important to note here, where's Flux? Second page, most likely. And Beşiktaş, can they maybe close that gap and look to overtake them here in these final matches?
That's the big thing about Beşiktaş, right? Is that even in games where they struggle to get into position, they still get at least minimum double-digit points. I have the impression every single game, even in games that should not allow them to get that far into it. Compared to Flux, when they have a bad game, it just happens to be a pretty bad game, like 1-2 points. Like we saw that happen a little bit today, right? So that gap, I would love to see the rankings, like the overall rankings, what it looks like, but that gap must have closed pretty significantly since the start of the day.
Okay, taking a look at the second page here, 4 points for Flux. So really having a tough time here. Regnum, I don't want to talk about him. fastPay Wildcats, 2 points. Penta on 3, S2G on 4. Again, you know, having a victory, excuse me, and then having a little bit of a struggle in the match after seems to be just an ongoing thing here for teams when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But either way, fantastic job to see for 4 Romanian Men, as they were one of the few teams, the only 2 teams actually, in the top 8 when we're looking at that second day of play. And maybe we can actually dive into their player stats here in this last match to get a closer idea of who is standing out.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to them. Technically speaking, in Max's defense, there is a pretty decent hill to play off the back of from that angle if you're able to clear out all of the threats coming your way. But of course, I mean, you're then beholden to where those circles do go, and they are able to play out pretty nicely. I will say though, whilst we're taking a look at these numbers, which are relatively, you know, Sandhawk numbers-esque in how it goes, I got a VINDEX, man. VINDEX, just take the attempted knock into the flush as a whole, because you're out in the open on the road. You're probably not gonna surpass one of the other teams.
Yeah.
I was crying.
I can understand the thought process, like, oh, maybe I can get 2 eliminations, right? That's the thought process 100% he was going with. But if you stay on the road for like 5 seconds without any cover, like you know you're going to get spotted out, just take what you can. One elimination, 1 point is a point. It might make the difference between you getting, like, I don't know, 3K and 5K in prize pool later on. I don't know. Yeah, it's just, you know that they was never going to get 2 eliminations. Just take 1, and that's a win. That's what you should have took.
But Max, wasn't it your team he was aiming at?
Yeah, but still, you know what? Yeah, actually, I don't care.
You do care. You do care. I know you care.
He's happy. He's finally leading for once. He's at 2 points. I'm at 1 point, and Clara's at 0. Let's see how our overall points are going so far within the tournament. Not related to us in particular. We can see here towards the bottom of the leaderboard, we got 60 points for X team.
That's
not trying to come out
They've
particular.
done very well.
Just giving you a starting point to talk about.
Thanks, great. Yeah, let's move on as quickly as possible. And the surprise for who's top 3, which is the obvious ones up to the top, will soon to be lingering. But I think there they are. You know, like, I mean, I think
it's
doable. It is technically doable, I think, for Beşiktaş to be able to take that #1 spot. And to be fair, Fireflux has had a stumble in these past 2 games, right? So
yeah.
There could still be that strike at #1.
Let me jump in here really quick, Max. If you look at the placement points between Fireflux and Beşiktaş and take a look at the chicken dinners between the 2 teams, I think it tells such a different story of consistency versus a team popping off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Even if they have some bad circle luck, they are still going to be able to play around it. If they can adapt their play to literally anything that's available compared to Fireflux, I have the impression for them is if they have an opportunity to close off a game with a win, they will seize the opportunity. But if the circle luck is not really coming their way, they maybe struggle a little bit. We saw that on the second Wrangle game, right? Where they couldn't cross that bridge and they struggled to make that happen. You're looking at side of Beşiktaş. If there was them in that kind of situation, maybe they had a different game plan in mind to actually get themselves over onto the island and then play that game. So, man, I got to say the consistency from Beşiktaş is absolutely insane. And yeah, we have 2 more games left. And if they have 2 bangers here and Fireflux do not show up, you never know. That could be the big upset of the finals.
It could be. And honestly, I mean, I'm not saying necessarily I'm a favor of Beşiktaş more than Fireflux, but I want to see that competition happen at the top of the table. I want to see it come down to that final match to see who's going to win. I don't want to know basically going to the final game that it's over. But gentlemen, we still have, like you said, those 2 matches left to go. But before we can hop into those, and remind you once again, let us know how you're watching PMPL. Use the hashtag PMPL EU Champ. You can tweet to us, use the hashtag on Instagram, and we're going to find your post and we're going to put it up here on the show if it's good enough. We actually do have one to show you. We're going to see it here now. I'm kind of hoping it's like from Max or Claris.
Oh, it is. It's mine. Okay, so
yeah.
Don't say it.
Hey, there's a monster can. Hey, come on. Hey, though I do have to say, Claris did not post his because he was too ashamed, but I did take a look, and I do have to say, I give up. You win, Claris. Your cable management is way worse than mine. There you go.
My cable management is an abomination. You shouldn't. Nobody. I'm not even showing it. We're not going to show it, but we'll just watch as Max Man's is bad. But trust me when I say mine's significantly worse.
What is that on your Discord, Max?
Is that a meme in general? Oh no, we can't.
It's a young picture of Max, I think, playing football.
No, isn't that like? Yeah, I remember that's a tournament of football where I got a pack of potatoes for first prize. I remember that.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay. All right, well, cool. Thank you, Maxman, for submitting. You guys at home, let us see how exactly you're watching. Again, we only have 2 matches left to go, and then we have a special show match at the very end on Karakin, and that's going to be exciting to see. It's going to be tri-casted by our boys here. And well, speaking of our boys, we'll throw it back over to him here to kick off the next match of the day.
Karakin? Oh, goodness me, that'd be exciting. But we have to wait until the tournament's over before we can get on to desserts. You know, you've got to finish your greens. You've got to finish your meat and maybe some of those potatoes that Max was so kindly gifted for winning his football tournament earlier. We are going to be getting into the game, but before we do, make sure that you head over to the survey in the pinned YouTube comment and have your say, have an impact on the future of the PMPL, because we do want to listen, we do want to change things for the better. So if you have any ideas, make sure that you have your say. Go over.
Yeah, our ears are wide open, which is a weird phrase to say the least. But either way, please do the survey.
please do the survey.
Just one survey. That's all we asked for.
They said I can't eat unless you do the survey.
Oh no! They said to me that I could eat all I want. What's going on? Favoritism?
Wait,
I think so. Looking at this though, down from Yasna to Sosnovka.
I need to talk to my agent.
That's right. I've got all the donuts with me. Looking down towards this map though, Sosnovka finishing here for our little plane path. So obviously a lot of this eastern side of the map open. Beşiktaş can actually get down very nice and early towards Yasnaya, which is great for them. On the other hand of things, Getso heading over towards Severny, and Rob's still on his solo pilgrimage to Kameshki. Maybe taking his bat home, man. I'm not sure.
Just do what he wants, doesn't he? Does our Robs?
Yeah.
Just on his bike.
Yeah, on his Sen. I'm kind of confused, but yeah, if it works, it works. I think the rest of the teams, obviously, in this location, no longer all just deciding that. Well, there is one rogue player who dropped out a little bit late. He's making his way over now, but I think that is an intentional dropout. Looking at the rest of the map, though, we are having 4 Romanian men dropping out very late in the plane, perhaps heading towards Primos, very peer away. Can't quite make it to South Gatka, but would you really want to after S2G did that too? You don't know they're actually dropping over towards X Team's position, but I think 4 Romanian men left quaking in their boots after that last previous Erangel of S2G, wiping the floors of absolutely everybody.
This is the final Erangel of the tournament as well, Blank, and it's a kind centerly circle. You know, it's homely, it's fair. The plane path reasonable. Teams who want to go to North George can and have time to get back in. TJB normally candidates for that maneuver, and they are going to grab a vehicle or two in their current drop to the north side of the river of Roshok there. And looking to try and carry themselves on over. Actually spotting a Getso player as well, so potentially picking up a point nicely flushed on out. If you want to keep track of what TJB are doing, then you are going to be contributing to the peak concurrent viewers goal that we have. 80,000 peak live viewers, and we will be giving out t-shirts, free permanent cosmetics for the 2022 PMPL Spring t-shirts that you will be able to get. It's a permanent cosmetic, as well as the previous rewards of 2 PMPL activity crates and the Crimson Swordsman set at those previous tiers of reward.
Checking out the map, Fire Flux actually fluctuating from the position in Georgia Pole just purely because of the plane path. They're to the west of Game Lord and to the south of Beşiktaş. So a little bit of a difficult scenario going forward for these guys potentially. Hamzy gets Molotoved, has to drop out the building. Quick Sharp, get himself into a better position. Doesn't really have any meds on him, so he'll just have to go for the boosters.
Downstairs. Outside. Cover from Kelsey. Zombie upstairs, isolated. No cover really from the rest of the team. Hamzy has more options, but Zombie not one to shy from the fight and beg for mercy. Spots Kelsey. Well, knows the window he's shooting from either way. Look at this. They're just peppered around. Silas, I think I just caught on the side there. Might be able to see beg for mercy on this outside position by the wall. That gun barrel, he's going to be pointing out something nasty. Zombie around the wall, and they are just playing sneaky beggars, aren't they?
Absolutely, John. Fortunately, beg for mercy does find shots onto Kelsey, but he's quick, swift. Backpedals his way into the corner, keeps himself safe. The question, does he really have any meds? Keep this fight going.
It's early on, you do have to question that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
It's unlikely. It's unlikely that you're going to be able to get a super tall order of meds on in. X Team still going against a dominant force of S2G over these last couple of games.
I mean, this is X Team's drop spot the majority of the time here in Milta. So for S2G to crash in on in, I mean, it's a little bit of a bold move from S2G, but I think, you know, they're feeling it after their last Erangel game. It's fair enough to them. Still just trying to make their mark here. Average eliminations must have bumped up massively from that last game where they were crushing the opposition. Fireflux are still to the north of them, of Milta, just heading to the south side of Shelter. We'll see if they do catch Game Lord out on any of their rotations. I think Game Lord has suffered when teams have encroached on their territory a little bit too much for them.
Quieting down now, just a little bit in Milta, but I imagine it's going to pop off any second. I am very interested to see how this area of the map changes with the presence of Fireflux in general, because it is a new addition, right? It's a new factor that teams won't be used to sort of coming up against. And when it's Fireflux, you've got to imagine they've got something up their sleeve.
A bit of a backup drop. They do grab some vehicles though, head towards the crossroads. towards the east of Potato Hill. This fight still rages on down in Milta, though. Eastern Stars might want to get a little bit handy in this one. They're over towards the eastern side, obviously dropping in Milta Power, so it could potentially drop in, cause some problems. It's HAMODY sneaking up on Zombie.
Absolutely nails that shot. That's the first knock of this engagement, Blank. And it looks like it might just be a flush. X-Team rallying in just a little bit, but so IS2G, moving the vehicle, sorry, right up to that wall. Kelsey playing forwards. You can see he's pretty low, so no stims really to be found right now, and the meds in general are going to be stymied on the tempo of this fight.
Yeah, so any damage that goes through, that's damage to stay at that point in time. So HAMODY drops a smoke. You can use that because loot is so valuable at this point in time. Not just meds, but ammo as well. And having this vehicle to quickly reposition round inside Milta, extremely strong plays coming through from S2G. Very diligent at clearing their angles, and HAMODY with that massive rotate. Beautiful stuff. Nightmare might just spot this and go for some shots onto them, but can't quite find anything. And there's a quick refire coming back his way as well.
S2G regrouping to the north side of Milta. They swing in under the cover of RIP7 as well on that hillside. You can see him up to the northwest of their current position. And now they're going to start to leapfrog around the side, get ahead of X-Team and maneuver this ground really quite well, I would say, in terms of this engagement. They are allowing themselves to be more central and on the closer side of the circle and cutting off X-Team's path of retreat.
Yeah, at this point in time, they've got a clear idea of where Beg for Mercy is, who's right on the back tail, and a clear idea of where Nightmare is, which is why they're heading over towards his position right now. They think they can maybe isolate this fight between these two players and maybe Nightmare in the building across from them. This is really good information gathering from the overall. Yeah, RIP7 takes a couple of shots, but regardless, he gets the information. But Nightmare's there, ready to go with the UMP.
And the long-range spray from Beg for Mercy finds the first knock over towards S2G. Could slow things down. Is HAMODY visible there? Not entirely sure, but HAMODY goes on in for the fight. Unfortunately, Nightmare, not so strong, has to go for this res, and he's low, but he's alive, and that is the crucial part of things. S2G pick up another elimination onto X-Team.
Psyox tries to make some happen with a long-range grenade, but it's just not quite long-armed enough here. Beg for Mercy now. Precarious position, tried to provide covering fire, but I think Nightmare maybe went just a little bit too early on that one. In the meantime, Flux is actually headed further down towards the center of the map, just underneath Potato Hill. Currently, I believe that is Penta who's on top.
Penta losing one of their players to clear vision. A couple of scraps going on fairly central. S2G still on this standoff. They've dwindled the numbers of X-Team down to 2. X-Team continue their poor streak. Next circle, soon to be coming on in. TJB yet to leave North George. Getso up in Severny. They lost a player early. And Game Lord heavy split on the northeastern side. Still yet to regroup off their loot phase from that prison mansion Mapovka split. And of course, Rob's doing his Kameshki things. Has come down to meet them. The center of the circle, 4 or 5 teams there.
Yeah, a lot of people favoring this area, and why not? With a central circle like this, you're expecting this type of circle going forward. Finding some great positions in the high ground is useful for you. Penta does clap back onto 2 players of Clear Vision, and VINDEX tries to come in here. Did get the first knock, and that's a bit of payback with a pan.
Handling it. As Clear Vision put the nades over the top. 2 players alive for them. Penta with 3. Manu drops down. That was a bit of a wide drop, but it's not going to be punished as VINDEX falls as well. The spray from the UMP is good. There's the weapon swap to the Scar. Picks up a lot more ammo, obviously, in that second magazine. And now HAMODY behind the buggy with it all to do. 1 versus 3. Nade being cooked. It's good. Manu might suffer from it. Has to spray downhill, but it's just not timed at the right amount. And unfortunately, Clear Visions will take the tumble.
Manu there actually kicks the nade mid-air and sends it flying off in the wrong direction. Meantime, Istanbul Wildcats, Defoex squatting on the top of this building at the moment. Bridge, sorry.
It's going slow. It's getting across the girders, keeping a low profile. If someone looks out that way, it's like, hang on a minute, what's going on here?
Seems to be some kind of reptile on the top of the steel beams.
He's slithering. He's slithering around. Or is it a little goblin?
I don't know, mate. You tell me.
Well, he is called Defoe. Maybe it's a green goblin.
Defoex, mate. Come on.
Yeah, but Defoe.
Don't bring Defoe into this.
I think it is spelled different, right? I think Defoe, Willem Defoe has an A in Defoe, right?
Oh,
Or am I making that up?
Yeah, I think it's an E. Don't you worry. Anyway, moving on from William Defoe. We'll glide right back into action here.
It's an A.
Okay. Great news for us. PUBG Mobile.
I had to.
Fire Flux were very central spot. You can't quite see them on your map feed there, but they're up to the northeast. Just chilling at the moment. S2G still looking for this final member. You got to feel sorry for X Team. They have been hunted and tracked.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a bad nade. It's a bad miss.
Beg for mercy. Does find the first knock and forces the reses to come through. You've got to remember how low the meds are in general. So popping that med kit is going to be potentially a game changer there. Soulless not going to spot the player dropping out, but he's on the swivel. His teammate even more so, as will fall down, but Rip7 stays alive. HAMODY stays alive. They can get back to 4. X team eliminated.
Big play from Beg for Mercy there, and it has caused some big problems for them because Eastern Stars, they've heard this. They're hungry. And they're going to move on down now. Potentially try and find some of the points. They do have a couple more players up towards Shelter, though. So this might be a case of not regrouping and possibly even just holding out these guys down towards Milton. But 3 points are 3 points, John, at the end of the day. Game Lord's still hovering around that northeastern side. Beşiktaş actually moved down towards the crossroads near Fire Flux. So we could, in fact, have ourselves a little bit of a skirmish. One player goes out wide, rotating with them, and now their position becomes extremely valuable with this next circle. Difficulties are ahead.
S2G, though, getting these reses. Hang on a minute. There's a knock over towards Eastern Stars. Maybe S2G aren't quite as unfortunate as we thought. ATHIS getting that res. Kelsey repositioning. Rip7 down and out. 3 players for S2G. Center of circle, Penta on Potato Hill. Fire Flux managed to get in there, as have Regnum Kaya. I mean, have you seen a circle in these last couple games where Regnum Kaya haven't been in the middle of it?
Yeah, have you seen a game so far on our angle where Regnum Kaya have gone down in top 5? I don't think I have. Doesn't matter if they have the center of the circle. They seem to be losing players at really crucial moments in these games. And it just doesn't go well for them, does it, John?
No. Seemingly not going well for Kecth right now. Trying to vault up on the door.
Some advanced
gameplay. We'll tune back in with him later on. See if he manages to pull that mechanic off.
I think it's fair play to him, right?
They're north of Central, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fair play because they're in a fairly decent spot right now. So getting set up now wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I don't think the circle's going to really move too far away from them. So they can hope to set up, potentially get another central shift. And then from there, kind of just play it out from a really, really strong outpost. Istanbul Wildcats are even having themselves a go at S2G. Their fight has just not concluded for S2G whatsoever. I think they've gone a little bit too hard on the paint early.
Ooh. There's a lot of flushes coming through. Just HAMODY now. Nades over the top. They come into conflict with 3 teams so far. 3 full teams in the first 14 minutes of the game. It's not what you want to see. But S2G potentially denied being the force that they were to be reckoned with in the previous games today.
Still, nades are bobbling in through the windows, through the cracks, and HAMODY's a difficult scenario now. With the amount of time that the Wildcats spent down towards Sosnovka, they surely have enough meds to weather this blue before they do move into the circle itself. Looking up towards the actual map proper, seems that it will be Beşiktaş actually just chilling on the crossroads. On the other hand of things, you've got Penta still in a fairly decent position on Potato Hill, but Regnum, you were saying before, very much dead center at the moment.
And they're not in a terrible spot. I mean, they should have some semblance of safety. Potato Hill to their west, maybe a problem. But for now, no one really pushing into Crash. As I say that, actually, the circle zones up right on top of them, and Fireflux are potentially looking for a forwards position, but Wild just shuts that one down. Solkay takes a knee. It's just going to get flushed out.
He moved out down towards the south side to try and potentially do some scouting for the team, and it doesn't work out for them, but fortunately they only lose one player for the Troubles, and they can still stay up towards that northern side. I think we spent a lot of time down towards this fight between S2G and several other teams. We've not really actually had a look at anything going on in the circle itself so far, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I'm sure we'll head back up in and check in with those guys very, very shortly.
For Romanian Men, close by to Regnum Kaya as well as they move in on the southwestern side. This is a replay of the fight that we did see earlier with Penta taking on Clear Vision and doing pretty well for it.
2G finally falling there. UDR Killers taking damage from Penta, but sending it back their way too. So Ulysses try and do some work on the top of Potato Hill. Obviously Penta are down a player, and now Regnum getting involved.
Taking shots, not quite able to get that knock there. Manu behind the buggy with a little bit of cover, and the reload at just the perfect time for Manu to reposition, but unfortunately there's more threats than just the one spray. Penta eliminated. Wild wanting to put a nade over towards Redox's position, has the backup from Beast right now. Go a little bit longer and you might find what you're looking for. They're crossing those nade paths, they're isolating positions in the ground, but the res comes through for Romanian Men nonetheless.
I think with Regnum making so much noise, they know they need to start actually coming back towards a position that Beast has been holding down for quite a while. We do get our predictions coming through. Jason with Xray towards that northwest side, the high ground. Maxman with Fireflux, going with the big contenders. Claris with Regnum. Now, I think Regnum could potentially hold on. The players they have in 3 just need some of those moments of old from them coming through.
Ooh, sprays looking to land a lot of damage over on these sight lines. A lot of teams soon for the chopping block here in this game. A lot of conflicts bubbling over. Getso, TJB in the north, Beşiktaş and Game Lord on the eastern side, Fireflux and Xray on the northwestern edge, and it looks like Surreal are going to go for a fight with the UDR Killers as well. It is all just about to kick off.
Beşiktaş actually on this eastern side, there was a crash come through from Game Lord and they quickly took down 2 of their players. That's 2 elimination points going towards them. We haven't really tapped into this recently in this game, but for Beşiktaş, they really do need to put up some big numbers, right? On their current average, they're not set to pass Fireflux, and Fireflux obviously also have to do quite badly in their next couple of games, but although you might not want to be dealing with crashes onto your compound, this works in the favor of Beşiktaş as long as they can come out on top in these engagements. They need all the elimination points they can get. You can see in the overall standings, they're about 40 points behind in terms of elimination points versus the guys from Fireflux. So this is perfect news for them.
Enjoy wants to pick up that point there, add 1 more to the tally. It will be gratefully received. 4 players for Beşiktaş on the eastern side, as they will continue their campaign. If Fireflux go down now, that is good news for Beşiktaş, but they have 3 players. They've just had the zone shift hard up north towards Fireflux, and Xray haven't taken this engagement just yet.
No, this is really good news for Fireflux. Losing that player early on was bad for them, but with the amount of open ground around here, it's going to be quite difficult for teams to make their way forward, to make their way into this circle. And so now, for Fireflux, it's really Xray who are the big problem for them. They can make their way in, maybe take down Fireflux and contain that position. It'd be great.
Surreal cut down by the UDR Killers. 2 players knocked in response, but they should be resable here on the western side near Potato Hill. UDR Killers have been there for a while and they will hold on to it, but they have to get a move on now. Teams on the south similarly going to have to beat a hasty path towards that northern side as the circle will start to push them in. Regnum Kaya, most notably of which, in terms of our fight for that top spot, going to fight off against the 4 Romanian Men. 2 players standing with Loxy down.
Yeah, Loxy being down here does cause a few problems for them, but 4 Romanian Men are taking shots all over the place. SonHP takes down Akashi quickly, smoothly, cleanly. Now just 1 player remains for them, Robs. Solo Pilgrimager all the way up towards Kameshki. TJB have found a really good opening, heading up towards that north side. They started in North Georgia and just slowly careened their way across. Regnum trying to pick up their player in Loxy, get back up to a 3-man unit.
Seemingly going to be possible as Eastern Stars are slowed down by their engagement. TJB cleared out, gets on the northern side, allowing them that position as well. 4 Romanian men huddled in the shack. They are just looking for any sort of opening. Really not going to have the best of times in that shack, trying to leave it.
Yeah, indeed. Next Ruya was that northwest side. TJB still with that 3-man unit. Kapahala tries to make his way in, but will be taken down there. Rob similarly also down. Regnum's doing a really good job on this south side to maintain the amount of members they currently have in unit, taking down 4 Romanian men next. It's very surprising they were able to make their way through this mess on this side of the map. Beşiktaş equally lose 1 member on their rotate across here, but will be able to get that player back up again. They've got a nice ridge to play around with, but it's TJB who's looking to pick up these final eliminations. Zessy has to administer the first aid.
Fireflux need to go down now for Beşiktaş to be in with a chance of taking this top spot, but they are in buildings, they have cover. It is so unlikely that they're going to go down, and with the circle going their way, it's looking like it's curtains for the campaign for the top spot on Beşiktaş. With Regnum Kaya being eliminated, however, they might have solidified their second place finish.
Perhaps here. I mean, for Fireflux, just the compound that they were holding, and with the circle shift they got, it was an absolute blessing, all right? Just praying for that shift there, and they do get it. And obviously getting it to a top 5, like you're saying, John, those kind of points, it is just difficult to overcome. And realistically, Fireflux have to go down now, but who's willing to make the big crash onto that compound now? I don't really think anyone, so I expect Fireflux to make it to at least that top 3 before anyone decides to try and shunt them out of there, or at least wait for the circle to move out of their position. UDR Killers might go for it though, John. This team has been extremely aggressive recently.
Certainly in this game, 10 eliminations so far, and it looks like they are going to push up. Ulysses first into the breach. And looks for the spray, but Kecth is there through the windows. The rest of the team on the backup. Kecth playing around this door frame. The backstop for Focus goes down. The teammates are flooding it around as well. Fireflux answering to the volley. The siren song of the Fireflux compound, just too much for the UDR Killers to resist, and 2 players get knocked, sure, but the Fireflux team stand tall.
Next Ruya though, next to bat with 2 players coming up. This is a perfect time to surround the building. And Beşiktaş in the meantime have also moved up. This would be perfect time for them to try and take out a few more players, get some more points on board. Goodness me, Salazar even running himself over, but I mean, that's typical Salazar. It was bound to happen. He's run over half of the lobby already, but it was only a matter of time before he ran himself over.
Beşiktaş right on this ridge line. Zessy up behind the crate as well. Kecth and Lutz for Fireflux. TJB, 2 players alive as well. The next Ruya with 4 alive on the northern side and a decent outer position.
Yeah, next Ruya really do have a good chance here in this game. With Jason predicting them, goodness me, this guy's clairvoyant apparently. Fireflux just holding on in this compound, trying to see what they can get done. Beşiktaş, though, would just love to take them out, but it's the question of whether they know who's in this compound, who's holding it down.
On the predictions as well, just to note, if Jason gets this right, it means James is guaranteed to lose today. There is no way that he can earn those 2 points difference between both Jason and Max. So if next Ruya take this one home, it's punishment time for James.
Fortunately, I don't know if there'll be time for punishments for him. They might have looked out.
Maybe we'll get away with it.
Enjoy. Still looking for some nades, though, onto Fireflux, but things are looking worse and worse every second that goes on. As soon as Yiz goes down, Fireflux go to a 3rd place position. At worst, they can get 10 points on this game with 3 eliminations. Question is, how many eliminations have Beşiktaş got this game? They really need to pump them up. Circle moves away from both of them, though. So Fireflux will have to leave here. And this is a real opportunity for Beşiktaş, but right now the smokes are good for Fireflux, able to push themselves out of this building under the cover. It would have to be a monstrous game for Beşiktaş to really start pumping up the points that they need to overtake Fireflux and potentially get that first place position at the end of the day. Miramar's going to have to be an absolute corker for them. Right now, Fireflux playing out of their minds to remain on that podium spot.
It's going to be so hard to move them away from it as well. If Fireflux can swing out wide, there's potential for them to play spoiler on the next Ruya players. I mean, they have a lot of this zone, sure, but they're on a lot of open ground as well. If they get spotted, I mean, you can see that there, right? The only cover they have is Kecth in that vehicle flying V compound that they've sort of made themselves. Other than that, they're a little bit open.
Zessy goes to the information play out in the vehicle. Yiz actually is down below. Good shots from next Ruya. That takes them down in 4th place. That's the worst thing that can happen for them. 3 eliminations. Sure, it's some good points, but now it's time for Beşiktaş to start laddering up. 7 eliminations on the board for them. Yiz, though, on the side swipe. Could go for something quite nasty and already starts it with the UMP and finishes SonHP. This is terrible news for them. And next Ruya floods over the top.
Zessy now to receive, needs to stand strong for Beşiktaş, finds one, looks for the transfer, his teammate finds the other, Enjoy looks for more, the sprays are looking good, but Yiz is still going, he's right on the edge of the zone and could play spoiler, need to keep your eye out, and Yiz is going for it, Zessy falls down to the next Ruya push, and now it's just Enjoy, 2 players for next Ruya, and Yiz is still going, could he take this one down, but there's the first aid, Yiz's position known, maybe there's some attention being sent that way, he steals away the position, and there go Beşiktaş, next Ruya find the nades, and they're looking for the reses too.
17 points, but Yiz has absolutely thrusted a stake through the heart of Beşiktaş there. That is so unfortunate. Absolute nutty play from Yiz to wait that long to get a 2nd place. And this might be able to get TJB into a better position. They've had a great day today.
Yiz around the side of the rock, looking for the spray, but there's a roll up in the buggy. Looks good for getting the first one, but they're taking their time with it. They're making a meal of it, but it will be a meal nonetheless. It is the chicken dinner for next Ruya.
Yiz absolutely looking unstoppable in that game. 17 points for Beşiktaş that game, and 11 for Fireflux. So really not that many points ahead of them, only 6. And the question is that last game, is it even doable with the amount of points they have on board? I think it was 6 points, 23 points they'd need to overtake, and Fireflux would have to go out absolutely last in the next game to make that one happen.
I mean, they need not only those 26 points, but they would need to win the tiebreaker. And at the moment, there's no way that they're catching Fireflux's chicken dinner total, which means that they do need to get 24 more points, right? Than Fireflux. It's going to be a tall order. If Fireflux go down very, very early, that is the best case scenario for Beşiktaş. But it also has to be said that with that game, they earned themselves even more of a buffer over Regnum Kaya. So 2nd place, looking at a minimum for Beşiktaş.
Yeah, it's rough, John. We'll put it that way. But they have done a valiant effort today to actually manage to catch up even this amount. Like, you got to give massive props to them.
Absolutely. Absolutely massive props to Beşiktaş. Fireflux pipped them to the post, and they are in the lead as we enter our final games start, which will be coming in just a few minutes.
Oh god,
What's up,
no,
guys?
no, get
Welcome
it off,
back,
get it
everyone,
off.
to PMPL Europe Championship 2022, the spring season. Xray taking home the victory for not only themselves, but also for your host, Jason Kaplan here, who gets a point on the board. But with Maxman having 2 correct predictions, me having 2 correct predictions, and only 1 match left, with Lars having 0 correct predictions, I think that makes him our final loser here, Maxman. I don't know about the math, but it seems to check out for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to check out the math, but I'm going to take your word for it, Jason. This feels very weird, but I love this right now. This is great. I haven't thought of a potential punishment for Kalaris. We'll have to think of one, but I like this.
I got
Is
it.
that what it feels like?
Shave his beard. I don't think he's had that beard shaven for. I think when I first met him in like 2012, he didn't have a shave. He didn't have a beard. Maybe.
It's an insurance policy. So, okay, here's the reason, all right? When I shave my beard, I look 15 years old. If you didn't know, I'm almost 34 years old. So when I shave it off, I'm going to look youthful. I'm saving it for the future, you know? Saving it.
Yeah. Or we can dye your hair back to like pink, like you did like a while back. That would be something.
That's not a punishment.
Yeah,
Oh, did you like it? Oh, damn it. Oh, okay. That's why I thought you didn't keep it. Oh, okay.
Well, let's take a look at the match rankings here so we can see the points some teams did get, because again, Beşiktaş and Flux in battle for that first place position. Only a 6-point difference between the 2 teams, but leading into the final game, maybe it's what they needed to close the gap enough to be able to surpass them if they can get a big victory here in the final game. Xray, though, 22 points. TJB, good game for them yet again, 18 points. Even for UDR Killers as well, getting 16 points. So some good points being built up for some of these teams that really needed it. It's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, especially really good for Xray, right? Able to get himself the win here, the 22 points, because they started off the day in 5th place, and towards those 5th positions where you have some really big increases or drops in prize pool, depending if you're going up or down. So they went 5th. I think with this type of game here, they might actually push himself in like, what, 4th? Or like, they still ran like that top 5 positions. So if you go from 5th to 4th, that's an extra 3K in that, just those small amount of points. Like, that's a big jump up for them.
And it's even funnier as well, actually, judging by who's actually won this game and who's moved up, because TJB is in a position where, realistically, for West Europe right now, they could start striking out at some of those top spots. But it's unfortunate for them that it is Xray who was above them previously before this game and continues to be above them because they just took the victory against it. So they're neck and neck right now, those 2 teams. But TJB needs a little bit more work, needs a little bit more of that year's magic.
You know what's funny, by the way, Maxman? Actually, I'll wait till we're back on camera to do this because I want to see your face. Our second page here. X team again, bottom of the table. Unfortunately, Game Lord again, 2 points. Okay, we're back on camera.
We're back, yeah.
Very funny.
So I forgot to remind you, because I actually forgot about this, is we don't have a punishment for the final day, right? We have a punishment for the loser from overall.
Oh,
that's definitely Max.
Wait, no, I have to check now. Wait, this is scaring me. I don't like this.
I think it's definitely Max.
Is it me? It is me. No.
What? I see me on 7, I see you on 4, and I see Kalaris on 6 right now. So you would be our overall loser. So do you see how excited he got of trying to punish you, Kalaris?
Yeah, I know.
Karma.
Unfortunate. Back to match rankings, I think. Yeah.
All right. Well, you can see here for Romanian Men, 3. S2G, 4 points, which is funny enough the amount of points that MaxMed has. But 4 eliminations, no placements yet again.
I'm willing to bet we come back to us and he's still going to have that same little bewildered smile on his face. All right?
I'm starting to sadness now. What the hell? I was feeling so good. I was going to win a day. Oh, okay. You know what? Fair enough. I mean, I'll take
If
the
you
L.
thought wearing your shirt backwards was bad, imagine wearing your pants, your shoes, your socks, your underwear, your glasses, and your shirt backwards.
How would I wear my shoes backward? Yeah, I don't know how that would work. Okay, cool.
I don't know. Maybe sandals. Anyways, let's take a look at Xray's player stats, though, in this last match. Get an idea of who was standing out for the team. Again, we expect a lot of big things out of a certain player on the roster. Usually the likes of Frozen because of how dominant he was when he first arrived on the scene with how young he was. But we'll see here in this match if he had the numbers. Let's throw that up there on your screen so you guys can see it as well here at home. But Xray, I do wonder, what's kind of changed for them? Is it just the other teams have gotten better? Has Xray gotten worse? Have they not adapted quick enough? I mean, the fact is, they were supposed to be the most dominating team when it came to Turkey, but they're definitely not living up to it.
Because I also believe right now currently the top player over the course of the entire tournament is Kecth. I'm not sure of the amount of eliminations, but he's actually been the one above Frozen for quite a decent amount of the tournament, so that's been surprising. But yeah, I mean, this game in particular, really good stuff from Kecth, Kecth, and Doku Machine has been doing good too. So it does seem a lot more balanced compared to when you look at this team in PMGC, where there's a lot of Frozen and the team would set him up. I have the impression now all the players have their time to shine from time to time, which is good, but it does seem like that little bit of pizzazz has been a little bit lost in the process.
And they seem pretty good in terms of position when it comes to Erangel specifically, which I'm happy to see. I do think there was a little bit of fortunate maneuvering here due to the fact that you have Beşiktaş and Flux being the ones to kind of ram up against each other and kind of eliminate each other in quite a big chunk of this situation. But overall, when I've seen some of their raps on Erangel, I've liked them, and that's fully enough when we all went for them, predicted them, and then they won. So yeah, some of their movement and positioning is strong.
Okay, we do have about a minute left till we get into our final map here of the entire event. But before we get to that, again, you have one final chance to get your pictures in over on social media of how you're watching PMPL. Just use the hashtag PMPL EU Champ, and we can get you in here on the show. Max looks so sad right now. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at your face.
Trying to hold it, it's fine, it's cool.
You're trying to hold it in. Now, don't worry, you have to hold it in for another 30 seconds of time because the last match is about to kick off here, gentlemen. So let's get it underway here with Blink and Imperium.
My God, good job, Imperium. Apologies, thank you, gentlemen. This is indeed blank the final game of the PMPL European Championships. Flux are 23 points ahead of Beşiktaş, but historically they haven't been as strong on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, it's really stressful here for them. And like you said, yeah, they haven't always been better than them on Miramar. And I think just looking at overall, like, I think it's that second place, day 2, match 2, that they got a second place there for Flux. But Beşiktaş, obviously just much better on Miramar in general. Right now, though, 24 points behind. Oh, scary stuff. They need to get 25 total to overtake them. Like we were saying before, they can't win the tiebreak with the amount of chicken dinners that currently Flux holds. So it's going to have to be a big game, and also for Flux to go out early. Right now, we are kind of seeing this where we can go into this one and say, you know, first, second, third, they're set in stone. But there is that tiny little chance for Beşiktaş going forward.
I'm excited for it. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer before the final game. Let's head to a short video.
Swag.
Let's go.
Previously.
What?
You serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Wonderful Carmageddon video. A little bit of fun for all these teams coming into the PMPL EU Championship. A little bit of content blank, as this is it, the final playing path, the final game of the PMPL European Championship.
Coming into this one, like you said, there's a couple of things that can happen, but at first, second, third, that is staying exactly where it is here in Imperium. Obviously, there's a little movement that could maybe happen towards the top. We'll set that up. Beşiktaş could potentially take that top spot if they play out of their minds here. On the other hand of things, there is still a couple more little issues towards the top side. Xray obviously overtaking Wildcats up towards that 4th place, and TJB, the European representatives, absolutely popping off right now in 5th place behind Xray by 5 points.
I love Xray. I love the org. I'm a massive fan of them. I expressed it already. However, you know, being a Western European caster per se, I want to see TJB up in 4th. I want to see Western European team into the top 4 and secure that top 5 spot. So TJB, give it to us in the final game of the day. Unfortunately, what I was hoping hasn't come to fruition, Blank. I was thinking, Beşiktaş, you're 44 points ahead of Regnum in 3rd place. If you're ever looking for the perfect opportunity to hot drop on the Flux and to take them out and to really control your narrative, it's this game. But they haven't done it.
Not this game. Gonna play it safe. Make sure they can try and get those points. Get the understanding on the rotation on the eastern side of the map. Don't go for anything too crazy this time around again. Just a quick shout out to TJB once again, being the European representative, of course. Final game of yesterday, a 1st place, dropping in with a 2nd match on Miramar with another 1st place and 2 2nd places over the last 2 games. Really, really good stuff. We'll see if they can drop and grab that $4,000 in that 4th place and maybe try and leapfrog over Xray.
Seeing as this is the final game, and bar what we've talked about with the top 3 and potential jumpers from kind of 4th place to 8th place, only divided by 18 points, all the other teams really have nothing to lose, and that means that we could be full of surprises in this final game. What isn't full of surprises is your opportunity to pick yourself up some free in-game items by being part of the fantastic and current viewers target. You get yourself a brand new permanent PMPL t-shirt if we hit the concurrent viewership of 80 grand, as well as a couple of other prizes for those other targets. So get viewing, get watching, get showing in this final game.
We tune in, plethora of prizes to be earned, but right now the only prize on the mind of these players is the money and the glory at the end of it all. PMPL EU Championship quick replay on the knock that comes through from Clear Vision for Romanian Men, taking a tumble right at the final hurdle.
Clear Vision are coming into this game on a total of 144 points. They're 52 behind side of 40 behind for Romanian Men. So it's unlikely that kind of hot dropping on this Los Leones region is really going to give them any benefit in terms of overtaking for Romanian Men directly. So I find that interesting. This Game Lord pushing on to UDR Killers. The shotgun comes through for Nano Baby. Looks for a second. Not quite there. Was able to at least get 1 elimination point. And frustrations from Game Lord as they shoot the box, the crate of the fallen player of UDR Killers.
It's been absolutely wild in this final game. Surreal even takes a massive beating from SAMO. Down to 56 players already. Obviously, that 25 counts for Beşiktaş. It requires 10 eliminations, and this seems to always happen in our final games with the championships, is that people just go buck wild. The worst thing about that is there's already 9 eliminations that have been strikes off the cards here for that team. Try and get a big game. They're gonna have to try harder than ever in those final moments. But again, they've got to get there in the first place. So we'll check back in with them just a little bit.
Penta spread out on the Chumisera area, while Getso have 2 players down. Penta don't normally drop Chumisera, so Getso cut off a little bit in this drop of the final game. TJB falling in from behind on what was initially a 2-on-1 split. They might be looking for that opportunistic third party on the south hills outside Shumasera Blank.
TJB can really took advantage of a lot of these southern circles, taking some strong positions. Not a lot of teams play down here in the first place, so they have free reign over the south coast, just the north side of Los Higos. So that's really good news for them a lot of times. Central circle, though, they might have to be moving just a little bit as opposed to, you know, just careening into the circle and picking themselves up a chicken dinner. They're basically free alongside some pretty skillful gameplay. But Penta Getso starting this off strong. Clear vision, take a knock.
That is the battle inside Los Leones between these two teams. 4 Romanian men have opted to disengage away fully on that western side, and I gotta say a sensible move. They did lose a player at the hands of Clear Vision, so with only 3 strong, maybe they didn't feel so confident. Penta do feel confident to push on to the final players of Getso up the stairwell of the building. It can often be a little bit difficult as the DBS, the dirty big shotgun from Getso, strikes on the holes.
Goodness me, Snoz with the big snozzer in hand, looking to sneeze all over his opponents down the stairs. Send them flying. He's even going for it, sending it in. He's back upstairs, tries to prevent the res from going off.
Now, all I imagine, instead of him holding a DBS, he's holding a great big nose, just sneezing all over the players of Penta. Thanks for putting that image into my mind, Blank. Always the creative. Snoz has to try and fend off Penta, and it was a matter of time. That was sensible by Penta as well, securing the revive. Again, knowing that pushing up the stairwell of that building always going to be a challenge. Gets eliminated.
Down to 14 teams already at the 7-minute mark. Not what you're usually seeing here in Miramar. 50 players still remain on this map. Beşiktaş very much out of position up towards that northeastern side. Not in any of these fights so far, but still fairly safe. The issue is that Flux down towards San Martin, extremely stable position, right? It's not like anyone's going to be able to find them nice and early on. X team have been sent away right now. They're not looking in for any fights here. And with this position, they can sit comfortably up here for a very long time. Don't have to make too drastic of a rotation. For Beşiktaş, the best kind of circle would be down towards the southeast, and they can move down comfortably through there. They've made good rotations doing that before. If you get a northwest circle here, it could be all curtains for them.
One thing we also need to consider is you highlighted the 24-25 points required for Beşiktaş to overtake Fireflux. It's taken into account Fireflux going out early with 0 points. The more teams that go out early, the more Fireflux can lean into the placement points, right? Can lean into whittling down the job they need to do in terms of eliminations, and of course making it so much harder for Beşiktaş.
Exactly. With 2 teams already down here, it just eliminates the chance even more. Even 1 or 2 points makes the job all that harder for Beşiktaş. 10 eliminations is already hard enough. I know we've seen a 27 elimina coming through from Fireflux, but that just does not happen. That's once in a blue moon. But for Beşiktaş, this is all pressure on them.
Phase 2 pops up, it shifts up northwest. Fun little fact as well, Blank. As consistent as Beşiktaş has been, their highest point scoring game has been 29 points. They have scored a 28-pointer, but other than that, they haven't scored enough games, in my opinion, where they've hit that kind of 29, 30-point mark that feel they can do it in this final game.
It just feels a little bit nervous here as well, staying right on the edge of the map. Players begin to follow around them. It's just hard for them. And again, like I said, the worst thing that could happen to them is a hard northwest shift. And what do we get? That shift in particular. Now Beşiktaş have to try even harder here. There's a couple of teams coming from the western side towards San Martin, and Fireflux might have to be all hands on deck going forward. Raise the mainsail to make sure that they can smoothly port in first place.
course, as well as the battle for first place between Fireflux and Beşiktaş, there is that security of the 4th place spot between a number of these teams. 4th to 8th, divided by 18 points. That's Xray, TJB, S2G, fastPay, Wildcats, and 4 Romanian Men. So at least 2 European teams in the battle for that 4th place. What a finish it would be for the region if 4 Romanian Men and TJB were both to secure fantastic results in this final game.
What we really need. I think the Turkish region has come in very, very strong here, looking beautiful. TJB, 4 Romanian Men, might just be able to retain a little bit of humility for the guys over towards the European region. Victor and Game Lord going for a central spot just underneath San Martin. Waiting for this next circle though. I think Beşiktaş also similarly waiting for this one, but they do need to get into some fights. Some early eliminations would be great for them.
You have the high ground, at least on the eastern side. Above Minas Generalis, they have a lot of sightlines on, let's say, Eastern Stars, to the 4 players of X team, even towards Game Lord if they're looking far enough. So at least preparing for phase 3, Beşiktaş are in a half decent spot.
Exactly, just preparing for the time forward. Peace looks down towards X team. Rotating through, tries to take some pot shots, spots Eastern Stars across the way. Give them some information. X team going to quickly pick up Compound on the lower side. Zessy still trying to pump some bullets in. Try to see any damage he can get done early on, because now that is an obstacle in front of Beşiktaş here. Obviously still without a home in terms of a Compound.
At least Beşiktaş are very comfortable playing from this area. There's a Miramar game a couple of days back where they push in and crash into Fireflux, who had that Compound X team were onto, and they pushed off the crash pretty successfully for the most part. So at least they're comfortable where they are. As phase 2 is starting to close in. TJB hang on to the southwestern side. Little bit shy down from S2G, who have the high grounds to the west of Power Grid.
Penta. Still in Picardo. Next circle. Extremely important. And Fireflux have been thrown a line here. And they're holding on tight to it. It's going to take them up and up into the clouds. Sit on top. They just need to see this final game through.
The tough job from Beşiktaş becomes so much tougher with the circle shifting aggressively against them. The rotation is certainly achievable, varying on that north of San Martin, Hacienda hillside. Taking the main road as well would be certainly possible to swing through to the south of water treatment. A challenge that the likes of Beşiktaş have conquered time and time again. But of course, the further away they are from the action blank, the further away they are from those all-elusive elimination points that they need.
And they go for a northern rotation. I like this one over towards Hacienda del Patron. The playing path, they've really analyzed this one. They know it's pretty safe for them to head up this way, drop into Hacienda from that north side. X-Team spots out some of the players from Game Lord who've just fallen like flies during this game. Down to just 2 players, 2 elimination points for themselves, though not too bad. TJB had an unfortunate run-in earlier. Years actually taking himself down in the car, and they're outside in the blue, so that's going to really delay them getting in. And in the meantime, S2G's managed to push forward. Look at that, though. Fireflux find themselves a knock. They haven't quite found the additional elimination as of yet, but every single elimination that Fireflux do get makes the road ever harder for Beşiktaş.
Zombie trying to hold on in the front line. A couple of the X-Team teammates, I think 2 of them, as they're down to 3R in the backline. So Zombie, for the most part, is covered. UDR looking for a little bit of a third party. Game Lord and UDR did battle earlier on. Robs into shotgun. Blasts onto Zombie. Gets the knock. Gets the elimination. And UDR killers go down at the same time by Game Lord. So 2 fights at once for the 2 solos of Game Lord. Fair play.
I think the Game Lord, they're just having fun with it in this final game. Rob's even shot out his own vehicle's wheels earlier on. Penta going up versus Surreal. But now it's Beşiktaş encroaching on the position of Fireflux as well as X-Team. Yeah, there was a knockdown towards X-Team earlier from Fireflux, but potentially Beşiktaş can pick up some of these points for themselves, but it looks like X Team are vacating the region. And now, both these heavy hitters side by side on the map.
Replayer Wildcats getting a knock onto one of the Magnum carrier players. So good for Wildcats as they look to battle their way back up into the top 4, and they're actually swinging around the side of Beşiktaş for the time being as Penta crash in onto the players of Surreal. This is outside of Picado, outside of the Blues. The next circle shifts aggressively in the opposite direction of the previous phase. Blank.
Oh my days, both of them still in it. Wildcats do drop out the vehicles. I think they've spotted one of the players from Beşiktaş out in the blue, potentially taking shots at them. Swing underneath, but these would be some great points for them. It's Enjoy. He's been taking a lot of damage from the blue itself. Will need to drop a first aid kit in here and get back to the rest of his team. Game Lord now finally out with Robs. A difficult amount of terrain to play here. We could either head down towards the rocky outcrops to the south side, a massive slope on the southeast, or head up to Hacienda proper. Play ourselves a nice little urban finish, but it's Boran who finds Zessy.
One of the Beşiktaş players who is inside the circle. The revive is approachable. No, it's not, because Rays finishes it off. Beşiktaş now down to 3. The mountain gets harder and harder to climb. Slowly but surely, minute by minute, Beşiktaş just not finding the movement, not finding the position or the eliminations as SonHP takes shots towards Razy.
Can't find it here. Sadly, down to just 3 players. Regnum push up towards Fireflux's position, and they know they just have to sit back and do nothing. Any kind of placement points makes their lives easier and easier. With 3 players, this seems to be a reoccurring trend now for Beşiktaş. Just not able to keep all 4 up and running. And look at that, yes please, the Fireflux victory coming through. Defoex does go down. 1 elimination goes through to Beşiktaş here. Holding off versus Wildcats down on this south side.
Like Roman Reigns would said, believe in that, acknowledge me. Certainly the Desk are acknowledging Fireflux. It's a 3-way jackpot as all the Desk are backing Fireflux, and honestly it doesn't surprise me considering they're in the center of this circle.
Already 2 elimination points for Fireflux as well that went underneath our nose. Again, it just doesn't look likely anymore for Beşiktaş. The SonHP goes extremely low, having difficulty getting across the road. They played this game a little safe, but unfortunately it's the circle that's the big decider here. Fireflux, they'd worked so hard throughout this entire tournament, and it's the circle that throws them a bone.
Shots between 4 Romanian Men and S2G. This is a battle for 4th place. S2G currently on 192 points coming into this game. 1 elimination point in this game so far. 4 Romanian Men down to 3 players coming into this game with 181 points. Also 1 elimination so far. Rip7 swings his way through. Shots in his direction will put him under pressure.
Redox taking shots towards Soulless, as well as HAMODY. Fortunately, it's shots from behind from Xray that will put a stop to that. At this point in time, you can see Fireflux just really squeezing themselves into that position now.
Indeed, Fireflux still dead center as a full squad. Down goes 4 Romanian Men. The journey, the fight for the top 4 is out for 4 Romanian Men. Valiant effort, the Romanian side. The lowest qualifying team from the Western European region. Certainly surprised a lot of us throughout this European Championships. Their final game is over as this game continues on.
This circle, man. I mean, it can't get much worse for Beşiktaş. Fireflux just have not had to move a muscle here. Been absolutely fine. This is cruise control for them at the moment. Foot barely touching the accelerator right now, as they're just rolling towards that finish line.
Now, let's be fair, they deserve it. They lit up the lobby. They lit up the world with that dominating Fairy Pier finish. Massive elimination point chicken dinner. And since then, it's been all guns blazing. The light of this lobby has certainly been Fireflux, and they're looking for more against their nearest rivals, Beşiktaş.
Enjoy is now locked down. He has the party bus, which should give him a little bit of cover, but climbing that hill, it's not so fast, and it's going to leave him open. But Solkay actually lets them be. It's high ground, just so hard to deal with. 30 players alive, not mentioning the 3 players of Beşiktaş. Currently, they're running with just the 1 elimination, already down to 10, and you just feel like it's not possible.
I appreciate this from Fireflux, not being tunnel visioned on towards Beşiktaş, right? Recognizing that there is a couple of entry points onto this hill from either side. So if you don't cover both enough, you can get sandblasted from one direction. It's S2G to get the shutdown of one of the Xray players. So that is Yeka, I believe, eliminated, and Frozen knocked as well. Xray in 4th place. They're looking to hold on to it, only 6 points ahead of TJB, or are still in this game as a 3-person team.
Yeah, TJB just moving in on them. Yeah, the unfortunate time with Years going down in the vehicle earlier on. GK first is out, but this man was like a rocket sent into the circle with a sensor on top of it. So they can find where players are at. Loxy though, currently inside. Look to throw some grenades out potentially.
Beşiktaş did pick up another elimination point onto the Wildcat players. However, it's still one less than Fireflux in this game alone. We need to constantly consider that. Comparing how the two teams are performing in eliminations, never mind the finishing result, as we are down to 9 teams. Lynn is eliminated. fastPay Wildcats do go down.
They've just got the best spot in the world, and with this circle, it is done. They are stamped. There is no way that they are losing this. Like, this is cruel. That's all high ground that these teams have to scale. These guys are right at the top, sitting on the seat of victory right now.
There's a couple of mountains surrounding the high ground down on the south that can be breachable, but with all the other teams looking to get there, I reckon that there's going to be a lot of bloodshed getting into the edge of the circle.
Kecth takes down Kecth from Xray, who are attempting to make their way in. That's TJB out, and I believe the Xray might just have been able to hold on to their position in 4th place here. Not if Frozen nades himself, though.
S2G are still standing strong. They picked up elimination points on the 4 Romanian Men, and they were only 7 points behind Xray. With Doka Machine being the final player alive, he is the one player that is going to keep Xray in that 4th place in the overall standings. He's able to get a knock onto Loxy, confirm it, get another elimination point. We lose Penta as well, so 6 teams are left blank.
Beşiktaş rolls on down towards the south side, hoping, praying for these guys to have to drop down. Kecth looks towards S2G, who are really trying to pump some points here. Solkay, insane grenade round the side.
Pre-nade works perfectly. Kelsey looking to throw one in return. Kecth tries to have it covered. Lutz is further back, not able to support his team, but making sure they're not third-partied. Solkay scales back. So does Kecth. So does Solkay. Respecting their opponents, respecting the area of this high ground. It was always going to be difficult. They knew there was a chance that one team at least was going to breach into this high ground. But at the end of the day, Fireflux are still a full squad blank.
Peace currently going off against the entire squad of Eastern Stars. S2G, though, like you were saying, very close to that 4th place position. I'll see how they end up towards the end of this game, but doing great work. Now Beşiktaş laying into Eastern Stars here.
SonHP is one of 2 players with the Enjoy 7 to pre-fires on the ridge of the hill. The Eastern Stars are in their way, but they go down. Beşiktaş survive. But I don't think Enjoy 7 is going to be able to get the revives because shots are being fired in his direction, I think, by Fireflux. They're still going strong as the next circle once again shifts towards Fireflux.
S2G look for another 6 eliminations. Xray out, down to the team that was clawing at them from behind. And finally, the werewolf finds its mark.
4 teams are left. One of them is Fireflux with the full squad. The other is S2G with the full squad. And then you do have what is 2, possibly a 3-person team of Beşiktaş and Regnum Karya with 2 players left.
Still fairly impossible. And this next circle is on top of Fireflux once again. Could it get any worse here for Beşiktaş? You can't fault them for trying with what has been a difficult game here. They've found their way into top 4, but it's never good enough. Kecth, the looking like to be the MVP, just crushes the opposition of Beşiktaş, and peace was never an option for Fireflux.
10 eliminations for Fireflux. They have shut down Beşiktaş. They have all but done this. And to finish the final game with the chicken dinner would be the greatest ribbon on the bow, but S2G are looking to shut that down. They're looking to secure the 4th place spot. Solkay is knocked. Kecth is the final player alive with Lutz, actually. He's on a sliver of health. Can he support Kecth? The man, the myth, the legend, Kecth has lighted up this lobby. It's been a ruler of his side. He needs to hold back while Lutz heals up.
On top of their mountain, not much loot coming their way, but Kecth now biding his time, has to wait for Lutz to drop the bandages and can't really get across to him to give him any of his first aid kits here. But S2G storm the building, make it their own, and with this kind of performance, S2G, I think they've taken 4.
And that's going to be Kecth. He wants again. Gets a knock on the Hamdi. Gets a second. Looks for a third on the jump. A potential essentially clutch ace 1v4 against S2G. Can this player get any better? Can Fireflux get any better? He can. He gets a first aid off. He clutches up against S2G. Kecth, take a bow, son.
A 1v4 in the final game, being right on the top of anyone else. Kecth, can you catch a break in this game for any other of these players? I don't think you can. This man has almost secured his position of his team of first place and also his position of MVP, and could not deserve it more. What an unbelievable finish it has been from Fireflux. Regnum are going to struggle to get up this hill without any of climbing gear available to them, and Lutz is just going to cut the rappel ropes.
Absolute goosebumps, Blank. I swear to God, proper goosebumps all over my arms with what Kecth just did. If you ever wanted a symbol of how strong Fireflux have been all throughout this European Championships, right from game number 1 of day 1, aggressive, always fighting, always hungry, always looking for more. And yes, say what you want about the circles heading their direction, but they have deserved all of their 14 eliminations, and they're looking to wrap this game up with 16 and a glorious chicken dinner. Kecth overlooking Regnum Karya stuck in the corner down the side of the hill, and Fireflux know exactly where they are. Kecth peeks. He gets headshots.
Are you joking
one.
me?
He finds 2. Chicken dinner for Fireflux.
Kecth is just disgusting. That's a double headshot coming through. There's no way those players don't go down so quickly. I don't believe my eyes in this game, Imperium.
I don't either. I hope the Deaths do. Let's throw it back to them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wonder who took home the trophy. It was us 3, because y'all picked Fireflux there, but obviously them as well. We gotta talk about Fireflux. They have been unstoppable. That basically 1v4 should never have existed, but Fireflux, they are going to be your champions here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Europe Championship Spring 2022 season, and they sure as hell deserved it.
I mean, a finish like that is just a cherry on top of the cake, really, you're looking for. Absolutely fantastic tournament from Fireflux. I mean, they came in as very big favorites in PMPL Turkey. They struggled at the start, but they built that synergy. They are feeling so good right now in this tournament. And really, if there's any contender to represent Europe as a whole and like even bigger international events, like this is the team everyone has to look at.
Yeah, what a performance. What a performance here by them. And yeah, as you say, it is the very last moment here where the circle is descending on them. Even 4 circles before this, all 3 of us are like, this is their spot, this is their moment. S2G could have upset that, but then they gave them 4 1v1s after having the advantage. I don't know what was going on there, but you know, the Kecth and the guy is going to be able to close that out the way that he did along with Lutz. That was absolutely star-studded stuff coming out from Fireflux.
1200 average damage, 6.7 average limbs, average 6th place. I mean, this team has been phenomenal. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they've had 6 chicken dinners over the course of this entire event. It's only been 24 matches, right?
Yeah.
And they have 6 chicken dinners. That's
they
a
won
4.
a whole day's worth of chicken dinners. That's ridiculous. In this kind of lobby as well. I mean, we saw some great power from teams like Beşiktaş, from teams like Regnum, from even teams like, what we saw from TJB, etc. and stuff like that. But the fact that they got 6 out of 24 is pretty unheard of here.
Yeah. The fact is that all of the firepower is coming out from 3 different players, right? You're going to be looking at Kecth. I mean, normally was that 1v4, like, he is pretty much securing his spot for the MVP. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. You're looking at also Lutz, who was doing such good work, was also the side of Solkay. And Solkay really, as the IGL, showing stats, maybe not showing up, but to be able to direct this team in the positions they are, to have that type of synergy that is so good for the team. Like, really, they're just so coordinated. This is like a championship caliber team, as you would like to call it, or an Avenger level threat. Like, they are truly worthy of that kind of title.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what they can do when we get into PMGC later on in the year. Obviously, they have yet to qualify for it, but because no team has qualified for it technically. But I want to see them there, and I want to see what they can do. But obviously, with them taking home the title, the championship, the $40,000, and the trophy, it's time to see how the other teams did. Let's actually see our overall rankings now, starting from the bottom to see where all the teams are going to place here. Next team coming in dead last at 16. However, they still get $3,000 for that.
Yeah, and you know what? Respect to them. They were still playing the game to the best of their capabilities until the very end. If that was me, I would have just surrendered. You know, FF20, and I would have gone probably. But they still kept giving it their fair shot and then playing this tournament. So good try for their first international event. We'll see how it goes next time. But as you said, unfortunately, quite a few European teams down here, and I think especially some teams that we did not really expect. And the big one would be for me, Kalash. I'd love to know if you think the same, but like, I think you do as Game Lord, right? We expected way better things from them, and no adaptation. They're going to stay stuck, and no top 8 for them, unfortunately.
No, indeed. It's a little bit of a shame, for sure. However, I think that you take your step back from this tournament. You're like, okay, this really did not work. What are we going to do going into those next tournaments? And, you know, from what we saw in Western Europe, from Game Lord, we saw glimmers of brilliance. But for this stage, it didn't shine through. So we're going to have to see it come along in another tournament in the future.
Yeah, and we also need to see some higher ranked teams as well here. I mean, Eastern Stars ending things out in 9th place, but what about above them? 4 Romanian Men. That's a pleasant surprise. Again, didn't expect them to necessarily be as highly placed when it comes to the European team, but they have done it. TJB as well having a nice little bit of a bounce back, and we have to wonder, well, if they just perform like this in the first couple of days, a little bit more consistently, could they have been a contender for the title?
Yeah, I mean, they could have been potentially in top 4, depending on how these last few games actually went for them. So, yeah, they were first in the Western European region for a reason. There is a point I wanted to bring up earlier, right? I still think this is TJB on this type of tournaments that can still heavily improve because of Leng and Lang that have not really played against, you know, Turkish teams in the past. They don't have this international experience that GK First has, that Lin has. And I think that given time, this TJB roster could become even stronger in the next championship if they qualify. So, looking forward to that.
Well, guys, any other teams you want to touch on here before we do see our top 3?
I just think that, you know, for the final moments, S2G could have played that a whole lot better. Like, I mean, congratulations to them for pushing up as well as they did. But honestly, that could have quite easily been a win for them if they'd have just played it patiently, not tried to disrupt the thorn in their side that they felt like they had by just feeding one at a time into that situation. If you all push together and take the angles as a coordinated team, you take that position out quite handedly. So a little bit of a shame, but I mean, congratulations to them. 4th place is an extreme achievement.
Yeah, and they started especially improving on the fact that they wanted to reach the late game as a 4-man crew. They did it a bunch. They got themselves a win. They made it happen here as a 4-man, but of course, that little bit of synergy, if they can improve on that in particular, that'd be great. But HAMCG, that was the player I was looking out for. I've been very impressed with his performance, so can't wait for future events to see how he's going to do individually.
I mean, keep in mind, S2G were, I think, in like 9th place, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of the first day. They had a lot more limbs than placement points. They still have a lot more limbs than placement points, but for them to be able to push themselves up and through further into the rankings is a very good sign for this team. But it is time now to see our top 3 teams the entire event. You know, the first, it's going to be Fireflux taking home the title, but Beşiktaş and as well has Regnum here in third.
Yeah, I mean, those 6 wins, as you say, Kalash, like that's an entire day's worth of chicken dinners going the way of Fireflux. That is how dominant of a performance they currently had. And man, those eliminations, they're not just elimination leaders, but like they are by a long shot compared to Beşiktaş and also by Regnum Courier. Their fragging power, their macro rotations around the map, like initiated by Solkay, is just so on point. And yeah, I think that they're the team currently to beat for future events. And if they do not move from this type of playstyle that really suits them, I don't see who else could currently beat them on what they do right now, which is they're just consistent in every aspect of the game.
No, indeed. I mean, again, you know, the momentum-based playstyle that I mean, momentum is a bit of a cliche word in esports, so I think we can't really hark on it in terms of like an overarching grand idea that really doesn't mean a whole lot. But when you look at how they started each day and then rolled with it, the fact that they'd gained a massive set of confidence boosters in those kinds of games, you only need to look at, you know, the insane positions that they put themselves in. It's a massive achievement to see this, and it really does feel like in a few of these days momentum was very firmly on their side. They won almost every third game as we continue the day on, and never mind all the other podium finishes that they got. So as I bounce up and down just a little bit to reflect that, so it was, yeah, a brilliant watch, a really brilliant watch.
Okay, well, gentlemen, I don't want to do a prediction game out of this. I just want to get your prediction of who you think your MVP was, because they take home $2,000. I think we generally all have the same name on our minds.
I mean, the last game solidified it as well, right, Max? That
Yeah,
was...
I mean, you were taking a 1v4. I mean, it doesn't go any better. Like, Kecth has been insane. It could have been Peace. You know, Peace was catching up, but like those last few games just solidified it and made sure that he was going to be the MVP.
Can we check it out? Is it actually our MVP of the entire event?
Yeah,
it
okay.
is.
There it is.
I was scared. I thought you saw something else, Jason. I was like, is it not him? But yeah, I mean, that he's just been absolutely insane from start to finish this tournament. And I think that he came in as a little bit of a surprise for me in PMPL Turkey, and especially in this tournament, right? Because you're looking at how stacked the roster is. You're looking at the big names that you had from Classic, Aesthetics, you had the players also from Footballist. And I was like, okay, I think those players are going to shine. But he's an ex-player from Kapahala Supermassive Blaze. And he really stood out of a team made of superstars in the Turkish region. So, man, can't wait to see how his career is going to go.
Yeah, and obviously being led by Solkay, as we were talking about, kind of helps him become an even better player. I feel like Solkay can make any player better. Because did he coach you maximum before your little 2v2 you had?
Yeah, actually, yes. I mean, to be honest, I did take a lot of credit for the 2v2, but they did have weapons that were like really bad compared to mine. But yeah, like Solkay did give me a little heads up before.
Yeah, if they had a Scorpion, you had a UMP. Yeah, UMP's really good.
But they're moving
Max,
fast. I don't know. It's hard to shoot.
We heard that from you. You were like, oh, they're moving so fast. Whoa. Okay, cool.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, we do have a couple of more submissions of how people are watching PMPL EU Champs. So we'll take a look at these, and then obviously remind you guys at home, we still have one match left to come today. So you still have a chance to get back on the broadcast. Just tweet or use the hashtag PMPL EU Champ. We're going to be going over to Karakin as a show match with our top teams to be participating in this one. So if you have yet to see competitive Karakin, well, you're going to see it here soon. But let's see a couple of the... Well, do we have actually any? I should be asking. I thought we did, but I'm not sure if we do now. Do we have any photos to show of how people are enjoying PMPL? Okay. Okay. Oh, I can't say that on air because someone might cry on the team here. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, make sure you guys get those in. We still have one match left to go for today. I'm not sure if we can go to break after this because we still have a little bit of time while we get things ready to go for Karakin. But you know what? I'm excited for it. I'm always excited for more Battlegrounds when it comes to PUBG Mobile. I feel like seeing the same 3 maps over and over and over again becomes a little bit repetitive. I want to see teams challenged. Max, what's your early thoughts?
I mean, for Karakin, right? Okay, there's this one weapon that I can never say the name, like it's a German name, like it's got the rocket launcher.
Faust.
Panda Shout. It sounds like a dish.
Not Panda. I didn't say that.
No.
Panzer Faust.
Yeah. Okay. The rocket launcher. I'm looking forward to that.
What am I listening to? Do you want to talk to me about Karakin, Jason?
He's French, man.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know what he was trying to do. Like. Anyway, let's talk.
Can we try that
briefly.
one more time? Can we try that one more time for Max?
Okay, wait. Can you coach me again, Kalaris? Can you just? I'll take it in. Go on.
The Panzer.
Panzer. Okay.
Faust.
Panzer Faust. Is that good?
Why didn't you just do that the first time?
I don't know. The first time, it wasn't a panda. It's not endangered. All right, like.
Hey, German's a hard language, man. I don't know.
Quick reminder for any of you out there interested in being a talent here on PUBG Mobile, you can hit me up over on Twitter at @JKaplan. We are indeed hiring. Okay, Cars, what's your thoughts?
Karakin's an interesting one. Very small map, 4x4 compared to a lot of the other maps. Quite small indeed. It allows you to be able to drop basically anywhere. However, you see a lot of hot drops. The reason you see a lot of hot drops is there's really not that many great landmarks to go to. You can technically trash drop. However, if you're thinking about, there's like 5 main cities, I want to say, on the edges of Karakin, if you've not played it before. So yeah, I'm expecting quite a few teams to hit the same locations, early fights, and the Panzerfaust can make those situations quite explosive, as well as, you know, some sticky bombs too if they're in there. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, really depends on that playing path, depends how hot those teams want to drop.
Yeah. Also, no vehicles around the map, so it's going to be like all about how you can also rotate and how efficient you can be on those. So, I mean, actually interested. Yeah.
And yeah, aside from that, obviously in the middle of the map, you're looking at big hilltop mountain ranges and things like that. So your 4x scopes are quite useful in those areas and stuff like that. If you can establish yourself up there early, you can have really good rain across terrain, especially teams coming out of those kind of 5 big landmarks. Bashara is one of the ones that I personally like dropping on over on the west hand side, and then you kind of rotate from there. But quite honestly, you can have circles that encompass the entire map to start things off, and then it kind of slowly closes it.
Yeah.
So your initial drop's not too much of a concern, I want to say, but yeah, it really depends on how you traverse those, usually the hillsides in the middle of the map, that really can be a problem.
And also, normally, because of the type of settings we should have for this Karakin map, we should have the Karakin-specific zone that's going to be in play, which I'm intrigued to see how that will work out. I don't really expect it to be too bad for the players, but we'll see how they work around it. It could be interesting.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a short break while we get things ready to go here for the show match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
There's no doubt the Regnum Courier carries heavy firepower, but unfortunately for them, so do a dozen of other Turkish teams. This is why even after entering the main stage as the winners of the qualifier, it has been very difficult for the squad to find itself at the top of the competition. Regnum Courier had an impressive head start actually in PMPL Turkey, starting off Super Weekend 1 with 1 chicken dinner, then ending the week with 3 more chicken dinners and a 3rd place finish on the table. But as the tournament progressed, their competitors figured out more effective playstyles, whereas Regnum Courier was continuously failing to turn fights in their favor. The team did not manage to land a single chicken dinner in any of the following Super Weekends, yet still qualified due to their decent lead in Week 1 and consistent top 3 finishes in Super Weekend 3. Hoping that the team turned things around in the finals, the team secured a few top place finishes on day 1, but there were no big leap that could guarantee them a spot on the table. Day 2 happened to be the most rewarding day actually for the team of Regnum Courier, securing a 21-point game followed by 12 elimination chicken dinner later that day. But a below average day 3 performance could only secure them an 8th place finish. Luckily, the last spot to qualify for the EU Championship. For Tron, Wild, Luxy and Beast, there's a lot at stake and the boys definitely need to deliver more. With drop locations known as Rozok, Mikado and Cal, the team loves fast rotations and aggressive pushes. But in a Battle Royale, linear playstyles can only get you so far. Can they come up with something a lot more deadlier for the PMPL European Championship Spring 2022? Stay tuned to find out.
Gördü spin'i gönderdi. Dost burada $1000'lık oyunu yapmak istiyor ama SonHP'de avantaj.
If we talk about the bigger names in contention for the European Championship title, Beşiktaş roars louder than most contenders in the lobby. No matter how well devised your strategies are, their destruction power cannot be contained.
Çekmek isterler. Baksana Puka'yı nasıl arıyorlar. Puka'yı nasıl arıyorlar? Yani bu hata Beşiktaş'a bir galibiyete sebep olur mu? Bunu bilmiyorum.
The only challenge the team faces is steering their immense firepower in the right direction. This explains why they had a disappointing performance in the first Super Weekend of PMPL Turkey. But once their aim was set, the team made an earth-shattering comeback in Super Weekend 2 with 5 chicken dinners in a single week, one of which came with a jaw-dropping 26 elimination points. Adding another 3 in the final week, they ended the league play chapter as the runner-ups.
Skorlu bir Beşiktaş kadrosu Dark Passage'a karşı birer oyuncularını kaybediyor. Şu anda Dark yere yattı. Enjoy hayatta. 3 seviye bir kaskı var ve bu onu bir süre daha koruyacak gibi. O headshotlardan aldığı hasarı azalttı. Sürreal bu savaşın arasında başka bir bölgede elenirken Ultred hayattaki 2 oyuncudan bir tanesi Jinga yere yığıldı ve bu 20 can değer kaybedilirse Dark Passage ki ben cümle...
The finals are not much different for the team either. They showed that even during an inconsistent period of time, all they need is one single match to shake the tables. And a pair of whopping 18 elimination chicken dinners was more than enough to guarantee them a top 3 finish in PMPL Turkey.
Açılışı yaptı. Beast'e düşürmeyi başardı. Wild çok sakin. Wild'a bakar mısın? Bakar mısın? Bakar mısın? Beast yana kadar geldi burada. Wild'ı düşürmeyi başardı. Beşiktaş galibiyete gidiyor derken.
The star players of the team left everyone else biting the dust when it came to individual feats. SonHP, the IGL, became the MVP performer of the finals, whereas Peace, the main fragger, bagged both the MVP and frag leader title with a total of 164 eliminations of the tournament. Enjoy and Zessy weren't behind either, supporting these gunners thoroughly as they wreaked havoc on the battlefields of Turkey. Even in the face of champions from Western Europe, Beşiktaş is not a team that will back down from any messy fights. How big can they go in the PMPL European Championship Spring 2022? Stay tuned to find out. Flux thought that they had formed a star-studded roster for the competitive season. But, as it turned out, despite coming in as tournament favourites, the team had a terrible start in PMPL Turkey this season. Not qualifying for the first Super Weekend brought in a ton of questions about the team's synergy. Many suspected the Flux ambitious plans may fail. Taking things seriously, the team picked itself up pretty fast in the following week. After a 4th place finish in Super Weekend 2 with an impressive amount of consistency, the team found itself back on track. The team then added a fiery performance in Week 3 with a 20 elimination chicken dinner as the team blasted off towards the finals.
Bulundu. Gördü bu sefer Loxi'yi gördü. Kecth şu anda aranıyor. Lats şu anda aranıyor. Sağa doğru çıktılar. Solkay mermileri gönderdi. Son skorlar kimden gelir emin değilim ama Tron bu puanı kolay kolay vermeyecek gibi. Çalının arasında
After a worrisome beginning on the first day of the finals, the team made some strategic adjustments as the window of opportunities was slowly coming to a close. Flux kicked off day 2 with a win in the very first match and an 18 elimination victory on the last match of the day, securing their ticket for the European Championship. However, a 7th place finish in the finals is not befitting of a team this strong. While Flux is still in the process of understanding their full potential, they prefer a flexible approach to rotations. Operating from lucrative areas such as Georgepol, San Martin and Kampong, they try both center and edge strategies according to the shift of the circle. Solkay, the IGL's contributions to the team has been paramount. And a leader who's been the MVP of the PUBG Mobile World League 2020 West Division definitely has the potential to deliver more. Joined by his longtime teammate Lutz and poster boys such as Kecth and Solkay, no other team from Turkey looks this good on paper. Even so, in the boiling competition of the European Championship, ruling vantage points won't be that easy. Stay tuned for the PMPL EU Championship Spring 2022 as they go toe-to-toe against the best of Europe.
Right, we're back. What's up, guys?
Yes.
Fine. Yeah.
I thought we were sitting on an overall standing screen and then going to casters, but I guess we're back on air. So I'm glad Kalaris, he's looking as pretty as ever. He was parched earlier, but now he's hydrated.
I was thirsty, ready to go into our next match, but I believe we're going to take a look at the overalls and kind of reconfirm exactly what we've already...
We're not looking at overalls. We'll get talent predictions. Yeah,
Oh.
I'm as confused as you are. Don't worry. And all we need to know is Maxman sucks.
What? Why
That's right.
This seems way too personal, Jason. You've never been this mean on broadcast before. You can't
That's
say
a
that.
lie. He has.
Well, let's just say after. Well, yeah. Let's just say after PMPL Western Europe, I finally started to play games with you, and now I just need to be more mean to you in general.
I think you had a good time though. No?
I mean, I don't think I do ask a lot of questions, to be honest. On games, I do ask a lot of questions, so I can understand.
He asked me how to do something in the game, and it literally says on the screen how to do it. And he just
Okay, yes, I don't like being shown like that on broadcast. But okay, thank you, Jason. That's cool.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm not going to tell you what your punishment is just yet, Max, so you can just worry about it. But luckily for you, it'll be an enjoyable worry because we're going to be heading over to our casters now to kick off our show match here on Karrakin.
Muted.
Think they can.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. They can hear me
We're
now.
all good. Yeah. we're all
Fantastic.
good.
I hope they can. We're going to be getting into Karrakin. If we, I don't know, are we? Who knows at this point? But after a belter of a tournament from Flux, we're going to be getting ready for a little bit of a chill out. Top 12 teams are going to be taking part in this Karrakin, Black.
That they are, for a very fun little Karrakin match that we're going to get straight into, which I'm very excited about. Obviously, I hope you've all at home played a bit of Karrakin, had some fun with the Panzerfaust, which is good fun to say the least. There's some destructibles.
Panda?
Who?
Panzer?
Panzer? Oh, sorry, just copying Max.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh dear.
Straight into it. Zooming down, right onto the map. Cargo ship off in the distance there. See if anyone drops on that. I'd love to see that, to be honest with you. But like you're saying, boys, 12 teams.
Okay, so obviously Kraken is a new venture for PUBG Mobile competitive. It's been featured across PUBG Mobile for the past couple of months. It's a really interesting map in the turns that it has tunnels that you're able to traverse. The use of the Panzerfaust and sticky nades are also very important in getting through those tunnels, getting in and out. But of course, the biggest feature is the massive cities that teams are going to be locking into. And John, action's already unfolding.
Absolutely. Everybody seems to be piling in to the city. Actually, on both coasts as well. We're on board with Xray, who are currently sat in the western city. Basher of that. Kuda winning out the trade on the 1v1, and Boran finding one for the fastPay Wildcats. Everybody is going hell for leather right now. I don't think this is going to calm down anytime soon, boys. It's absolutely all to the wall action. And Surreal going to be looking to actually push straight on through this side of the city, doing pretty well. Boran now the only player left standing. Up inside the building, posting up, finding one frag, over onto Surreal, and looking for more, guys.
And look, before this game finishes very, very quickly, we need to really awesomely shout out our concurrent. I hope we hit it 80k concurrent, and you'll get yourself some nice rewards. Crimson Swordsman set, as well as some PMPL activity crates, as well as the free permanent t-shirt. Quickly back to the game, already down to apparently 9 or 11 teams over at the top, and 24 players.
Jesus.
Goodness me, it's all action.
It's not going to stop. Seems to be keeping on going, you know. Why not? Flux, our tournament champions. They're sat there, 3 apiece.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if they just win this game, because they seem to be winning everything, right? And this map is similar to Miramar. They dominated the final game. They'll be looking to dominate here. It's very different, though, inside the cities, because there are lots of covers. Of course, the side of Regnum over in on 2 eliminations, John, and seems like they're looking for the final players of Surreal.
Yeah, 4 teams are down, and seems like more soon to follow. Regnum Kaya up top, Xray trying to take that fight. 4 Romanian Men, by the way, playing this really seriously and went for a split drop across the island. Fortunately, they're paying the price for being super serious here in the show match, and they're dying. Blank, what do you think about that?
I think that's really great. I think they've still got 2 players out in the open, though. They're going for the chicken dinner right now. Pan over the top side, flings it, just like we were flung into an action-packed match there. Regnum, Kaya off on the side, entire building. It's gone, as are Regnum, Kaya. What is happening here? I'm not sure, but it's 4 Romanian Men's Rana trying to stay alive here with Xray's Kecth still going at it.
Pushing through, down the wall, Rana. Giving the old do-si-do, but it's not going to be enough. The feet not fancy there, but it is due to shut things down, and proceedings will halt right there, Imperium. Although I think there's more to come.
For Romanian Men now down to a duo. Surreal still up as a full squad. Eastern Stars, the might of Romania, up as a duo. So we're down to 6 teams. All of them, as far as I know, are on land. Kecth is the final player from Flux up. And I'm wondering, Blank, are you on like 2x speed? You know when you're on YouTube videos and you want to skip a bit and you go to like, good man, that was such fast talking. Such fast talking. I'm impressed, dude.
He's been drinking his monster, you know. He's ready. He's pepped up. He's pepped up for the show match.
Exactly. The jacket is off right now, so I am ready to go. I'm feeling some nice breeze coming in through the window. Redox manages to grab Surreal as they try and breeze on past him, but goodness me, what happened there? Jetgill able to get the best of him.
Jetgill beat him in a less than fair fight going Jetgill's way, and you know what? That's not good for Romanian Men. Shouldn't have died there. Not great. Eastern Stars, 2 players alive. Very close to actually catch from the final remaining player from Flux on the north side.
One thing I do
shot from.
It's just like what's going on.
One thing I do love about Kraken is that it has the MP5K. Sorry he missed it in PUBG Mobile because it is only in Vikendi, the other map. So with Vikendi obviously not in PUBG Mobile competitive anymore, it's nice to see it being shot and featured inside this Kraken game.
These tryhards with smokes. Disgraceful behaviour, honestly.
Dishonourable.
Eastern Stars with 6 eliminations. Surreal, though. A surreal ending to them. With 7 eliminations, actually. Kind of crazy they were able to stay on top.
Yeah, there's a little
John,
bit in
did you see Kecth has absolutely nothing on him? Like, no bag, no armor, no vest.
Pacifist run, mate. That's what you want. Octavian caught up in a less than passive engagement. ATHIS as well on the inside of the dome there. Hamzy wants to take the fight. UMP around the door frame. Kecth is going to know all about this and can slither on out of the way. But Hamzy takes the 2v1 against the Eastern Stars. S2G still going.
Let's go. The reptile of Karakin.
He does look like a snake in that outfit, doesn't he?
Exactly. Where is his chameleon powers, though? That's what we really need here. We need him to shift his way into overdrive and make that outfit yellow so he can truly blend in.
Is it a lizard? Is it a snake? No. It's MVP, man. This guy just earned $2,000 for being the MVP of the tournament. And you know what? I guess this is a great way to celebrate.
You know what, though? I wouldn't be surprised if he still gets a 1v4 but nothing on him. Just his fists. Just his fists.
Do you think whoever's left against him is going to go for an honorable duel with him, Blank?
Oh, you know what? I would hope so. I would hope so that they'd both get their fisticuffs out, walk 5 paces away from one another, 1 jump punch away from one another, and then immediately turn and crack back at one. And I think that's what we really need. We need like a boxing duel, 2 gentlemen.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? I'd do the pay-per-view for that. PUBG Mobile boxing. When?
I'd like it. Get them a ring. Get them a PUBG Mobile ring, and I think that's how we need to settle disputes between players from now on. And casters. I'd like to see Jason there with Max, and I think Max would tear him to pieces.
Is that your prediction?
Yeah.
You get a couple of points for that. Maybe you get punishment if you get it wrong. Ooh.
No, I'd get loads of points for that.
That's fair.
Max is fast, you know. Get between his legs.
Max is scrappy. Okay, yeah, Blank. What was that?
Okay, right, fine. Game Lord taken down. 3 teams remain. Barry.
And now I just have an image in my head. Then we're down to 3 teams. S2G. Solkay is knocked, and Hamzy is the only player up for his team as they go up against Surreal.
There is a lot of this island left in, and my worry is that these 2 teams fight, one of them wins, and then Kecth is just like vibing in a corner for the next 15 minutes.
The fun part for me is the fact that, you know, this map is so small, and the blue hasn't even yet to commence to come in. So, yeah,
it's good, isn't it? It's good. 1 player from S2G remaining. It's going to be Surreal versus Kecth by the looks of it. We get a couple of replays. Look at this. Oh,
the Panzer!
Here comes the Panzer Faust. Did it get an elimination? I don't think it did, but it Certainly went off with a bang there. Took down some of the wall.
Little off target. Sometimes just can't get on target. Is Archon swinging on the side?
That's a lot of bullets.
Yep.
That's a lot of bullets. Not a lot of results from it. Kecth. Oh, he's found some loot. Do you think he knows what to do? This is a crucial part of gameplay, is picking up loot. And Kecth trying to figure out the controls right now. That scope is going to go I'm telling you, any second that scope goes.
See what happens.
What?
I mean, he's gonna. Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
They do not want to find this man.
It's actually it's a next level strat. You let your opponent think.
What?
Oh.
They were the winners.
DC? Question mark.
He's gone home. He's done for the day.
He's busy. He saw that $2,000 hit his account and immediately was like, oh, sweet, I'm off down shop, mate.
It's a bit more than that, but yeah, I'm also off down to shop after that.
Surreal win, I guess. That's fun. They do clear it out. They did shoot the Panzerfaust. That has to be said. They did indeed shoot the Panzerfaust.
Yeah.
Nobody went into the tunnels, which was a little bit disappointing. Nice to see Surreal win a game with a full squad up link. That's a positive thing.
Hasn't happened in a while, has it? Put it that way. Check out the winner stats. No flame.
10 eliminations. It's funny to see a winning team with all 4 players alive with an average survival time of 14 minutes, 10 Imperium.
It's cracking
That
for
game
you.
wasn't even 14 minutes though. It was like 8.
Was it actually 14 minutes?
Which means they were searching for Kecth for 6 minutes.
Oh yeah, because I have the map feed and they're still searching for Kecth at the moment.
Oh, so maybe, wait. Is it not
Elusive.
finished? How does that work?
Yeah.
I don't know how that works. Either way, there we go. That's the end of that one. What a show match. The Panzerfaust, we saw it. There was definitely some action. Not too sure if there was much to make sense of there, though. Let's head back to the desk.
We'll welcome back to the desk, guys. We're actually going to go back to the casters to break that one down. Oh, it actually did!
Right, thank you very much. We're going to go back to the desk to break down that breakdown.
Well, we do like breaking things down, but we're going to head back to the casters to break down our breakdown in their own breakdown. No, we'll probably have to keep it here now. Oh, I was surprised. Actually, you actually caught me off guard with that one, with actually legitimately going over to him. Oh, good times. Yeah, gentlemen, break it down. Surreal, taking home the chicken dinner.
I'm really glad that I, talked about, the 5 towns, the mountain range in the middle, the potential for some hot drops, and then 90% of the lobby hot dropped. So yeah, that was that was something.
Yeah, I only saw one town that entire game, to be honest. That was the one on the west that was happening right now.
You're really familiar with Bashara now.
Yeah, I know it by heart. I know everything. I know every nook and cranny. Look at that. It's great.
All right. Yeah, let's take a look at the match rankings of this last one then. It's going to be, I guess, a little bit skewed here. Fireflux won, apparently. I guess it's from the last game, not from the one we just did. So if you missed out on match 6, our final match of our tournament, Fireflux got 31 points. They didn't get that many this time, as we saw Kecth trying to still figure out how to pick up the scope. And maybe his brain exploded, and that's how he got eliminated. Who knows?
Yeah. I didn't see any sticky bombs being used in this last game, unfortunately. I still wish there was cars on this map, because you would just stick them on the car and you just send the car and just like make it explode. I don't know. That's something I would like in a movie. That would be cool. But,
I used to do that on Vikendi all the time with C4s and just attach them to cars, roll them down the hill into teams. Oh my days. That was the most fun I had in a long time on PUBG Mobile.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, I believe we have some pictures to show.
Oh,
you guys? No, we don't have any pictures. We're actually at the... Okay, well, we're going to be talking about Monster Energy. Maxman, we haven't decided your punishment yet, but your punishment, probably one of the meanest punishments I can give you, is you're not allowed to have a single Monster Energy until our next PMPL.
Okay, so I have the window right here. I'm first floor. I'm jumping. I'm gone.
You're gonna break a leg or two, still
It's
be
not worth
alive,
living.
scream in pain, headphones still attached. We'll hear it all. It'll be great. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to end off our entire season here of the EU Spring Champs. I hope you guys enjoyed everything about it. Make sure to follow everyone on the social medias, as well as obviously PUBG Mobile. Big shout out to PUBG Mobile for the whole event. Of course, our production team, our casters, our analysts as well, and everyone behind the scenes making the show what it is. And of course, lastly, to all of you who are watching at home. But you're going to have a little bit of time off until the next PMPL seasons kick off. So hopefully we'll see you next time for some more PUBG Mobile action.